5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to Paperhats Season 4! Woo!
Woo!
Yeah! Let's go.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, it's time.
Oh my gosh. First
living up
loot
here?
chest of the season. I got an enchanted golden apple. Welcome in, folks. My name is Dr. Jankovic, and you'll see that I am eating melon, and that's not by mistake. It is that time again. We are on Season 4 of Paper Hats. We're running 1.20.1. The new update, of course. We have all the pretty cherry stuff. As always, a brand new season means a brand new world, and right now I'm standing in the community area. We have just some chests thrown down and some basic supplies that all of us can get together and have everything. Beyond that, we have a lot going on. Over there is a public smeltery and tax base. And then just beyond here is my base. And here it is. This is my base, at least for now. Home sweet home. And we're not actually going to have a proper, starter base. I'm not going to build a house or anything. I want to spend my time building a few things for the spawn area. I want to try to get some paths down pretty soon, and I just want to make this general area look good because I don't want to waste any time. I have a main base that I have very, very many plans for, bigger than anything I've ever done, to be honest with you, and I'm a little bit nervous that I'm not actually going to finish it this season, but we're going to see how far we get on it. But let's go ahead and address what's obvious here. I do have a full set of enchanted diamond armor. I do have a resource pack that makes my helmet invisible, but I've got a full set, and that's because I stayed up nearly all last night grinding away at our zombie grinder that I found in the first hour of the server. All you have to do is follow this really long staircase that I made all the way down to diamond level and iron level, and I have decorated this little room. Over here, you can chop away at your zombies, and then I've got a full enchanting setup. Really, really handy here. It makes for a pleasant experience, and there's no mobs down here. I've spawn-proofed it best I could, so it's a nice little area. So far, I don't have a ton of supplies, but I'm a little bit set up. I've got some extra diamonds. I've got some copper and iron and gold and a little bit of redstone. I don't think I'm going to need redstone for a while. And then, of course, I have my junk chest, and I have been very lucky with my adventures. I found 3 enchanted golden apples. I was a very, very lucky person this season. When I found that zombie spawner below ground here, I opened the first loot chest of Season 4 of Paper Hats, and there happened to be 1 enchanted golden apple in there. Later on, I went to the Deep Dark in the Ancient City. I've never raided one of those before, and quite frankly, I'm not happy to go back. That was terrifying. But I was able to loot a few chests, and I was able to get really lucky and find 2 more enchanted golden apples. So I don't know what I'm going to do with them. One of them is going to be a banner pattern, and I'll give that to whoever does banners on the server. I've never enjoyed doing banners, nor do I know how to do them, so it's better served with somebody else, of course. And now that you're all caught up, let's go ahead and talk about plans for this episode. That's right, we are in the Nether. Now, we haven't really progressed the Nether much at all. We were able to find 3 bastions with the help of Victor Dez 22 on the server.
Oh, oh no.
This is a very, very dangerous Nether. I wish it had been a warp forest, but no. We got a giant crimson forest right next to a soul sand valley, so it's going to be a fun Nether this year. Now, fortunately, what we've decided on is putting a Nether hub either on the roof or Y115. So just to be safe, what I'm going to do this episode is I'm going to get our spawn portal up to Y level 115, because I think that's what we decided on. If not, we can just make access to the roof and it'll be all the same. So let's talk about our game plan here. In order to get a Nether portal up to Y115, we have to do a few things. First of all, we have to remember that the first portal of a Minecraft world is always incorrect. Secondly, we do have to decide where we want the overworld portal. It's going to be up there somewhere because that's closer to where we spawned into. And then we have to make the treacherous journey of pillaring all the way up to Y115 in the Nether. Hope that lava doesn't drop on us. Hope that gas don't shoot us off. Then we have to make sure we have enough obsidian, so that means caving, but have enough obsidian to build that portal up there. It's honestly not too hard, but the Nether does make me quite nervous at the beginning of a world, just because I don't have a whole lot of equipment. Everything I'm wearing is all the equipment I have, so if I die, I have to get it all back. So let's deal with this skeleton and get on with our day. And just like that, we have our obsidian and we're ready to get this nether portal hooked up. Over here on top of the hill is where the portal's gonna go. And you can see I have my schematic here. We are using Lightmatica. That's a mod that helps you template things in creative and then paste them in your survival world to make building much, much easier. But yeah, this is gonna help us get this portal done. So let me go ahead and place these blocks. Here we go. Here's our frame, and it doesn't look like much now, but we are going to be putting a build around it, of course. We can't go through it just yet. We have to go on over to the nether side and build the portal there so it links up correctly. We've made it to Y level 110. I thought it was going to be much worse. What I didn't realize is the portal is actually only about 15 blocks below the ceiling, so we had a really good portal for this. The coordinates we need to go to are 0 by -4. Really simple coordinates to remember, and that's good. And so we don't have any issues, I'm going to go ahead and break this portal. So now if that causes any linking issues, we should be good to go. And for the moment of truth, awesome, look at that. We linked up the portal successfully. So we'll do the build later. We do have some adventures to get to, but I'll see you back in just a second. All right, adventures were had, and in this chest right beside me, we have everything we're going to need to build the build around the new spawn portal. So I hope you know what that means. It is time for the first time lapse of Season 4. As always, I hope you guys really enjoyed that time lapse. I know I always do, but we have the build done. Let's look at it from a distance here. We're using a mod called FreeCam. Actually, it's Tweakaroo, but FreeCam's a part of that mod. It's very useful when you're building big and you don't really want to fly, or you don't have the ability to fly because you just started a world. You can see your builds from far away. Looks great. Norsey Kelsey helped me design this. And yeah, it's real simple, and there weren't too many blocks involved, but I gave it a little bit of texture on the leaves, and it turned out great. I think this is a great addition to Spawn. Obviously, the pathing and the terraforming leaves a lot to be desired, but I just don't have the supplies for that. I'm completely out of dirt. I actually had to dig out a whole bunch of dirt under this to actually finish connecting all this to the ground. So it looks halfway decent until I can go out on a resource session. And yeah, we're just going to have to leave it there till the next time. So hopefully people won't find it too hard to get up there if they need to go to the nether. Walking back to my base, though, there are a few things to see. This is Glitch's area here. There's a community chest with some free goodies. Ooh, a spyglass. I'll take one of those. Goodies for anybody to take if they want to. And we have some crops. Pack over there is making a community farm, and there's a cow crusher over there, so food is not a problem. This big thing right here, this is Victor Des 22. He has made an absolutely mega tree and put his starter base there. I think that's going to be probably the centerpiece to Spawn from now on. But there are more builds coming, I do know. One thing's for certain, if I want to get a lot of supplies to do that terraforming, I'm going to need a good shovel. Currently, I think that's my only unenchanted weapon besides a diamond hoe. So I'm going to grind the zombie farm here. I did die in the process of making that tree, if you didn't see that. But yeah, we need to get ourselves an enchanted shovel. So let me get 30 levels here, and we'll see what we get on the enchanting table. All right, we have 30 levels. This is the moment of truth. Let's see what we get. Unbreaking 3, that's looking promising. Efficiency 3 and Unbreaking 3. I will take it. I think what I'm going to do is make a second shovel. Let's get 30 levels again and see if we can combine a couple of shovels. And round 2, Unbreaking 3 again, and Fortune 3. I'm not huge on the Fortune 3. I wish it had been Efficiency, so I think what I'm going to do is put this one to the grindstone, and we're going to try again. It's the name of the game. Look at that. Efficiency 4, unbreaking 3. So this one is actually an extra shovel. I would love to get silk touch or maybe just have a backup shovel. So maybe I'll just keep it in efficiency 3 and unbreaking 3. This will be my backup shovel. I think that's a good plan. Awesome. So we have an awesome shovel, and I think we have all of the other tools as well. We have a silk touch pickaxe, fortune pickaxe, efficiency 4 shovel, of course. Our diamond sword could use a bit of enchanting, but I think I'll do that off camera since I've bored you with this so much. Beyond that, there's not much more we can do this episode, to be honest with you. We just need to get a few more resources to clean up spawn a little bit, like over at the custom tree. We need to build a path, of course, and I need to build myself a little bit better of a situation here, just so I'm not out in the open and it just looks a little bit better. Plus, I would like to add a couple more farms for crops and things, or help out with expanding the community farms that direction. But like I said, I think that's going to be it for this episode. If you like what you see, remember to hit the like button and subscribe if you want to see more. Guys, thanks so much, and I'll see you in episode 2 of season 4 of Paper Hats. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Dr. Jankovic, and this is Paper Hats Season 4. As you can see behind me, there is plenty of construction going on. People are building just about anything you can think of, and that usually happens at the beginning of a season. But you know what? We can't waste any time. We kind of left a mess at the entrance of the spawn portal last episode, so let's go ahead and fix that. I wanted to take this short time to acknowledge something. This video is out a little bit later than I hoped. There's actually a great reason for that, but there's not a good reason why I didn't warn you guys. I do apologize for that one. But I was actually hanging out with a fellow paper hat this past weekend. That's right, I actually drove over to where the real Mr. Gold lives, and I was able to hang out with him and his family for the entire weekend. So I had full intentions to have the video ready and scheduled for when I was gone. But with how busy work was last week, and then I've had to pack and get ready for 14 hours of driving this weekend, it just didn't happen. So I hope you can understand, but I can say that this trip was absolutely worth it. I had such a blast. And I really have to give credit where credit's due. Him and his family are just great hosts. They made me feel so welcome. And in fact, one of his daughters drew me this poster here on screen so I could see it when I walked into their house, which was just so awesome and heartwarming because never in my life have I walked in and had somebody make me a poster welcoming me into their home. I can't thank her enough for drawing this, and I actually took it home and hung it on my wall, so I'll always have it there. Anyways, I've rambled on far too long enough. Go subscribe to Mr. Gold, comment on his latest videos. You'll find a link down in the description, and let's get back to the video. Oh yes, I love how these stairs turned out. They turned out exactly as I hoped. I was trying to avoid putting any more pink in this build because honestly, spawn is just so pink already. I mean, my goodness. It looks nice, but I think there is such a thing as too much pink, so I went with a more neutral path here with packed mud and deep slate, and I really think it just tied the area together really, really nicely. But I can tell you one thing for sure, I have been grinding away at all of the basics that you do at the beginning of a world. I have been resource gathering, I've been enchanting. Let me give you a little bit of a recap. And since it's on the way to my base, I have to give this little bitty shop here a very special mention. It's a shop made by Dan the Noodle Man, and he is selling mending books. He's almost sold out because as you can imagine, mending books are very, very popular at the beginning of a world here. But I was able to buy 5 or 6 of them myself, so most of my equipment now is actually mending. So I don't have to worry about using my pickaxes and things. I can use them as much as I want because we do have an XP grinder. And I did promise you guys a recap of what I've been doing off camera. So, of course, I've got the Silk Touch pickaxe. I've got the Fortune 3 pickaxe. We've got a very decent sword. efficiency 4 axe. I'm not sure how much of this we had in the last episode. I got fire protection 4 boots, which is very, very handy because we're going to have to go to the Nether pretty soon. We have protection, some sort of protection on all of our other pieces of armor. And you know what? We're waiting for the end on this world. So I don't think we're going to have Elytra for another 3 weeks. It's going to be so hard on me because I love my Elytra and I love the end dimension. But you know what? Slowing down the early game, I'm all for it. In addition to that, though, we have quite a bit of iron, 4 stacks here. We've got almost 4. Actually, that's more like 3. Yeah, that's exactly 3 stacks of gold. We have a decent bit of copper, which we do need to oxidize. I've got my little copper field over there. Apparently, I'm having a staring contest with Glitch. So now that you know what I've been up to in between episodes here, you may be wondering, Dr. J, what are you doing this episode? And you know what? We're going to have very, very fun adventures because we're actually going to go start preparing my main base area. We're not going to build anything just yet, but we have to prepare. Trust me, we have to prepare. Just remember that word. I'll show you what I made in just a second. Well, it's almost time for the big reveal of my future base area, but first we have to make a portal there. And for the moment of truth, well, this is the correct biome. Let's see if it's the right place. This is absolutely the correct place. This entire island is mine, and this is where my base is going to go very, very soon in the future. However, you may notice just a couple of things with this plan here. This is just a random portal that got generated from making one in the Nether. Secondly, there's absolutely nothing here yet. Third of all, if we're going to use the entire island, there's a whole bunch of trees. So you'd be right. You'd be right on every one of those points. And what we're going to be doing today is clearing every single one of these trees. Now, we have a portal set up back to spawn, so we have very, very quick travel back and forth. I think what I'm going to do is go spend some time at the zombie farm or something and make about 3 more of these diamond axes so we can just go ahead and get rid of all the trees in one go and not worry about having to repair anything. Guys, I hope you enjoyed that time lapse. It was a really, really fun one to make. I think those make the best time lapses when you're clearing out something or flattening some land or something, and you can just see a whole lot of progress in a really short amount of time. There is one thing about this. It gets really, really dark because I didn't bother to place down any torches whatsoever. Part of that is due to I didn't actually go and gather coal beforehand. I mean, that was kind of efficient because now we have a ton of wood, and what I did was smelt it up into charcoal, and now we have a double chest of torches. I think we're only going to use a fraction of these, but you know, honestly, you can't have too many torches in my opinion. So that's what I'm going to do. It's way too dangerous out here. I'm going to take a moment and spawn-proof the entire island with all these torches. And also, I might add that clearing out those trees did not take as long as I thought. It only took about an hour and a half or so, and I only used 1 full Unbreaking 3 diamond pickaxe and a little bit of another one. So we have a couple of repaired extras. I won't have to go repair my tools for a while. The way I'm going to make sure everything is spawn-proofed is I'm using a mod called Mini HUD, and you can set up a hotkey where you can toggle where it renders where everything can spawn, all these X's here. We have a lot to cover, but it won't be too bad since they changed the torches to where you can have a light level of 1 and it prevents spawning, so torches go a much longer way these days. And see, I told you it was dangerous out here. We need to get a move on. I've got good news and I've got bad news. The good news is it is much safer out here. It didn't take as long as I thought, but we have the entire island spawn proofed as far as I know. The bad news is I have 1 piece of steak left. Now, here's the thing. We have 2 options basically. We can either go with a cow crusher or we can go with an automatic chicken farm. Now, I'm leaning on the side of the automatic chicken farm because while steak is better food in general, I do have to keep up with a wheat farm and breed them manually and things like that. If I have an automatic chicken farm, chickens lay eggs. We can dispense the eggs into a chamber, and when they grow up, they automatically get cooked. So I think given that this island is just going to be the most grindy project of all time, I think we ought to go with the chicken farm just because as we're working, we're making food, so it's going to make it super, super simple. The only thing we need is a few redstone supplies from spawn. I am back from spawn with everything I need. I've got a ton of redstone, some iron for hoppers if I need it. I don't think I need pistons, some extra wood, and quartz for comparators. The only thing I'm lacking is a bucket of lava. I meant to grab one at spawn, but I think there's one here on this island. Yep, down here in this little weird cave. There we go. As you can see, that farm was a piece of cake. I did have to make one small modification, however. In the time lapse, I did put a source of lava at this block here. However, when it was killing the chickens as designed, you know, normally you sacrifice the chance of the item being lost because it automatically cooks the chicken. However, I AFK'd for a while and it was just giving me raw chicken, which doesn't make much sense. And also I was losing items. So I took out the lava source block and just put a full block there to suffocate them. And now I just get all the raw chicken and it's not that hard to smelt them up. I've got a little bit of a super smelter over here. And as you can see, we almost have 2 stacks of chicken. So we're all good on food. And honestly, everything I did this episode has taken significantly less time than I thought. So this video is turning out to be a little bit shorter than normal. So what I'm going to do to make up for it, I say we go on to spawn and do a little bit of a 1-hour mining session. Because resources are kind of hard to come by early game. And plus we need to start saving up diamonds for when we want to upgrade to netherite gear. So I only have 7 diamonds now because I've been making magic spoons here. Let's go see if we can find a few more. And the phantoms are out again. I would say that mining session was an absolute success. First of all, we got 30 diamonds. I've combined them all into a stack here, but we do have 30 extra diamonds, which brings us to a total of 37. Maybe next episode we can plan on doing another mining session and see if we can't make that a whole stack. Beyond that, we got some more redstone ore. I only got about a stack and a half from this session, I think. But my plan is for the redstone ore is once we go to the end as a server, I will have redstone ore. I'm going to get my hands on a mending book, so once I find an elytra, I can go ahead and enchant that elytra with mending, and whenever I need to repair it, I can just start mining redstone ore. I won't have to make an impromptu Enderman farm because those are a little bit tedious, and we can stay in the inn for longer. Beyond that, we got some extra iron and gold, and I actually had a large store of copper in my storage system already, so I'm working on smelting all that up. I've pretty much decided I'm going to live in sort of a chest monster for now because the first build we're going to do here on this island is going to be absolutely massive, and it's also going to house our permanent storage system. So instead of waiting almost an entire season like we did in Season 3 to have a proper storage system, we're going to do that at pretty much the very beginning of our main base. So we have a nice area to store everything, nice and organized, and it's going to make building the rest of the base that much easier. Honestly, I don't have a whole lot more this episode. Like I said, everything that I wanted to do didn't take as long as I thought. So we're kind of just going to end it here at a short episode. Next episode, what we're going to be doing is working on flattening this place. We need to bring all this down to Y72. So if I turn on my cords, we are 77, and once we make it down to 72 right here. So we're going to have to take down a lot of dirt, a lot of stone. There's just going to be a lot of digging that's going to happen. I'm probably going to do a lot of this on stream, so be sure to follow me over at twitch.tv/drjankovich. And other than that, guys, thanks so much for being here. Remember to hit that like and subscribe button if you like what you see and if you want to see more. And I will see you for episode 3 of Paper Hats Season 4. Thanks so much. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Dr. Jankovich, and this is episode 3 of Paper Hats Season 4. Today, we start our episode here on my island. This is where my base is going to go. Eventually, it's a very large base, so there's a lot of preparation we have to do. So today, what I'm going to try to do is, right now, we are at Y78. This is where, where you drop off at once you go to the portal here to the island. But I need it all the way down at 72, which I think is here. Yes, so 72. So we have quite a few layers of dirt on pretty much half the island that we need to take away, and obviously there's going to be stone under that too. So plenty and plenty of digging this episode, which is fine because I love digging. If you're a longtime viewer of this channel, you'll know that. In the last episode, we made this absolutely amazing chicken farm. It works fast enough. As we're grinding away, flattening the island, I imagine we're going to have a lot of spare chicken, which is great because I'm always eating, it seems like. But that's not all we did last episode. This entire island was covered in trees. We chopped every single one of them, and we even spawn-proofed the entire island. It's really nice having such a large area where no mobs can spawn because you can sort of stay up all night, except for phantoms. So you can stay up for like 3 days at a time or something. But just to prove it to you, we have all this wood. We have a double chest plus a little bit more. I've turned a lot of it into charcoal so we can start smelting our stuff. I've got some iron cooking and a lot of copper in there currently. However, I don't want to waste a whole lot of time because you clicked on this episode to see some Minecraft gameplay, which I totally understand, but there is a little bit of more preparing that we need to do. Now, if we're going to flatten an entire island this episode, there's going to be a lot of pickaxe repair that needs to be done. So if we can spend just a few minutes and line this tunnel with soul soil. I almost said soul sand, but I stopped myself. If we can line this tunnel with soul soil, we can zip right back to spawn and use the XP farms there. And in case you were wondering, I do in fact have a Soul Speed 3 book. In the last episode, in between clips, I was able to raid a bastion and get a book, so we're all good there. The only thing we need now is the soul soil. Unfortunately, I know where that is. We're gonna have to go to a very dangerous part of the Nether. Fortunately, somebody has made some double doors here that you can get right out to the Nether. Although, the other day, I was looking for a button and I just could not find one. There's no way to get back in, so I put a button there for him. Anyway, let's zip right over to this Soul Sand Valley and we'll see if we can't get some soul soil. As you can see in my hotbar, I do have 2 stacks. That should be plenty. And the reason you need soul soil is because if you don't have soul sand... Oh. Sorry about that. Skeletons are a problem here as well. But as I was saying, the reason you need soul soil instead of soul sand is because if you don't have soul speed, you're completely fine, but as soon as you walk onto soul sand, you're slowed down. So anybody who doesn't have soul speed, I don't want them to be very annoyed every time they go down my tunnel. And 1 layer of soul soil later, let's get that soul speed on our boots. Oh yeah, that's more like it right there. Look at that speed. That was a job well done in my book. Let's talk about one more other preparation that I did for this flattening job. So in my inventory here, I set out to make a lot of shovels so we can dig continuously and not have to worry about repairing, and we ended up with 4 efficiency 4 unbreaking 3 shovels. I think this is very overkill. I don't think we're going to need more than 3 at most, but none of them have mending, so in case it's not enough, we're just going to have to make another shovel. And honestly, can you have too many shovels? But you know what? I've procrastinated for way too long. It's time just to break down and get to flattening. Let's go. And just like that, we are done flattening the entire island. That was just over 7 hours of work, so not too bad. But I'm really glad to get that behind me, because now we can focus on getting resources and doing what we need to do to get this first build done. However, our next hurdle is going to be dealing with this platform here. You see, a build is going to eventually go here in the middle of the island. I haven't exactly calculated the middle of the island, but I'm thinking it's somewhere close to here, and I just don't want this in the way. So, if I'm thinking correctly, I should be able to move the portal to that furthest edge of the island over there, and that'll just mean I have a shorter nether tunnel. Which, early game, that's going to be really useful because we don't have to walk so far back and forth to spawn. And honestly, it's a good idea for me to run back to spawn anyways, because I did manage to repair all my tools after all that digging at Dan's new double blaze spawner. I don't think I can show you that right now because I'm pretty sure it's spoilers, but it's underway. It's really fast, and naturally that means that, you know, I was editing for a while, I AFK'd for a little too long, too many blazes spawned, so I had to chop a few more than intended, but that does mean I have 40 levels. The only thing I think I need is a better bow. This one has power 5, unbreaking 3, and punch 1, but we can do much, much better, and if you haven't forgotten, we have the end trip coming up. So I want to be prepared for that, and I want to absolutely demolish the Ender Dragon. So I'll meet you back at spawn. All right, we made it back to spawn, and I know it hasn't been too long for you guys, but for me, it has seriously been a hot minute since I've been back at my starter area here. But I am just looking for string. And this place has failed me for string, so not too happy about that. But I did notice this painting here. I have no idea who's sticking these around, but I've seen a few around them. And I tried to walk behind it, and there's a secret room. I don't know. Shenanigans going on, I guess. If there's one place I know where string is, it's right there behind me. Oh, wow. Somebody's cleared this out, but it works. There used to be almost 3 chests of string here. While I was down there, I checked the enchanting setup, and there was no lapis, so I'm checking the zombie area now. And there's 16 lapis here. That should be enough. Oh, look at that. Infinity. And it came with power, but we already have that. That was the main one I was needing. So now we just have to carry around 1 arrow or so. Make sure we combine that. And there we go. We have a really good bow. And here's the real reason we needed to go to spawn. Obsidian. Half a stack should be plenty. Let's get that portal moved. I just double checked the direction we need to go, and it is east. There we go. That does the trick. Very cool. And it works. It's hooked up correctly, and theoretically, we should be able to have both portals up at the same time, so I don't know if this is any quicker than just walking over there, but we're going to find that out. It may be useful to move all those items over here. So since moving those items are going to be painfully boring, I think I'm going to start up the stream over at twitch.tv/Dr. Jankovic and move all these items on stream. It's just a mundane task that doesn't really fit in the video, so I'm going to take care of it there. But I'd love to have you over on Twitch. If you are a Twitch user, we do streams often, mainly on weekends, and we have a lot of fun. I'll see you when I have all these items moved over. And here we have it, my collection of chests here. Look at how much dirt I have. I have 9 and almost 10 double chests. Eventually, I'm going to have a use for some of this dirt, but not nearly this much. So I've actually offered it to the other paper hats so they can get their terraforming jobs done quickly when they have a use for it. But honestly, I think we may just have a stockpile of dirt for the rest of the season. I'd be surprised if we managed to use this much. And of course, we have some other useful things like a whole bunch of grass blocks, cobblestone, stone, and a few blocks of andesite and gravel. So we're somewhat organized over here. Like I said, we are going to be living out of this chest monster here for a while until we get the first build up over there, because that's where our storage system is going to go. So storage system coming soon, but not right now. Similar to last episode, we're kind of already done with everything we needed to do way earlier than expected. So I think what we're going to do is wrap up this video with a 1-hour mining session. I'll be right back. And I'm back from my 1-hour mining session. Behind me is everything we managed to gather. It doesn't look like much, does it? Well, part of that is because I actually found a lot of redstone, but like I said before, we are keeping this redstone for when we go to the end dimension. That is stored XP. And you'll realize in the time lapse that we went to the Nether for a while. We managed to get a few pieces of ancient debris or so, and we've actually got quite the collection going. Look at that. And since I need a ton of quartz for my first build here on the island, I went quartz mining to get some more XP, and we've got quite the collection here. I only managed to get like half a stack of blocks or something in that trip, but it's coming along. But in classic fashion, let's go ahead and fortune all this down. And here's what we got. 24 diamonds. We got a little bit of gold, a little bit of iron, and some lapis. We were looking for that earlier. But of course, my main concern is the diamonds. We were running low, actually, so it's good to have a few extra. With that being done, unfortunately, this is all the time I have left for this episode. Guys, thank you so much if you made it this far. Remember to hit like and subscribe, all those YouTube things, and I will see you next time for episode 4 of Paper Hats Season 4. Thank you so much. welcome into the wonderful world of Everbloom here on the Paperhats server. I'm Dr. Jankovic. This is episode 4, and today we are going to a stronghold. That's right, we're going to be doing some adventuring. We're going to find a stronghold, and we're going to get the Ender portal mostly ready for the other Paperhats when we decide to defeat the Ender Dragon. But that's not without the help of Mr. Gold. That's right, we're going to meet up with him later, and we're both going to conquer it together. But first, let's do a quick recap on what we tackled in the last episode. The island that I'm standing on now used to be hilly and covered with trees, but in the last episode and the previous video before that, we chopped every single tree down and then we flattened it to Y level 72. And thus, we have a tremendous amount of resources. But that's enough of that. Let's head back to spawn and meet up with Mr. Gold.
You like my fancy trims?
Dude, that looks awesome. Look at that. By the way, I love your new cooling setup.
Absolutely. It's keeping everything very cold.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, actually, this looks like the perfect platform. You want to do the honors?
I will. We ready?
I'm ready. All right, so I'm not sure which direction that is. Still going east.
Going east.
Strong, okay. Still going strong east. Okay, danger. Uh-oh. Oh, it went behind us. We passed it. It's got to be right here. Only one way to find out.
Yes. Straight down, right?
That's right. Yeah, you take that side, I'll take this side. If one of us die, I'm sure it'll be fine. Stone brick.
Whoa, right there. Yep.
Right in front of our face.
Already.
I already hear zombies.
Me too. That didn't take too long.
No, it sure didn't. Uh-oh, I found it.
You found it?
Yeah,
already?
I did. Do you want to explore more or go ahead and go here?
Nice. I mean, I can explore more.
Yeah, let's go
We can
ahead.
do it. Oh, eye armor trim.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
I didn't know strongholds had those. That's
Ow.
one way to take care of it. Spider. Oh. Oh.
Ah, you got the head.
I sure did.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh,
fire.
that's a whoa. All right, you want to light that baby up?
There
Awesome.
we go.
Mission accomplished. All right, so I guess we're going to have to walk all the way back and then make another portal.
So I finally came up with a name for my camel.
Yeah? What are
Yeah,
you thinking?
I named him Cletus.
Cletus, I like that. I knew the first thing I saw was a giant fan in the sky.
And that was it.
Yay.
It's almost like we know what we're doing.
I know. Isn't that amazing?
It is.
Man, I appreciate it. That was fun.
Yes, it was very much.
Absolutely. Well, that was a really fun time. It didn't take any time at all. It was only about 1,500 blocks away, and if you've ever looked for a stronghold, they're normally like maybe 3,000 blocks away or so we kind of got lucky there. Also, it was very easy to find the end portal once we got in there. It only took about 5 minutes for us to actually find it, which is great because I need all the time I can get. While we decided to wait for about a month or so and then meet up with everyone on the server to fight the Ender Dragon, I asked everyone on Discord if they minded if I decorated the end portal room, and they said that was great. So I immediately loaded up my creative world and started designing, and I have a really cool design that I think everybody's gonna like, and that's what we're gonna be building today. All I need to do is run back to my base and get all the supplies, which is going to be difficult because we don't have shulkers yet. I cannot wait to go to the end. All right, I've managed to bring everything. It took 3 trips, but we have everything. It's a little bit disorganized, but when have we ever worried about organization? And I'll tell you, the black concrete, a little bit difficult to get at the beginning of a world here. There's just not that much black dye to go around. Maybe we'll make a farm at some point. But enough rambling on. I'm gonna get to work. Well, guys, I had an absolute blast putting this build together. And as always, I hope you really enjoyed that time lapse. I've got to say, that's probably my favorite part of making these videos is the time lapse, because number one, they're really easy to put together. Also, it's really, really nice to see all the progress happen so quickly. But let me quit rambling on for a few seconds here. This build turned out so good. I just love the color scheme. Because as you know, the end dimension is my favorite dimension and Endermen are my favorite mobs. I just love the colors of the end. This turned out so great, and it's actually a nod to last season. I took a lot of inspiration from my base last season, where at the bottom of my storage system, I had 4 Enderman statues. I wanted to bring it back a little bit with this build and build some Enderman faces on 3 of the walls, and of course 1 had to be the portal. It all comes together really nicely. But while I was walking around just a second ago, you probably noticed it. And if you didn't notice it, I'm probably gonna annoy you really bad right now. I missed a block right up there. Just 1 block, 1 singular block. Let me fix that real quick. There we go, much better. But while we have this part done, there is another part that we do need to work on. And that would be the other side of this portal. You probably noticed it, but it's a little bit of a junk heap back here. Now, one goal that I want to have is I don't really want people putting their chests down in here. And if they do put the chests in here, I'm probably going to move them to the other side of the portal. So it will encourage folks to put their stuff over on this side. I think I'm going to make a little bit of a armory or storage area, just somewhere that people can put their stuff down and get ready to go into the end. We are definitely getting somewhere. Sometimes it's nice just not to have a plan and just get going and see what you can come up with. I managed to get the floor replaced with black concrete as usual. It matches this side. And I used some blackstone bricks to outline this, and I just went with a really contrasty, simple block palette here. I used polished diorite And in each of the corners, I use some frog lights. You know, I put some janky chests on the wall because that is very on brand. Although we will have to run back to my base to get some more wood because I did want to put some crafting tables in these areas here and have some other maybe workstations on these walls here. I doubt this room will be used much throughout the season. I think it'll just be used before the actual dragon fight when we all meet up together. But who knows, maybe somebody will make the trip all the way over here, need a crafting table, and this room will be their saving grace. They'll be able to pop on over here and craft up a few blocks for whatever reason they need it. All right, I made it back with some more wood. I was able to craft up some crafting tables. I think I'm just gonna put these down like that. Yeah, that looks good. And since we have a decent bit of iron, maybe we could have some shelves like this. And can't forget about these. I imagine if they need anything, they're probably going to need an anvil. So we'll put one of those there. And then for the last one, what if we hang a chain? And then a lamp. You really need to get out of the way. That works. And we'll get rid of the evidence here. Back to what we were doing, we'll go ahead and put a lantern there. Another chain and lantern. Yeah, that brightens up the area a little bit more, and it looks really, really nice. I like that. And I suppose so I don't actually get kicked off the server here, I'll go ahead and place the last chest in the corner there. But to be honest, I don't know how much more you could ask for this little room here. I mean, it's got storage, it's got crafting areas, it's got a stone cutter and anvil. I don't know what else you might need. But I'll tell you what, this episode is coming out before we actually fight the dragon, so leave suggestions on what we could add to this little room down in the comments. Also, I would love to know your thoughts on this build. Do you like it? Do you not like it? Should the block palette be a little bit more complicated down where we blend things? Let me know. And with the job well done, I'm going to head back to spawn and go on a 1-hour mining session at least. Might be a little bit longer. I have a little bit more time today. But instead of having a mining montage for the 3rd video in a row, I'm going to show you some clips from where we went ghast hunting on my last stream. It was a really fun time. Oh. He's on land though. He is on land. Yes. Oh my gosh. There we go. Boom. All that for one ghast here. I mean, we could do some wither skeleton hunting as well. Alright, this is turning. Oh my gosh. Mr. Gold, thank you. That was horrible, man. Oh, dang it. I got withered. Ooh, my first smithing template. We got one. We got a wither skeleton skull. Oh my gosh. Victor. Victor, thanks so much. We got our second one. Look at that. Boom. And there's our third one. And there is our third one. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Oh. Boom. Look at that. Oh, and we got another tier. Oh, can we swipe him? Yes, we got one. Oh, and we got a couple of tiers, so 62 more. I heard a ghast this way, I think. Oh, yep. I got one from that. That was awesome, and I only get one. Okay. You gotta trust the feather fall. Oh, we got two there. I think I may have lost these. Yes. I completely lost those. I hope you like those clips of me ghast hunting. I actually had a blast if you couldn't tell. We need ghast tiers because all of us paper hats got together and discussed the dragon fight. We basically have two options. The challenge is because we're always so quick at playing Minecraft, the dragon fights last only a few minutes. So our first option was to make the dragon fight a little bit harder on ourselves so we could wear like leather armor and wooden tools. Or the second option that we ultimately decided to do would be to be completely overpowered, actually get some beacons to set them up, get strength and regeneration and whatnot, and then farm up a whole bunch of ghast tiers so we can make end crystals and spawn the dragon at least 20 times that same day, because when we do stuff like this, we like to block off at least an hour or two, so be looking forward to that video. But unfortunately, that's all the time I have left for today. If you like this video, be sure to like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Thanks so much. Hello and welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom. I'm Dr. Jankovic, and today we're going to be expanding this island to about 3 times its size. That's right, I wasn't kidding about this season. I am building my biggest base yet, and today is going to be a major step forward. But before we worry about grindy projects like that, let me get you up to speed. As you can see, I've been putting my island to good use. I am oxidizing copper because we need a ton of it. Just over here, we have my new development. It is a bee farm. I started with a manual one where I could just AFK and collect the honeycombs as needed. However, this was very, very slow. So I did what any good Minecrafter does and looked up a tutorial on YouTube. This design is by a channel called TWCPU. I'll try to leave a link in the description if I can remember. And so far, it's working really, really great. Just look how much honeycomb I have now. That's right, almost a chest, and I couldn't tell you how many hours this is. It's not the fastest farm in the world, it is just 8 farms, but the good thing about this design is you can tile them as far as you want. So you could have 100 of these in a row, although you may have a hard time loading all those. But we need the honeycombs, of course, to wax this copper. Let me show you how much I have so far. So to put it in perspective, we need about a double chest and a single chest of waxed exposed cut copper. So far, we have just this much, but we have a whole lot of honeycomb, so we can start waxing up this stuff. But yes, we need this entire amount of copper for our first build here on the island. I told you it was going to be a big one. And since we're on the topic of very, very hard to get resources, I'm actually going to need a lot of raw gold blocks. And you know, there's no other way to get those except go mining. So I say we go ahead and take a quick mining trip. And here's my gold mine at Y-16. And you know what? I didn't know that off the top of my head. I had to Google it like any good Minecrafter. If only you guys knew how much Google plays a part in these videos. But let me do some mining and I'll be back with you shortly. And I made it back from my mining trip. And as you can see behind me, I found a Superboy. He's just messing around over here, I suppose. But we have a huge amount of resources now. I took the liberty of taking an extra 45 minutes or so of mining, and I went copper mining. I went to Y level 46, and look how much we got. That is almost 9 stacks of that. But there's only one thing left to do if he doesn't mine it all himself. Looks like he's gonna hide inside of it. But we need to fortune it down, so let's do that real quick. So here's the thing. I fortuned every bit of that ore, and Super's still here. He's kind of creepy back there. Now he's got an ornery skin. I have no idea what's up with that. But yes, I fortuned down all that ore, and I promise you, I meant to make a replay time lapse, but unfortunately, I had some technical difficulties and I lost the footage. So I'm just going to have to show you how much I got. I am so sorry. Anyway, if we look in these chests here, the first one looks absolutely crazy. We got a full double chest of copper. Wow, he's really being pesky. Also, he lives right over there too. That's going to be his base. And yeah, I don't know what's going to happen if he's already this pesky. Anyway, we got some more copper here. And from those little bit of diamond ores, we got 49 diamonds, and we got almost 2 stacks of raw gold, which I'm going to craft into raw gold blocks. There we go, and we need a whole bunch more of this stuff. But I say we take all this copper back to spawn, and it's going to take a few trips because we don't have shulkers yet. But let's take this back to spawn to the public smeltery, and we'll get them all smelted up. Actually, since Super's going to be here, let's see if he'll help us with the copper. I can't believe he actually did that. You know what? Maybe this neighbor situation won't be so bad. Maybe he can help me. He just left the game with my... Okay, that was creepy. His head was all the way around. Anyways, yes, maybe in the future we can get him to help us out with more stuff. He even helped us load it into all these hoppers. Such a good super. I think I'll give him a tip for this. It really was nice of him to help me out. All right, now we wait for all this copper to be smelted. I think I'm going to go AFK for a few minutes. All right, it's the next morning for me, and looks like all of our copper was smelted up. I've already crafted them into blocks, and we got about 7.5 stacks or so. And if you didn't already know, if you actually use these in a stone cutter, you get 4 times the blocks. So I'm really hoping that these are the last copper blocks that we need for this first build. All right, let's head back to my base. I'll place down all the copper, let it expose, and we'll get to expanding my island. I am so excited. I just got back to my base, but we're gonna have to go back and meet Mr. Gold. He just chatted. Anyone fancy first shot at buying some rockets? I think he's selling rockets, and we need to go to the end soon. And if you don't know, having rockets ready when you go to the end is so nice. You find your first Elytra, and then you can fly around and fly a whole bunch more Elytra. So I think I'm going to go meet up with him and see if I can't get my hands on some rockets. Mr. Gold said he'll be at his base, and I asked what his price was. It's 3 stacks for 2 diamonds. So I think I'm just going to buy an entire chest. That way we have just plenty for the end. And lately on the server, we've all been using horses to get around, and honestly, it's not too bad. It's really nice. I think since I have an entire island and my base is so big, I think I'm going to continue to use my horse just to get around my base. That's going to save a few rockets there, and it's just going to look cool. Because look at this. Some of you Elder Scrolls fans might recognize this name, Shadowmere. I found a completely black horse, and I dyed leather horse armor to be white. And I don't think it looks like the real Shadowmere, but it looks cool nonetheless. Anyways, let's pop on over to Mr. Gold and meet up with him. He should be around here somewhere. Just need to find him. This place is looking crazy, by the way. He's got all these farms and everything. All I've done is flatten my island. What's up with that? Hello, Mr. Gold.
How are you today?
I am doing great, man. I brought 63 diamonds with me. I'm just so excited to get rockets.
Well, there is a double chest. You can take as many as you want.
Awesome.
You're my first customer, and I hope you can leave here happy.
Absolutely. I think I'll just take a chest of these.
You're more than welcome to any of them.
All right, I think that's right. You may want to double check me, though.
Looks right to me.
Awesome, man. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Well, I'll see you around. I'm going to go get back to work on my island.
All right, later.
See you, man. Such a nice gentleman selling me all these rockets here. Our end raids are going to be absolutely amazing. And I'm glad he's selling rockets now. I was relying on the fact that I wouldn't light everything up, and therefore I would have to fight creepers. And I've been saving a few pieces of gunpowder, but it was nowhere near enough. I think we were on track to only have about 3 stacks of rockets going to the end. And if you've ever been in raiding, those end cities can be far apart, so you use a lot of rockets. I'm glad we have plenty now. All right, let's get back to our base. We'll get back to work. We're back at the island. The rockets are put away safely. I think it's time to place down all this copper and get to expanding this island. Guys, that was absolutely insane, and I'm starting to get a feel for just how big this base is going to be this season. I mean, just look how flat it is up here. Glitch Intended Gaming came over to get some sponges from a temple the other day around my base, and he explained it as a super flat world, and I gotta say, he's correct. This is so awesome. It's such a big space to build, and I can't wait to get started. I'm not going to show you what the build looks like, but I do have a Lightmatica schematic that I need to place down. And before I did anything here, I needed to know where to place the edges of the circle, because I didn't want it going too far over there and disturbing Super, and I wanted it to be pretty central on the island. So I marked my middle spot here, I placed down a guide to build the circle, and we have now filled in the circle. It took just under 6 hours, by the way. And now we need to place our first schematic for our first build here on the island. So like I said, I'm not going to show you what the entire build looks like because that would just be sad, ruining that surprise. But this is the first layer. This is how big it's going to be. And as you can see, it already does a great job of filling out this island, and I can't wait to get started on the actual build. However, I don't know if I've mentioned this yet, but it is going to be just a little while because I do need to end stone for this build, and we have yet to go to the end. That is coming soon, though, so I expect to have the materials very, very soon, and we can get started on this. In addition to that, over here, I have started a little gathering place for all the other materials that we'll need for this build. All the chests on the bottom are filled, and this one is partially filled. I did the math, and it's about 21,000 blocks we're gonna have to place for this first build, so you can see why I am excited. With that being said, however, the biggest thing that I need right now is raw gold. We got a little bit earlier in the episode, but right now we just have this much. I need about another half stack or so of this raw gold to be able to complete this, and that's a big grind. But with that being said, I have run out of time for this episode. These videos keep coming out a little bit shorter than I expect, but I hope they are entertaining. Let me know down in the comments. Guys, thank you so much for being here. If you got this far, please do like and subscribe if you like what you see and want to see more. And I will see you in episode 6 of Paper Hats Season 4. We should be going to the end, so it's going to be a fun one. See you next time. Today is finally the day that we've all been waiting for. It's gonna be the day that we go to the end, we fight the Ender Dragon, and we finally get our hands on some Elytra. Hello everyone, welcome into the wonderful world of Everbloom. I'm Dr. Jankovic, and we're starting this episode off back at spawn. That's right, we're taking a break from the base because today is a very, very important day. We are going to the end. As you may know, the end dimension is my favorite dimension. I've always found it pretty fun, even if it is a little bit lackluster. They do need to update it seriously, but I am so excited nonetheless. There is a couple things we need to take care of first though. First thing, I'm a little bit tired of running around in diamond gear. I think we should find somebody with a netherite upgrade template and see if they'll let us dupe it. Of course, they'll be paid handsomely. Also, there is a new shop on the server. Honestly, I have no idea what it is because it's supposed to be a surprise for everybody, but they did say it will help us out greatly when we go to the end. So we're gonna stop by there pretty soon. And before we do any of that, we need to stop by the spider farm here, grab some string, because we are going to be making an enchanted bow for Victor Dez. I've been doing a ton of trading over at Takotame's Villager Trading Hall, and therefore I've had a whole bunch of levels to be able to enchant everything that I need, and I pretty much have max level gear except for it being netherite. So I thought I'd spread the love a little bit and help out the other paper hats with any enchantments that they may need. I've got sticks, I've got string, and I've got iron, so we have everything we need to make some bows and get them enchanted for old Victor. Although I'm not sure if Tax Villager Trading Hall is spoilers or not. So I'm just gonna go grab the books from there and I will see you in just a second. Well, that was a nice trip. I was able to get a max enchant bow for Vic, and I needed to bring back a flame book for Mr. Gold. I guess that's the only enchant he needed, so let's go visit him back at his desert base, and we'll deliver that to him. There's your book.
Awesome. Thank you. You want anything for it?
Nah, we'll just count that towards my netherite upgrade. Dupe.
All right. I already made you one, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
Listen, you know how, like, when you download some software or something, you are buying the rights to that. But this right here, what you just gave me, is a commercial license. Because I can dupe it as many times as I want. So I think that warrants about this much here. I think that's about fair.
That I think that is more than generous. I appreciate that.
No worries. No worries. This saves me from having to go to a scary bastion, too. Well, that really couldn't have turned out better, could it? Mr. Gold got his flame book. I got my netherite upgrade template. Look at that thing back there. We did pay him a handsome amount of diamonds, but I think he deserves it. Let's spend some more diamonds, get this thing duped, and let's get into some netherite gear. That took so many diamonds, but look, we have 9 smithing template upgrades, and we have our original one here that we can always dupe later in case we lose our gear. All we need now is a smithing table. Plop that right down there. Let's not forget we need 9 netherite ingots. Oh, that feels so good. And you know what? It's not often that you can transform all 9 of your pieces of equipment at the same time. Oh, but that's not all. I am super excited about going to the end. I want the trim that you find in the end, but right now we just have a rib armor trim. And since my helmet is invisible, I really only need 3 of these. So we're going to have to spend 24 more diamonds duplicating this. And of course, we have to go with the best material to trim with in the game. Diamond, of course. Let's go ahead and finish off with those boots. Oh my goodness, I am so decked out right now. Look at that. That looks so nice. It's going to look nicer when I have the correct trim here. But we've got to show up to the Ender Dragon fight and represent here in trimmed netherite armor with netherite tools. We're absolutely going to be destroying that dragon. Now that we're decked out in netherite gear, I say we go on over to the shopping district and check out Takotome's new shop. Now, she did say for the best experience, bring a few things, like your diamonds, something sentimental, so I think I'm going to bring an enchanted golden apple. If you remember, the enchanted golden apple I found on the very first day of the server, so that really means a lot to me. Make sure you have note blocks on. I do. I'm going to turn them up to about 70%. And the last thing, we need to bring our horse. Unfortunately, there's not a great way down here to the shopping district, but we're working on that. As she said, it was right next to Dan's Blaze Shop, which is the monster over there. So that's got to be it right there. It looks like a tack build. Now open, enter, ride in. Okay, so it's some sort of drive-through. Drive-through crematorium and bakery. Oh my gosh. That's pretty dark. I like it though. There is a lectern. Welcome to the drive-through crematorium and bakery, the best place in town for empathetic self-service. We understand how difficult this time is, so we have made things as seamless as possible for you. Drive up and drop off your loved ones. I see how it is. Simply load your loved ones into the minecart, say your final goodbyes, and pay your diamond. The ashes will be ready in moments. For best results, wait a few seconds after the music stops before placing in another diamond. We can cremate anything, including your old armor. For bulk orders, please DM Tack or Mr. Gold. This is hilarious. Alright, so I mean, I did bring my enchanted golden apple, and we came here to apparently cremate something, so we're just gonna throw that in there, and we're gonna pay our diamond here. So let's go ahead and pay the diamond. We're gonna send it on its way. Oh, look at it. It's getting cremated. Oh my goodness gracious. That is hilarious. Oh, what do we get over here? Oh, I see. Gunpowder and cookies. So cookies makes you feel better. But the gunpowder, that's really nice. Now, if we hadn't have already bought rockets in the last episode for Mr. Gold, that would be very, very handy. But maybe we'll need some TNT or something, or we'll keep some extra gunpowder around. You know, once we get Elytra, we're going to be using a lot of rockets. So this helps a whole lot. I do want to come back here, though, because I think this might be my trash can for this season, because I am almost certain that they are probably not actually burning these items. They're probably just scamming us. Lots of scams going on the server these days. So I have to say, though, she said she was working on something with Mr. Gold, and that I would never ever guess it. And a drive-through crematorium, not in a million years. This is hilarious, and I would have never guessed that. All right, let's head back to the base. I am sure, like me, you have just seen something that you'd never thought you'd see in Minecraft. We're back at the base, and I honestly still can't believe what we saw at the shopping district. But I gotta say, though, I am very, very excited. In just a little bit, we'll be meeting up with the rest of the paper hats. We're going to be fighting the dragon at least 20 times. We're going to be unlocking all the portals. Hopefully, all of us can go all in separate directions, get a whole bunch of Elytra and Shulkers. Let's do this.
There we go. Dan's here.
Yay!
That looks
Yay.
awesome. Hold on, wait a minute. Are we ready?
Aye, aye,
I think
Captain.
we're ready.
We are definitely ready.
Awesome. All right, let's start putting these in.
Oh, yeah.
Alrighty.
Oh.
Ooh, there we go.
We're sacrificing
Uh,
food to the void, apparently. Okay.
Oh, is somebody going to knock Dan in?
Ah!
Oh!
That was
I
sad.
thought Tack was going in. I thought Tack was
I have
going in.
Oh my
knockback on my
goodness.
sword. I don't.
Ouch.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Am I?
Oh!
Well,
Oh! Look. Let's play.
Dan going first.
May not work. Almost.
Oh my gosh!
oh no.
Oh no.
Well, I think we're gonna have to haul Dan through the other way.
Go
See you on
beat the
flip
dragon
side,
for
Dan.
us,
See you,
Dan.
Go on, Dan.
Yay.
Woo!
Get it. Go get
it.
it. Go get it.
You know what's sad, though?
Yeah.
As soon as we go through, I think he's going to be deleted.
Oh,
Oh.
that's sad.
Oh, well. Oh,
Oh my
well.
That's
God.
dramatic.
Okay.
Bye, Dan.
Dearly beloved,
Yeah.
we
Let's
are
go.
gathered here today to
gathered
mourn
here
the loss
today.
of our friend.
Womp womp womp.
Oh, goodness. Yeah. Yeah. We can get over it later. Anyways.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, goodness. Anyway, all right.
That was horrible.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Woo!
Shift. Shift.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
All right.
Did anyone bring blocks?
I did.
Yes.
I did.
Okay.
I brought heist.
Dan's here.
Oh, is he?
Survived.
He is
Dan made
here.
it.
Oh, Dan made
Yeah.
it. Oh
Okay,
my
more
God.
prepared than
We
us.
have
Look at all the arrows.
excellent aim. Oh my God.
It's like a firestorm.
Oh, almost.
Oh, this is
someone
awful.
almost shot me, actually. It's going back down.
See,
Look
this
at
is
that.
why we can't summon multiple dragons at the same
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, maybe we'd have a better hit rate if there
Oh,
was
yeah.
more
Oh,
things
that's
to
Yeah.
do.
There's more than one, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh.
GG.
Ooh, man, I
Good
didn't
job,
think we'd ever
Super.
get that one.
Good job. I don't know what
Technically,
you're
that was
talking
Dan,
about.
but Dan's over by the
Dan
thing now.
stole the egg.
Oops.
Dan's not here.
What?
Oh, gosh, we clicked on it
Oh
again.
my God, guys, we're bad at this. Okay, somebody put the torch down there.
That's what happened last time. I was trying to break the.
Oh my
Oh.
All right,
Yeah,
Super, you
possible.
take care of it. There we go.
There we go. Who wants to hold the egg?
Me.
Oh,
Just think after this, we'll have Shulker boxes.
oh,
Yeah, it's gonna
don't
be
get me too
amazing.
excited, Super. I can't think about that
So
right now.
excited for Shulker
Yes.
boxes.
I'm sweating after you said that.
Had made so many,
Sweating profusely.
so many trips back and
Ew.
forth.
All right.
Oh, we got the double beacon. Nice.
All I wanted was to get some of the poison juice. I forgot to ask you guys if you wanted glass bottles. I made some.
Wait, this isn't grape juice?
Oh, I think I filled it again.
Ah,
Oh,
he
nice.
failed.
Hey.
Yay.
Oh, I got it.
You got
Yep.
that.
GG.
GG.
Roar.
Victor
Oh,
just
wow.
got
Ow.
yeeted.
It's a whale in the sky.
Has anybody died yet?
Nope.
No.
No, we're doing good. We're doing good.
Now that you
I
say
mean,
that,
we can
though.
change that real quick.
Yeah.
Well,
Next
I mean,
one, nobody can wear armor.
Oh, no.
That would be awful.
Oh, check my ender chest. I think I have wood in my ender.
Hey.
Nice.
Nope.
Yeah.
I do have sticks, dude.
Oh, did you hand me more crystals?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Whoa! I got yeeted.
Ah!
Ow.
Oh, there we go.
Woo.
Dr. J's up to 3.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Aw.
Who's that? Oh, Mr. Gold again.
Thank you, Protection
Yes.
Force.
Hello. Dragon's getting no mercy.
Yep.
Ow.
I think that was me.
It was.
Nice.
Nice.
Yes!
Victor.
Nice.
Yes.
Woo.
It wasn't Casey this time.
Ooh, I dropped it.
Ow.
Lord have
Sorry,
mercy.
Saper. I thought you were the dragon.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we're basically
Yeah.
twins.
I mean,
You should see him when he puts the dragon head on.
the resemblance is strong, not gonna lie.
Victor.
Ooh.
Victor
Who's
again.
that?
Yeah.
Super has decided to take off his armor.
We're going commando
Oh.
this time.
Yeah, there we go.
Going commando, huh?
There we go.
Hey, I survived.
Victor.
Hey, Victor
Nice.
again.
Nice.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Superboy.
Ah, I got that one. You know, this is kind of fitting that I'm going commando because I got the sash like I'm Spud.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Honorary Spud.
Honorary Spud indeed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Prepare to cares.
that didn't
a
even
little-
land.
A little bit about.
oh no, I looked at an Enderman 400 miles away. There we
Oh,
go.
is that Victor again?
Oh, yeah. Victor's hustling us.
Charge! That was such a short perch.
Ah, Victor.
What?
Yep.
Again.
Victor,
Oh my
yep.
goodness. Victor lulled us all into a false sense.
Oh,
of
he totally
security.
destroyed the beacon.
Oh.
Oh no.
He very destroyed
Wow.
the beacon.
The beacon is obliterated.
I am
We got our
so.
answer. That's
Yeah.
a bummer.
Yikes.
Holy
Well, at least we can cheese the wither now.
That's true.
That's
Yeah.
true. That is
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
Here we go. Here's a perch finally.
There
Oh,
we go.
GQ.
Yes.
Yay, GQ got it.
Fleeing an Enderman at the moment.
Oh.
So.
Dr. J got that.
Ooh.
Yeah, how's
Where's
Dan doing?
Where's
over
Dan?
He's over here. I think Dan is fine.
Oh, there he
Like
is.
Yeah.
this is so far away
Okay.
from the dragon that Like,
Yeah, he seems to
Yeah.
be enjoying
yeah,
himself.
he seems.
Yeah.
He seems good.
He's got a big goofy smile on his face.
Yes, exactly.
Mr. Gold, you need to get on the other side.
Oh, I need to go on the other side. Okay.
Yeah, no, the other side of these slabs.
Oh.
All right, can I have your bow, please?
Yes. Here we go. Oops.
Oh. Thank you.
Do you think some of it
Probably.
went through the portal?
Yeah.
Here you go, sir. Thank you for the business. There's a
So
new
that'll be
shop over
50
near
diamonds.
Dan. Go for it, Tack.
All right, Tag,
I'm
go in.
going.
Let's go. You can do this.
You got this.
This is
can reach.
anticlimactic. There we go.
I'm too short. I'm too
There we
short.
go. Yay.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, goodness.
All right, I can put my armor on now.
All right, where you at, you shulkers? I have waited long enough.
Haha.
Oh, look at that.
GG.
Guys, the limit.
And it's amending on Breaking 3. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and fly ahead. I'm going to find you an Elytra and bring you one back, unless you want to find your own.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll go find you one. Which way were we going? East?
South.
Oh, we were going south? Oh, yeah, that's right. We were. Okay. All right, I'm going to fly ahead. And I'll bring you back an Elytra. I think I just found a third Elytra. Look, what is that luck? I sure did.
Things really start to go fast once you get the Elytra.
That's right.
Woot woot.
You can have a backup.
Oh yeah.
Since you let me go ahead and have the first one. And just like that, our world got much, much bigger. Or actually, it kind of seems like the world gets a little bit smaller once you get Elytra. As you saw in those clips, me and Super had some magnificent in-raids. We were able to find about 4 or 5 cities. I'm not sure how many shulkers we got, but I ended up with about a stack and a half of shulker shells. We do have the double shell data pack, so we get a little bit more than usual. In between us two, we were able to find 5 Elytras. We donated a couple, and we kept a few for ourselves. So, all in all, really, really good in-raids. And not to mention, I found that cool armor trim that you find. I believe it's the Spire armor trim. And I put it on my leggings and boots, because that's all you're ever going to see. Honestly, it's not my favorite armor trim out of them, but I love the end so much. I really want to represent that dimension. End update, please. And the diamond trim just looks so amazing. I may change it to red in the future, but for now, I really, really like the diamond trim look. And in other news, between clips, I was able to do a bit more resource gathering. We finally have everything we need to finish that build over there. That's right, these double chests here contain over 20,000 blocks that we're going to construct into our first build. And from there, we'll be able to build our storage system and really get organized. So expect this build to be done in the next episode. Unfortunately, that's all the time I have left for this episode. Guys, it's been such a fun episode to make. If you've made it this far, thank you so much. Please remember to like and subscribe if you like what you see. And I will see you for episode 7 of Paper Hats Season 4. Thanks again. In this episode of Paper Hats, we'll be constructing our very first build on this massive island, which also turns out to be one of my biggest builds yet. I'm Dr. Jankovic, and you're watching episode 7 of Paperhats Season 4. In the last episode, we were able to get Elytra and Shulker, so building this is going to be an absolute breeze. Most of the Paperhats members on the server now know what this build is, and they have a general idea of what my base plans are. But if you have no idea, I'll go ahead and give you a little bit of a hint. I've been very secretive about it so far. In case you're a fan of the video game The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, you may recognize this build once we start building. If you do, let me know down in the comments and tell me what you think my base plans are. The very first step to this is going to be removing this warped fungi thing over here. It looks awful, and I needed some stem for this build actually, and it's just sort of been sitting here since the last episode. So let me go make a diamond hoe, we'll get this taken down. And that looks much better. You know, I love the crimson and warp blocks of the Nether, but when you farm them, the residue left behind just looks awful. But I was lucky enough to find an Efficiency 5 book in one of my chests, so I made quick work of it. Next on the list, I'm tired of eating chicken and random things out of my storage system. And if I'm correct, steak is actually the best survival food you can have. It may not give you the saturation of a golden carrot, but when you're just building and things like that and don't really need to regenerate health, it lasts you the longest. It keeps your food bar filled the longest. Be sure to smelt that up. And there we go, an entire stack of steak that should last us for the whole build. And if you're wondering why I'm using a horse instead of my Elytra, it's because I refuse to let my horse be forgotten about. These guys were so useful at the beginning of the game. We used them for over a month. Seems a shame just to forget about them. But it's time to stop procrastinating. We have our blocks. I have my steak and my hot bar. It's about to be nighttime, so I'm going to take a quick nap to be well rested. Let's get this build done. Have so much fun making those time lapses. I hope you enjoyed it. But look at this tower. It turned out absolutely amazing. And honestly, flying around here just doesn't do it justice. Let's look at it from a different angle. And now we're at the very bottom of the tower. I had to move it up a few blocks, as you saw in that time lapse, because I didn't account for all the paths and things we're gonna make. But this is how high it's technically gonna sit. Just look how tall that is. And I don't even think that does it justice. Give me just a second. Now from this angle, you can see myself all the way down at the bottom of the screen. I'm just a tiny little dot. This thing is absolutely massive. Now you can probably tell why I was excited to build this and get a storage system in it. we're gonna have all the storage this season. But as you can probably tell, this video is only getting started, and I can't just leave it supported by a single cobblestone pillar. That would just not make any sense. So we're gonna have to connect it to the ground somehow, and also I would like to get at least a temporary floor in here. That way we can start planning on where we're gonna put all of our chests. But before we do that, we do have a giant mess over here, and I'm not sure which resources we have and what we don't have. So I'm gonna spend just a few minutes cleaning this up, and I'll see you in just a second. And we're back. I've got it a little bit cleaner over here. The main thing was getting these stray chests that were here in line with all the other ones and looking just a little bit neater. But looking at all the resources that I have a ton of stone, and I think the first logical step is to give the tower a floor. I think stone bricks is a really good neutral floor for now. Maybe in the future we can get fancy with some calcite or something. But for now, I just want to make it look relatively normal. So let's load up on these stone blocks and get this floor put down. Well, we got the floor put down, but we do have a bit of a mob problem now. I'm gonna have to get some torches down. I might be a little bit like a pin cushion now, but we got this whole place spawn proof. And the next thing I want to focus on is actually getting this thing connected up to the ground. So I think what I'm gonna do is take some more deep slate brick, maybe make a little bit of a ramp, then maybe mix it up with some stone brick slabs, make even more of a little ramp. It'll go down to a path and eventually hook up to the ground here. I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud, but let me get some blocks down. We'll see how we like it. I decided to go into free cam to get a better look, and I do like the shape of this. I decided to add in a little bit of a grass border around this base so we can have just a little bit of greenery. And it just staircases down slightly, comes over here, and there's actually going to be a bit of a stone border all the way around. But this path here, it does look a little bit like a V. I think this path needs to be wider. And also, this is not going to be a netherrack path, of course. I think what I'm going to do is grind for some more quartz and use some quartz brick. I think that'll look really, really nice and clean for a path, but it just needs to be a little bit wider. You might be thinking that this is a lot of work I'm talking about to circle this entire tower in this path, but I think it's got to be done. It can't just stay floating in this episode. So I say we roll another time lapse. Let's get on with time lapse number 2. Well, I think that went really, really well. I was worried about the quartz kind of washing out and blending in with the tower, but I think we have enough gray and dark gray blocks to contrast it out nicely. However, this path is nowhere near done. There are a couple things that I want to sort out. Namely, this entrance here. We're gonna have to make a cool door, even though I've made a nice little design there. That may actually go away because I kind of want a big wooden door, make it look official here. And this path here, I just sort of smoothed it out with some stone bricks, but I may want to try some smooth stone slabs, and I want to have maybe some lamp posts here that go at the end of the path. I'm not sure. I'll probably brainstorm that on stream sometime soon. However, the main point of this was to actually connect the tower to the ground, which we've done really, really nicely. Just ignore the fact that there's currently no way to get up to the platform. It's just a perfectly circular platform with no staircase up to it. That'll probably happen in the next episode along with the other detailing. I do have a question though. Have you noticed it yet? If you haven't noticed it yet, I'm a little bit embarrassed to say, but I had a bit of an accident. I lost everything in my inventory, including my gear. You see, what happened was I was working on this platform. I was getting my stuff ready. I got my camera account open, and I was sitting over here. However, I was standing somewhere over here and got distracted, walked away from my computer for a few hours, And unfortunately, the phantoms got me, and because my camera account was up there, it kept the area loaded, and everything just despawned. My elytra, my trimmed armor, everything. Now, luckily, I did have a whole lot of gear left over from my in-busting, so I was able to get some pretty good gear on myself, and I had one extra elytra. We're gonna have to go to the end and get another elytra. However, the worst part of this is, I have no netherite whatsoever. I used every single one of my ingots for my last set of gear, so we're gonna have to go to the nether and get a whole bunch more ancient debris. And I realize all this early game gear gathering and all this is super boring, so how about we roll a montage? I've got some really good news. First of all, I was able to get most of my stuff back. I don't have netherite tools anymore, but I was able to get my netherite armor back. I kind of messed up. I forgot that I didn't trim my helmet the first time, so I did trim my helmet. And because of my resource pack, I now have this weird looking halo around my head. I mean, it's kind of interesting, so I may keep it for a while, but I'm gonna have to figure out how to modify my resource pack to get rid of it. The other good news, however, is I was able to get all those chests broken down and put into shulker boxes here. I guess you could call it neat, but this is about as neat as a chest monster get. And we have a temporary portal here in the middle of the tower. And of course, I have my bed and ender chest, the two most important things. And I've also had a change of heart. I don't think this central building is going to be our storage system anymore. Sure, it's a big, nice central area where we could put a bunch of chests, but I kind of want to decorate this. It's going to have multiple floors. It's going to be a big palace of sorts. It's going to look really nice. And also, this island is actually going to have multiple districts that surround the central tower here. And one of those districts is a market district. It'll sit around back here somewhere, I believe pretty much in line with this. This is where our old storage used to be. And I had a crazy thought. What if we focus on the market district as one of the first districts we try and complete? That will give us a chance to make a shop for each category of item. For example, if we were to make a building shop or a construction shop, we could put all of our stone, wood, building supplies in there that we normally use. And then, on the other hand, we could have an armory where we keep all of our extra gear, our tools, things like that. We could have an adventure supply store or something where we can keep all of our rockets, food, all the utilities we'll need when we're on the move. And we can get really creative with it from there. Let me know what you think of this idea. I think it's going to be a lot more interesting than just keeping every single thing in the tower. And you know, maybe the tower is where we keep all of our treasures. So we can keep our diamonds in there. Maybe we make some displays for some rare things we come across. Long story short, I'm getting very excited about this build. The next step, however, is going to be figuring out the paths and the layout of the city. And then we'll have to build up some walls. And then from there, we can start working on the districts. That's easier said than done, but I'm looking forward to it. With that being said, however, I think that's all the time I have left for this episode. Guys, if you've made it this far, thank you so much for being here. I know I can ramble on sometimes, but I'm glad you made it this far. I always like to leave you with something to look forward to. In the next episode, we will be making a wither rose farm. That involves a wither cage and some dangerous things in the end, of course. And from there, depending on how much time we have left in the episode, I hope to make a shulker farm so we can supply all the other paper hats with unlimited shulkers. I'm so excited. But remember to like and subscribe if you like what you see and want to see more. Thanks so much for being here, and I'll see you next time. In the last last episode of Paper Hats, we built one of my biggest builds yet, and I got all my stuff back after I lost everything. I'm Dr. Jankovic, welcome into the wonderful world of Everbloom, and we have some exciting adventures today. But before we jump into that, let me show you what we did in the last episode. We built this absolutely massive tower here, and we built a little bit of a path around it. It's got no staircase down, and there's a lot more base to build, but we've got a really good start on this area. If you haven't watched episode 7 already, I definitely recommend it. But in this episode, we are actually going to the end because we have a wither rose farm to make and a shulker shell farm to make. I've never built either one of these farms, but I do know one thing: we are going to need 3 wither skeleton skulls, which I happen to have right here. I'm not smart enough to make my own wither rose farm, but I do have a schematic, so there's probably some resources I need to gather. But I say let's go to the end, pick out a good spot, and then we'll go from there. We're here on the main end island, and the best thing that can happen is we go through one of these portals, and there is a second portal just a few blocks away from them. So I think I'm going to try all these and see which one's the best option. You would not believe this, but this is the first portal that I've tried. And look across the way over there. There is a portal ready for a wither rose farm. What's also really cool about this location is there is an end city right here. Now, I'm hoping whoever raided that end city left a shulker or two, because if so, we can actually make our shulker farm right here next to the wither rose farm. We can have a little end industrial area right about here. But I've got my location, I've got my plans together. I say it's time for a time lapse. Let's get this wither rose farm made. I wanted to bring you guys back for a quick update. First of all, I completely forgot to get a replay mod time lapse, and that's because I decided to do this over a stream on twitch.tv/Dr. Jankovic. Now lately I've been really trying to improve the things that I do on stream, so I was so preoccupied with that I forgot to hit start record. Sorry about that. However, we have major movement on the wither rose farm. It has not gone well. I'm going to go ahead and tell you that. It could have definitely gone better, but it also could have gone a lot worse. Now, I have died once in this process, but I haven't lost anything, and that's very lucky. However, this has not gone well because of a me problem. To give a bit of an explanation, I tend to get a little bit impatient with tutorial videos, in the sense that I tend to skip around videos just to make sure that there isn't a certain order that you need to place the blocks. Now, for this farm in particular, there really is no certain way that you need to place the blocks. However, what I didn't realize is you really need to secure your area before you build this farm, and that's probably something they covered in the tutorial. I'll be honest, I still haven't gone back to watch the tutorial. However, my problem is I completed this farm, and very quickly I realized my mistake. First of all, the wither locked on to me because I was standing around and started breaking a few blocks around the farm, and then those few blocks that broke allowed more of a viewing area for the wither and was targeting just a whole bunch of endermen, and pretty soon I've lost an enchanting table, and pretty much the whole farm is gone. I have to rebuild it now. When this happened, my mind immediately went to what everybody does when they make these farms, and that was to cover the island entirely in water. So you can see that I started to do this on stream. However, I kind of had an epiphany because we are very close to a portal that you go through at the main end island. So therefore, paper hats are going to be using that portal, and somebody may come over here not knowing this is here and may want to see the wither. You can see where that's going. The wither may target them and start to destroy the farm again, and I really don't want that to happen. So then my next idea was to put a big glass box around it. And honestly, it makes a lot of sense. It's going to be a lot of glass placing. However, if I have a floor of water inside this glass box, and then I make sure the chicken goes in there, grows up just fine, and then I spawn the wither, the very last thing. And before the wither finishes powering up, I can run out, seal up the glass box, and theoretically, the Enderman should only spawn up top while we're up on our AFK platform. And if somebody comes and wants to look at the wither, they should be able to go at the glass. They're not making eye contact, and the wither should stay focused on the chicken. In order to do this, we're going to have to go back to Tax Villager Hall, get a whole bunch more glass. I think that's a little bit faster than smelting sand at this point. And then I'm going to have to get a few more supplies that I lost in all of the explosions when I completely messed up the first time. I didn't have quite enough glass to go all the way to the top, but I had a decent bit of stone, and I think that might look pretty good just having a stone top. Although I do need to place more, and I had an idea maybe when I put in the wither, I can leave that little slit up there for me to fly out of quickly. Another thing I failed to mention is once I put the wither in there, some of that's going to get destroyed, so that's going to be really fun for me to rebuild it and hopefully not destroy everything. But I still think this is a great plan. Once we get it all sealed up and built and everything, it should work like a charm. All we need now is a couple more wither skeleton skulls and some soul sand. It took a little bit, but now we have 3 wither skeleton skulls, some soul sand, and we brought some extra blocks. Let's get this farm done. Technically, we have a working wither rose farm. However, one small problem, my glass idea did not quite work as I had hoped, and the wither just blew up the chicken enclosure again. So I'm not sure how that was supposed to work, but immediately he blew it up. So maybe that's not necessary, or it's just not going to work in this new update. This farm was built in 1.16, I believe. But when I'm up on my AFK platform, you can see a ton of Endermen are falling down, and they're being turned into wither roses. So the farm is working. Worst case scenario, we can just run this for a while, get enough wither roses to last us for the rest of the season. Honestly, I don't see myself using 4 double chests, so I may just AFK here for a while, dispatch the wither, and maybe just leave this. I'm thinking that might be the best idea, because we can always come back and cover the island with water, or I can just go, hurry up, grab the wither roses, and then come back at a later time, cover the entire island with water, because I do have a lot of glass to distract the wither, so it'll be tremendously more safe and maybe easier to actually make this into a working farm. And let's not forget, the whole point of this is to get wither roses for a shulker farm, and I really only needed like half a stack or something like that. I just thought I'd be fancy and make a wither rose farm. So let me AFK here for a while. We'll get all the wither roses we need for the shulker farm, and then we'll get started on the shulker farm. So I've been AFK for a little over 6 hours. I did eventually make up my mind. I was just going to kill the wither and respawn him if we ever wanted to make another wither rose farm, because I'm sure we got a ton. However, there's been a bit of a development. Yeah, he got out. That's not good at all. I'm not sure how he got out of bedrock, but we're gonna have to deal with this. So it's actually the morning for me, and I woke up not too long ago. That was a good way to wake up, having to kill the wither. And also, having wings makes it much, much easier. I could not have fought that wither without wings. And I think I figured out what happened. So at some point, looks like he got targeted on something which broke this cobblestone wall down here, and he was able to float down and get out. So I think I'm over the wither rose farm. We're going to leave it like this for now. Because we do have quite a few wither roses. I'm going to get all these out and see how many I have. Looks like we got an entire shulker and a few odd stacks in our inventory. I was honestly hoping to be able to use this farm for black dye throughout the season. However, this is just not viable. I think we're just going to make a squid farm or go squid hunting. And this is way, way more than I need for a shulker farm anyway, so maybe somebody else will have use for these. So now all I need to do is actually do my research on a shulker farm. I already have the schematic, but I think I'm going to watch the video pretty closely just in case there's a few edge cases like this one. And let's see if we can't find a good spot close to that city. First, we'll make sure there is a shulker there. I know one thing for certain, if you are wearing headphones right now, you can hear the sound of diamonds. I have to say this farm is absolutely insane. It is such a fast shulker farm, and the way it works is really, really fascinating. Honestly, I still don't know exactly how it works, all the little mechanics. In a nutshell, it has a shulker down here at the bottom that gets hurt by some snow golems, and through duplication and magic, I suppose, they make their way all the way up here to where they get taken out by some wither roses. And it's an extremely fast farm. We have 2 entire double chests of shells, and I've even boxed up 3 shulker boxes. We literally have thousands of shulker boxes now. However, the only drawback is, besides you'd never need these many boxes, is so far it's kind of gotten stuck on me twice. It happens every few hours, but the first time a shulker got stuck where it wasn't supposed to be, so I had to put an extra button in there to prevent that from happening. And then the second time, the minecart that runs through the middle of this farm stopped running and just wasn't picking up the shulker like it was supposed to, so I had to manually step on a pressure plate. But you know what? I'm not complaining. With this many shulker shells, there is just no way I could complain. And before I started AFKing last night, I actually took a trip back to the shopping district to start a little pop-up shop. So let's go ahead and stop over there, see if we've made any diamonds already. And here's my little pop-up shop here. I tried to make it look like a shulker box, and I think I kind of did that, but it does look a little bit weird. But the moment of truth, oh my goodness, we have already made 9 diamonds. I honestly wasn't expecting that because everybody's been so excited about the end, and I'm pretty sure everybody got a decent bit of shulker boxes. So I thought it may be a few weeks before we actually made any profit, but hey, I will take 9 diamonds. And we got to be sure to restock here because we got to keep the diamonds flowing. And I'm not hurting for diamonds, so we might as well display it. Let's go ahead and set our first diamond block up on top of our pop-up shop. The only thing left to do is decide on a spot where we want the actual shulker shop, because obviously that's not going to be our permanent shop. I mean, I guess it could be, but that just seems a little cheap to me. I've had my eye on this spot over here because I'm going to have a ton of redstone. I want it to be a bit of a fun shop. And I figure if I'm going to have redstone, I can just hollow out this hill here. I'll have plenty of space for the redstone, and then I can make it look really, really nice. Although gliding around here, I'm really liking that flat space over there. That really gives me an idea of a really interesting build we could do. So yeah, I'm not sure. I guess I'm just left with a big decision to make, so I will definitely make that before the next episode. I've got a lot to plan out. I've got a lot of redstone to design, and unfortunately, that's about all the time I have left for this episode. But guys, thanks so much for being here. It has been an absolute blast. Even though one farm didn't work out, we did technically build 2 different farms, so a very, very productive episode. I couldn't be happier with the way it turned out, and we have an absolutely mega shulker farm now. Guys, thanks so much for being here. If you made it this far, please do hit the like button. Subscribe if you like what you see and want to see more. And I'll see you guys next time for episode 9 of Paperhats Season 4. Thanks so much. In the last episode, we took to the end to build a self-destructing Wither Rose farm. That is correct. And we also built a super efficient shulker farm that is pumping out more shulker shells than I know what to do with. Welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom. I'm Dr. Jankovic, and today we have a shulker shop to build. However, before we jump into that, I have a few updates to give you about my base here. The first one being, and as you can see here, I have marked off all of the walls and paths and everything that we're going to need to build the rest of my base. And inside the tower here, I've got a few bits and bobs that I've been working on. First thing, over there, I have been sort of categorizing shulkers in a way to where when I need something specific, I don't have to look through so many boxes in this pile. And the most obvious thing you may note is this giant wool farm over here. These are the 6 colors that are not available at spawn to buy just yet. And in this episode, we are absolutely going to need every color of wool. But before we get started here, let's head on over to the pop-up shulker shop and see if we've made any diamonds. And here we are, let's see. Oh, and we have made another 9 diamonds. And of course, we can't forget to flex on everyone. That'd be a shame if we didn't do that. Truth be told, I'm not that rich on the server, but you know, one can hope. And since we're at the shopping district, let me show you the last thing I've been working on. Right over here, I have a slightly off-center beacon, but we have a fenced-in area where, you guessed it, a shulker shop is gonna go. That's right. I don't want to leave that pop-up shop too much over there because we have sales to make, and the earlier we can get a decent shop here, the better the sales experience is going to be. And you know what? With any good salesman, I'm just missing one thing. And there we go, that's better. If we're going to be a salesman, we've got to look the part. I actually made this skin myself, and I just knew if I was going to be a salesman, I would need gold buttons and a gold chain on my wrist. We're going to be the shulker salesman of the server. I am so excited. But first, we need an actual shop. So let me dig this down about 25 blocks, and I'll see you in just a second. As you saw in that very short time lapse, Dakota May actually popped on over and helped us. Big shout out to her, it made it really quick work. There is one thing I missed though, and it's right behind me, it's that beacon frame. I need to take that down. And that looks much better, and I realize I haven't given you much information on what this shop is actually going to be. Now you might be thinking that I'm going to make an underground shop of sorts, and actually, this giant hole here is just where the redstone's gonna go. That's right, I loaded up the creative world, I put my redstone hat on, and I created a machine that, honestly, I am most proud of so far in my entire Minecraft journey. As much as I would love to give you guys a sneak peek in the creative world of exactly how this machine works, I kind of don't want to ruin the surprise. I want to run the time lapse. I want you guys to guess how it works. And don't worry, we will be doing some testing by the end of the episode, of course. With that being said, let's not waste any time at all. I've got a ton of supplies to lay down here. Let's get this redstone built. All right, we're all finished with all the redstone down here. Now it is on to testing and stocking. This is a very large contraption, and before I cover it up with a glass floor and make it a little bit harder for me to get down there, I think I want to test every aspect of this thing, bring you guys along the way, and just make sure it works, because there's a lot of things that could go wrong here. Before I do that though, I do want to explain how this works. Basically what they'll do is go over here, deposit their diamonds into this barrel. From there, if we go below here, their diamonds will be stored in this chest. I call this chest the temporary chest. Their diamonds will be stored in this chest, kind of like credits or tokens. Once this chest is loaded up with tokens, these pistons will extend, completing just a tiny circuit here. So when you click a button along these repeaters, it will drop a colored piece of wool here. These colors of wool correspond to a sorter down here, which will then dispense the correct number of shulker boxes. And then of course you have a water stream going all the way up, and you get your shulker boxes here at this water pool. And as a side note, when I was designing this machine, my two main goals were to make it very, very reliable. So you get the shulkers that you click the button for every single time. And also I wanted the machine to turn itself off once you run out of credits. This creates an automatic way for me to just go underground and get all my diamonds from that single barrel instead of having to check multiple chests. And also it's a really cool user experience. Although there is one fatal flaw, but we'll cover that a little bit later. For now, it's time to do our first test actually. I've got the filters loaded here into this hopper, and when we deposit a stack of diamonds, number one, the filter should stop at 41 diamonds here, and this light should come on and these pistons should extend. And there we go. Light is on, pistons extended. That is perfect. And if we look back into this hopper, we have 41 diamonds. This hopper should have 1 in it, and this is the only time this will happen. And then down here, we should have 22 diamonds. All right, that is all working correctly. Let me unload all of this. All right, and since I took all my tokens out of that temporary chest, the pistons retracted, and this machine would no longer work. Next up, I want to add all the buttons along the front here, and there's a reason why I haven't done that yet. All right, this is looking really good. This is the first time I've seen it with the actual shulker boxes here. In the creative world, I just used wool, but this looks super good. And so the shulker boxes don't accidentally extend when they accidentally click on the shulker boxes. I placed these upside down against the block, and then this one had to go sideways because there's just no room up or above. And I didn't want people sticking random things in the shulker, so I think it looks really good. I have decided to have 3 double chests of stock worth of shulkers in each color here. So that's just gonna take a whole long time to stock. I think I'm gonna work on that over a couple of streams. But right now, what I wanna do at least is get some of the easier ones to gather. I wanna make sure the sorters are still configured since I've been building above them. And I want to go ahead and test out a few of the easy colors, maybe do 5 different shulker boxes. If it works correctly, I'm going to say it's all good to go, and I'm going to start stocking this thing fully. Okay, I just took a moment to stock 3 different colors. That is red, lime, and blue. I've got 5 diamonds in my hand here. Let's see if this works correctly. So, depositing tokens, it did not turn on. And this is why we test things. I figured out what was wrong. So, in the creative world, I did not have a shulker box here. And if we go underneath here, we'll see that this hopper is pointing straight into the shulker box. And earlier I said that I didn't want random stuff in that box. Well, I broke my own rule. That's an easy enough fix though. We just need to switch this hopper to point towards the comparator. All right, I got that hopper switched the right way around this time. It's all reset. Let's deposit our 5 diamonds. All right, perfect. It turned on that time. And then those colors were red. I think I'm going to do 2 of these, 1 lime and blue. The wool is going. It went into the correct hopper, and I am realizing my mistake. I used dispensers instead of droppers. We need to swap these out. And once again, this is why we test things. I got those dispensers swapped out for droppers, but I did notice another issue. When we click a button, it's not actually subtracting 1 diamond from the temporary chest. and I think I found the issue. This needs to be delay of 2. Let's try that again. Those 5 diamonds are still in there. Let's see if it works this time. And this should be the last one. Yep, machine turned off. And then we should have 5 shulker boxes in the colors that we ordered. All right, I think we got a few extra here. We sure did. We got multiple extras. But I think there's a way that I had to prime the hoppers in creative mode. So let me put these back in underground here, and let's try that one more time to see if we get the correct amount. And that is perfect. The second time around, we got exactly the shulker boxes that we ordered. So that means I'm just gonna have to try out each color as I stock them, and that's not too much to ask. I would say this thing's working pretty smoothly. I think I'm gonna commit to stocking it all and getting it all ready. Hopefully I have enough reserve here that I really won't have to restock it for the rest of the season. But you know what? Some of the paper hats truly are addicted to shulkers, so I wouldn't be surprised if I do have to restock some colors, which will be perfectly fine. I mean, we'll get filthy rich while we're doing it. Let me take a quick nap and let's talk about that one flaw that I was talking about. You may have been able to guess what the flaw is based on how I describe this machine and how it works through all the testing here, but it's honestly a pretty big one if you're on a public server or something like that. It's not so serious here on the Paper Hat server because we're all friends. We have a pretty strong honor system here, and honestly, I'm not too worried about it if somebody gets extra boxes. But that is just it. They can absolutely get extra boxes. The reason being is I could have made the back of this much, much larger, and this was originally an oversight, but I just decided not to worry about it too much. But the circuit that's responsible for subtracting 1 diamond every time you hit a button is this one here. And I was able to compact it and get the delay as short as possible. However, there is a split second where if you're able to click 2 or 3 buttons pretty much at the same time, you will get all 3 of those boxes and only use 1 of your tokens. Which again, we're all friends here on the server, so if that does happen, I'm not too worried about it. I do have a mega shulker farm that we're not going to need that many shulker boxes, so I'm fine with it. But if you're thinking about making something like this on a public server or somewhere where you really want it to be held down, you may want to spend some time figuring out how to make that work. But that's enough about this machine and how it works and all that. Let me spend some time grinding out some dyes, crafting shulker boxes. We're probably going to need a lot of wood. And let me just get this thing stocked the best I can. And we're back, and you would not believe it, but this thing is completely stocked. If we look at all these chests, they are full to the brim here, ready to be sold to the other paper hats. I did the math here, and this machine's capable of holding over 3,100 shulkers. That really is an insane number, but my goal was to stock it once in the season. Although I'm not sure that'll happen. I'm sure we'll run out of 1 or 2 colors eventually. And I honestly didn't do it alone. Mr. Gold was the first to help. He gave me access to his bamboo farm for the rest of the season in exchange for an IOU. I really hope that I don't regret that in the future. But then Norsey Kelsey came over and helped me actually stock the machine. Jan Cat Lady donated some chests. Actually, she sold me some chests. Glitch Intended Gaming, he also sold me a few stacks of chests. And Takotame came over here and helped test out the machine as well. So we had some more tests done, and I did find a few more problems, but it is all working fantastic. The only last thing that I need to do is run some diamonds through it and make sure that we don't get double boxes, and of course we need to plan a build around this thing. We won't be doing the full build around it in this episode. That would just make this episode way too long. But I have been thinking about what I want the sides and the floor of this pit to be, and I'm thinking just really mysterious. I think I just want to go full black concrete. I think that's going to make this contraption look really cool. Although I'm still proving to have a really bad habit of choosing expensive blocks. We're going to need a ton of gravel and a ton of sand. Let me go gather that. And mission accomplished. Look how amazing this looks. This was almost 2 shulkers of black concrete and almost a shulker of string at the bottom. That looks so crazy to me. It's like, uh-oh. And apparently we have mob spawning somewhere. I'm gonna have to figure that one out. But as I was saying, check out this floor of string here. It's like a piece of graph paper or something. Makes it look very, very technical, very, very measured out. Moving right along though, I think I want to add some white glass across this whole thing. And there we go, we're all done placing the glass, and it looks much, much better. And while this looks amazing, and we probably could just leave it like this, and it looked good enough to be in the shopping district, I do like the idea of putting a build around it so they don't actually see the full effect until they walk into the front door. So we're definitely going to be building something around this. Not sure what just yet, but that's what creative mode's for. But like I said earlier, my work's not done here. I do need to run some diamonds through it, test out each individual color, make sure it only gives 1 box. And on top of that, I do want to write up some instructions in the form of a lectern with a book. So when people come in here, they know that they don't have to put in 1 diamond at a time or anything. They can just dump their diamonds in, click as many buttons as they want, and as soon as their diamonds run out, that lamp will go off. I want it to be as simple as possible for the paper hats. But anyways, it is getting dark now in game, and it is very, very fitting because this is all the time I have left for this episode. Guys, thanks so much for being here. This was a big one. We did a lot of redstone. We placed a lot of things. So if you liked what you see, please do hit the like button. If you want to see more, please do subscribe. It helps me out with that YouTube algorithm. Guys, thanks so much for being here, and I will see you for episode 10. In the last episode, we built this monstrosity of a redstone machine. This is a shulker vending machine, and it works great. But before we get into today's adventures, I do want to welcome you into the wonderful world of Everbloom, Paper Hats Season 4. I'm Dr. Jankovic, and today we are going to be building something around this shop. Because while the machine and the void pit here looks absolutely amazing, from the surface here, it is just a little bit lackluster, so we need to make something epic around it. Since this is a shulker shop and the end dimension is my favorite dimension, obviously it's going to be end themed. In order to do this, we're going to need a few resources, so let's go on over to the end, gather up what we need, but first, let's check the pop-up shop for extra profits. Oh my goodness. 24 diamonds, look at that. And we got to be sure to flex on all the other paper hats. And unfortunately, there were 6 extra diamonds. We can't make a block out of that, so we'll put a light blue shulker up there. And now that we have our salesman duties out of the way, let's get on with the end. And we're back. All I can say is that was one heck of a resource grind. Also, I was able to load up a creative world and get a cool design together. It's going to be really, really big, very, very impressive for the shopping district. And these are all our supplies over here. We're using many different colors of concrete. We're using a lot of purple blocks to keep the end theme. And we're using over 700 shulkers in here, so I'm really excited to put this together. And you know what that means? Let's roll that time lapse. Now, what did you think about that time lapse? You can probably guess what I'm gonna say about it. Of course, I always love making the time lapses. But when I set out to build a shulker shop, I didn't expect it to be this epic. It was just supposed to be a pretty standard shop, but I had a whole lot of fun designing this, and one thing led to another, and now we have this monstrosity of a shulker store. I almost gave up on the idea of an end city boat holding up the top of a shulker with chains. But at the end of the day, I figured, you know what? This is Paper Hats. We're here to grind out some serious projects, and just look at what happened. Although it's not quite done yet, there is a little bit more work I have to do. I need to cover up these frog lights here on the concrete blocks. By the way, these things were a serious pain to gather. Just a whole lot of dyes, a whole lot of converting different types of concrete, that sort of thing. Not to mention here on the end ship, I forgot these ladders here. And last but not least, you may have noticed the biggest flaw in this design. There is absolutely no front door. We have completely sealed off all of our amazing redstone. That looks like a decent enough entrance. I figured since I designed this entire thing in creative, made a schematic, and basically just pasted it into a survival world, I figured I'd improvise on the front door, and look how nice that turned out. I like the black glass to give it some contrast, and I just played around with it, gave it a nice little awning here. It looks very, very good in my opinion. Let me know what you think. I like that little front entrance. And moving on to everybody's least favorite parts. Actually, I know a couple people who enjoy interiors, but that's what we've got to do here. We've got to make this attractive looking. And also, I have to make myself a little bit of a maintenance entrance. Currently, it is such a pain in the neck to actually get into this redstone and check how many diamonds I've made. And not to mention, we have a bit of a mob problem still. I have been informed in my last video by Cremulous that string doesn't actually prevent mob spawning, so we're gonna have to get down there and hide some lights under the redstone. The great news is we're on the home stretch of this build. We are almost done with it. The bad news is we're going to have to clean up this absolutely ginormous shulker monster that we have been creating. But to explain what we did in that montage there, we placed some lights to disable mob spawning at the bottom of this thing. And as far as a maintenance area, I decided to just cover up the sides. Now, that may not look like anything, but that's actually a solid black concrete wall. If we mine out a couple of blocks, we can go back here, do what we need to do, and nobody will ever see a thing. Furthermore, I've given this contraption a different frame. I went with the end stone brick to go with the end theme, and I gave it some frog lights to light it up a little bit. It was a little bit dark in here. Also, I know at least one person on the server here is a little bit colorblind. I can't remember which colors he has trouble seeing, but I decided just to label every single box. The colors look really, really pretty, but this may help out somebody. And of course, since I was removing blocks and such from the actual contraption, I gave it a quick test just to make sure I didn't break anything, and looks like it's still working. Last but not least, I did type up a lectern and a book that people can come in, read, and understand how the shop works. Welcome to the Shulker store. Thank you for stopping by. Here at the Shulker store, we know you'll enjoy the finest shulker boxes in Everbloom. Instructions. Number 1, deposit as many diamonds as you would like in the barrel. Careful, only deposit as many as you need shulker boxes. You cannot retrieve unused diamonds. When the light turns on, you're ready to press a button, Number 3, please wait a couple seconds between button presses. Number 4, keep pressing buttons until the light turns off. This means you've run out of diamonds. Number 5, enjoy. Your boxes will be delivered to you via water stream in the floor. If you experience difficulties, please contact Dr. Jankovic directly. And for financial hardship, please go to page 15. On page 15, we say, sorry about your luck, we're not a charity. Go mining. Just a helpful piece of advice to the paper hats. And there you have it, we are ready for business. To have the paper hats come in, use the contraption, spend as many diamonds as they would like. And you know what? If this shulker monster stays here for a little while, that's okay too. Honestly, I think we should probably clean up this area a little bit, so I don't know, maybe we spend a few minutes to clean this up. Hey, look guys, it's all clean here. All the shulker monster's gone. It's perfect. Let's change the subject and grab our diamonds from the pop-up shop. Unfortunately, we only have 6 diamond blocks right now, but I have advertised to the other paper hats that the new and improved shulker store is now open. So I'm hoping that there's quite a few diamonds stored in there that we can make a few more blocks with. Ooh, look at that. We have 15 diamonds down here in the barrel. And with the diamonds from the extra diamond box, we have enough to make 2 more diamond blocks. So we now have 8. I've been torn whether or not I want to use this deck or this deck up here to stack all my diamonds. And honestly, I may turn this deck into a bit of a workshop since it's connected to what I'm going to call our storage down here. So I think I'm going to use this upper deck here to start stacking our diamonds. And look at that. It's a little bit of a janky stack so far, but I'm confident we're going to make a lot of sales. So that stack is going to grow quickly. And you know, I can't lie to you guys, I have a bit of a secret. A moment ago, I called this the storage area. That's right, I think I'm gonna make this where we create shulker boxes, dye them, and have a little workshop for us to restock quickly if need be, but that is right, that's where the shulker monster went. So sometime on stream, this is not video content at all, but sometime on stream, I'm gonna sort through these and get my storage in order. Out of sight, out of mind, right? Now that the shulker store is completed and we have it all squared away, let's switch gears for a little bit. Mr. Gold here on the server, this is his rocket shop right here. He's keeping us all flying around the server at high velocity, and we very much thank him for it. He's had a very, very busy couple of weeks lately, and he said, yeah, it would probably be a big help if I could stock the shop for him. So let's head on over to Mr. Gold's base, get the supplies we need, and we'll dump a whole bunch of rockets in here. And we're on our way back. I've got a complete shulker of sugarcane and gunpowder. He made it very, very easy on us. He's been AFKing at his farms at his base, so we can just quickly grab it. And in case you didn't know, rockets are actually made 3-to-1. So a shulker of gunpowder and a shulker of sugarcane goes a very long way. 1 stack of gunpowder, 1 stack of paper equals 3 stacks of rockets. And from the looks of it, he's got a lot of barrels in here, so hopefully we can make that happen. There wasn't quite enough rockets. He's got so many barrels in here, I figured there would be a lot of stock left, and we wouldn't have to use all that gunpowder and sugarcane we brought, but all that almost just barely stocked this whole side over here. Over here, we have a couple of half-filled barrels, but for the most part, there's still a ton of stock here. And not to be nosy, but he is making bank over here. 40 diamonds just sitting here. And I can tell you, that's not the first time I've seen that many diamonds in that chest. I think Mr. Gold is absolutely stacked this season. Makes me wonder if I should have went into the rocket business. Mr. Gold really is a great friend, so I'm always happy to help him out. And since we have the shulker store all squared away, we've advertised to the other paper hats so people know about it. And I've cleaned up my shulker monster. I think it's time to switch gears once again. Let's head back over to my base. It's been a while, and let's sort of get a list together of what we need to start working on at our base. And while I can't give too much information, there is a certain build competition going up on the server. We have at least 1 episode before that happens, so I want to get some work done on the base before we have to dedicate a lot of time to that. In case you missed my earlier episodes or you're just not caught up, this is my base this season. It's absolutely massive. We have the centerpiece done. None of the interior is done yet, but we have the exterior walls all marked out. To explain what's going on here, the blue concrete are the edges of the walls and paths. Halfway through, I had the sense to make the paths powdered concrete while making the walls, for the most part, hardened concrete. When I was sick a couple weeks ago, I just sort of grinded out getting some netherite and filling in where the actual walls will be. This is supposed to represent what you won't be able to see. And you may be wondering what the walls will look like. And I can tell you the main building block in these walls will be stone bricks. That's right, we'll be placing, I would say, well over 100,000 stone bricks on this base. It's going to be absolutely massive. And of course, the first challenge I have with that is getting all of the stone. If we pop down this ladder, we've started digging out a cavern here with Dakota May's help. And this is all just under the island. This is all space that we're never gonna look at, so it's free stone for us. I may do some time lapses in the future on video clearing out some of the stone, but it's honestly kind of boring video content. So for the most part, if I do digging content, it'll be over at twitch.tv/Dr. Jankovic. Go follow me there. If you've made it this far in the video, I really commend you. Thank you so much for the support. This video is a little bit shorter than I thought it would be, but it's a pretty good length. And unfortunately, that is all the time I have left for this episode. Guys, if you like what you see, please do hit the like button. And if you want to see more, please do subscribe so you get notified every time I upload a new video. Guys, thank you so much for being here. I will see you in episode 11 of Paper Hats Season 4. In the last episode of Paper Hats, we built a massive shulker store around our shulker vending machine. And in this episode, we're going to spend a little bit of time at our base here, expanding the walls. That's right, it's been just a centerpiece for way too long, and it's time to expand some of the walls and maybe even work on the paths a little bit. But before we do anything too crazy, welcome into the wonderful world of Everbloom. I'm Dr. Jankovic, and it's nice to meet you. If you didn't see the last episode, I definitely recommend it, but if you don't want to click away, that's fine too. But like I said, the main building block in these walls are going to be stone brick. Of course, there's going to be contrasting colors. We're going to make it look nice, but the bare bones block of the wall is going to be stone bricks, which if you follow down the trail of logic there, we're going to need a whole bunch of stone. Off camera, I've been mining for a whole bunch of stone here, and we have quite a few shulker boxes, but I think I'm going to gather a few more. If we go down this ladder here, you can see that I have started to sort of just dig out up under my island. Nobody's really going to see under my island. We may build some stuff down here, but for the most part, this is just free stone. But you know what? Gathering up a whole bunch of stone is really boring, so why don't you come along with me to check for profits in the shulker shop, and maybe by the time I get back, we'll have a whole bunch more stone. And there it is in all its glory. Let's see if we made any extra diamonds. Oh, look at that. We made 4 diamonds, but that's better than nothing. 4 is definitely not enough for an entire block, so we'll just put the light blue shulker down again. You know, I forgot we still had a pop-up shop. Let's check on over there too. Ah, there it is, our jankily made shulker box. And no sales. I gotta say, I have been advertising pretty heavily that giant shulker shop over there, so I'm sure everyone's done with this. We probably need to think about taking this down. I don't feel like it though, so let's get back to what we were doing. And now that we have our business owner duties out of the way, it's time to start working on the base here. While we were away, I was able to get a couple more shulkers of stone here, but I kind of had a revelation here. I think I should use what I have here to lay down the template with stone bricks and things. Then I may have a better idea of how many stone bricks we're actually going to need for this. That way I don't accidentally overcommit. Last season I ended up with so many resources that I didn't use. This time I think I want to try to be a little bit less wasteful. And now we're on top of the tower here, and I started to mark out where everything is going to go. Everything with an open entrance here is going to be a path, and then everything that is marked off with red will end up being a wall. And right now, since I didn't think to mark off the paths and the walls clearly with powdered concrete, it's kind of hard to tell which one is which. And I get easily confused with these types of things, so I think the first step is going to be mark out the paths with stone brick slabs. That way when we see a full block, we know it's going to be a wall. So let's go ahead and get this path outline laid down. And you know what that means? Let's roll a time lapse. Welcome back, guys. I wanted to give you a bit of an update. We now have all the paths laid out. Everything else is going to be the walls, so this makes it really easy to see. As promised, we will be working on the walls today, but first, I think I want to start getting these staircases worked out. Let's head back to spawn. We'll smelt up some stone for that sweet smooth stone, and I'll be right back. Welcome back. Unfortunately, I forgot to record most of the staircase making, but I can give you an update. Now, these ones that are straight on turned out absolutely perfect. However, if we go on over to these ones that are kind of diagonal, but not a perfect diagonal, they came out looking just a little bit weird. However, I think once we develop the base and start getting some borders along the staircases, getting all the walls in, we won't notice the stairs too much. So they really just need to be functional. And once we get all the blocks in, there may be a better block to blend this in with rather than smooth stone. So who knows? I'm just grateful I can actually walk up and down this now instead of having to place 2 temporary blocks along the wall. It's the small things that matter. Moving right along, however, it's time to place down those stone bricks. And instead of going the full height of the wall, I think I want to just make these 3 blocks high. So in case I don't actually like the layout, I'm not married to it and I can just tear them down. If we went with the full height, we'd have a little bit of a bigger problem there. But it's time to blast through these shulker boxes of stone and let's get that second time lapse rolling. Welcome back, everyone. As always, I hope you enjoyed that time lapse, but we got all these blocks placed down in a lot less time than I thought. It only took about 2 to 3 hours. And like I said before the time lapse, the walls are the blocks that are 3 blocks high and the paths are marked out with slabs here. So we have a really good idea of how the city's going to be laid out. And not to mention, I have a really good idea of how much stone brick I'm actually going to need. All this was about 3 shulker boxes or so of stone bricks. We're gonna need about 12 to 14 more boxes, I would say, if I'm gonna estimate, which is not a problem. We've already got, I don't know, 10 or so shulker boxes here already. The most difficult part about this is we're gonna need just a ton of quartz. I've mentioned that in previous episodes. Similar to how we have quartz pillars on the sides of the tower in the middle, we're gonna need to do that to all these walls. Around the curves, the straight line walls, and around the outer edge and inside edge. We're talking tens of thousands of quartz blocks, which are not easy to gather, so we're not going to be completing that in this episode. However, there is a lot more cleanup that I can do to the inner ring here, like convert all this stone to grass. Also, I want to make this path similar to the one we have up here beside the tower. I want to have a border of dark oak trapdoors and then go in with the slabs, so this path is actually going to be 1 block wider. I have to say our work is really paying off. We have pretty well a mock-up here of what it's going to end up looking like. Now, the entrance here, you have to use your imagination a little bit. We are going to have a nice door with a gate and everything, and we still need to put a door on the tower itself. But I think the trapdoors and the stone brick slabs look absolutely amazing. It matches up here, and we're going to carry that throughout the entire city. But I would say we've done about enough here. I do need to gather a lot more resources, and while I have most of the resources to get this done, I don't have everything, and namely, I need a lot more quartz. So I think the next episode, we're going to do a big push to get the inner walls done and some of the quartz laid out. I'm really eager to see what it looks like coming out this front door. And just a refresher, this base is based on the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, the Imperial City. Once we get the wall pretty well done, we're going to have a direct comparison of coming out of the white gold tower and seeing what the walls look like, and just put everything into perspective to make sure we're building everything to scale and all that. But while we're done working on the base at the moment, I do want to switch gears. There is a little bit of a pressing issue at spawn that I want to help resolve. If you've been watching Season 4 from the beginning, you'll know that this area is Takotame's community farms. We come over here regularly for steak and different crops when they come up, and I've been pinching a bit of bone meal from over there. Just to the left here is Victor Dez's iron farm. He's got 2 pods here, and it pumps out a ton of iron, as you can see. Both these double chests are full, and the reason I brought up Takotame is poor Tack. She is having to come over here every once in a while, clean it out for us on the server, and I want to make her life easier. So I'm thinking this little hole here, we put a storage, and once that storage is filled, the overflow gets burnt, because honestly, we do not need any more iron on the server. Look at all this. We have we have so many iron blocks. I don't think we're ever going to use this much. So I'm going to have to place down some chests, do some redstone. It should be a pretty simple job, but let's get this done. And for this episode, I would say this is another job well done. We now have 16 double chests that the iron can fill up as much as it can, and then the rest is going to get burnt. Now, this does reduce lag technically on the server. A few pieces of iron sitting on these hoppers behind me really isn't that much lag, to be honest with you, but small things do add up, so it's good to take care of those small things before they become big things. But it is nighttime, so let me go find a bed, take a nap, and make it daytime. Perfect, it's a brand new day, and I wanted to give a special mention to this path over here. It looks so nice. Eventually we're gonna have a horse race around spawn in the shopping district, and somebody made this really nice path. There's a couple of other things that people have been working on, but I would say so far this is the most impressive, and I found out that this was by Superboy Gamer, so he did a really terrific job on this path, and it makes me want to start working on my own section. So I've got to think about which section I want to work on, and I'm thinking this might be an opportunity to make a section over in the shopping. Oh, look at that, chunkers. Okay, I had to stop and load chunks. I'm really not sure what caused that, but over here I'm thinking we might want to make a section in the shopping district and have it sponsored by the Shulker store. Might be a way to advertise a little bit and get more sales. And before we completely wrap up this video, I do want to mention one more thing. One more thing that we've been working on that's going to help out the paper hats even more. One thing I haven't really mentioned is how I'm keeping my tools all repaired. I always have my tools on me. They seem to always have durability, and that's because I have been trading mercilessly with tax villagers. I need a whole bunch of quartz this season, so whenever my tools start breaking, I just head on over to the villager area, trade some iron, and turn those iron ingots into quartz blocks, and it helps me out and repairs my tools at the same time. However, the server as a whole hasn't really had a good way to repair our tools until now. Recently on stream, I have been working on this. This is an Enderman farm with a very safe tunnel to get to it. If we fly to the end of it here, we can drop down this chute, walk onto the carpet, everything is closed in, and then we can start swiping at these Endermen. And eventually, after a few swipes, we'll start getting a ton of XP. This is a design by Nimbon. It's a really easy Enderman farm. It only takes about 7 stacks of leaves, a few daylight sensors, and other very easy to get materials. Some modifications I've made is I've given it a proper storage system. If you download the world from Nimbon's channel, he'll just have droppers that spit the ender pearls into the void because you really don't need that many ender pearls. But we have a lot of people on the server, so I added a couple double chests to keep the ender pearls so we can grab a stack or two whenever we need them. And this third chest here actually sorts out the enderman heads. Enderman heads are kind of hard to get, so I wanted to keep them this season. There's been so much happening on the server, I just wanted to keep you guys updated. But unfortunately, that is all the time I have left for this episode. Guys, I will see you for episode 12 of Paper Hat Season 4. If you like what you see, please do hit the like button. It absolutely helps me out. Please do subscribe if you want to see more. And guys, thanks so much for being here if you've made it this point, and I will see you next time. In the last episode of Paper Hat Season 4, we started building up the walls and marking the paths at the main base. We also built an automated storage system for the iron farm at spawn, and we showcased the newly built Enderman farm for the server in the end. In this episode, I plan to make a big push to finish the interior walls as far as stacking up the stone bricks, placing some of the quartz, and starting to get some of those finer details worked out. But before we get carried away placing a whole bunch of blocks, welcome into the wonderful world of Everbloom. I'm Dr. Jankovic, and this is episode 12. Flying around like this, you can see the project before us here, and today what I want to do is focus on these inner walls here. This means we're going to stack them all the way up to about 10 to 12 blocks, whatever looks best, and we're also going to start spacing out some of the quartz blocks that's going to go in between. I'm not confident I have enough quartz, however, throughout the video there's going to be times where I'm just off camera, so I can go to the villager trading hall, start trading for some quartz, and hopefully get enough by the end of the episode. First things first, we're going to need supplies, and these boxes over here, if you remember these from the last episode, have a whole bunch of stone in them. This is definitely enough for the inner walls. I don't know that this is enough to finish the entire base, but we're not worried about that today. Again, we're just worried about the inner walls for now. So let's collect up all these shulker boxes, let's block off a couple hours of our time, and let's get to placing. And just like that, we have mega progress with the base here, and it didn't take nearly as long as I thought. The height of the stone walls and the quartz pillars isn't quite something that I ironed out in creative mode. I thought this would be a good survival challenge for me to help myself learn how to measure things better and more efficiently, and it turned out pretty well. Now, I will admit, I didn't do it all alone. I did get some help with my good friend Lightmatica. So now I'm in free cam to demonstrate how I did this here. And I started with this pillar here on the flat wall where one door is going to be. Now, if we go to the right, you'll see that there is another flat wall. Now, there's not going to be a door here, but this is a flat wall. And this is special because this is exactly 1/4 of the entire wall here. So all I had to do was measure out these pillars, and then I could take a schematic of the bottom 2 blocks of this entire quarter slice here, mirror it so it goes over here, and then I was able to place those blocks. And then I created a schematic of 1/2 of this entire circle, mirrored it, and then I had the other side done. Using tools like Lightmatica and things really cuts the time off projects like this. But the work doesn't stop there. In this episode, I was fully intending to only do the inner circle here, but given that this only took 3 to 4 hours, I think we could press on and at least place all the stone and hopefully get started on the outside quartz of the inner circle here. I don't yet have enough quartz to do the entire base. That's probably going to happen on stream a little at a time, but the main bit being we need to place all this stone. So let's roll that second time lapse. Let's lay down some stone. That was a little more of an impressive time lapse, if I do say so myself. We did place almost 20,000 stone brick blocks, and listen, I don't say that to mean, hey, look how much work I've done. I'm just saying that because I don't think it's enough, and we're gonna have to place a few more here, so be prepared for a third time lapse of sorts. When I had the inner walls here done, it definitely looked big enough. I stood in the doorway, I measured it with my crosshair, and it looked pretty normal when we just had this one ring. However, building out all the other walls, it looked a little bit short to me, so I loaded up the Oblivion game once again and just compared things. And yeah, these walls in the game go almost up to about the same height as this. Maybe 5 or 6 blocks lower if we were going to translate that distance into blocks. So that's what I've done over here. I've put a little bit of a pillar here, and I think we can get away with this. And remember, once we get that up there flat, we're going to have to put a few decorations up on the wall, like almost little spikes. So that's going to make up for the extra distance, and I think it'll look a little bit better. And if you're wondering, yes, we did use all these stone bricks that I had saved up for this part of the wall. Almost 10 shulker boxes worth, but I have done a ton of mining since then. And I have 11 more shulker boxes here that we can place down. So I think we're going to end up with more than enough, but we're going to need a lot more stone bricks throughout the builds to build all the buildings and put towards other projects, of course. So always good to have extra. And as a side note, I've been getting all my stone from down here. And as a side note, I mentioned this in the last episode, but this is where I've been getting all my stone. It looks a little bit emptier now. There are some weird dirt formations here. I just don't need the dirt right now, so I'm going to keep those there until I do need it. But yeah, this is getting cleared out here. So yeah, give me some ideas down in the comments of what we should do with this. Now, in the game, there are like sewers and secret tunnels down under this. I don't know if I want to spend that much time planning all that and giving a purpose to each tunnel. But down here, we can do like farms. Maybe we could do 1 or 2 secret exits or something like that. Maybe prisons. Possibilities are endless. But instead of giving myself more and more work, let's get the project at hand done. And that looks much, much better. This is exactly the height that I need. And obviously, it'll be a little bit higher once we get the decorations on top of the wall. And even walking out of the main tower here, you can see that these walls actually look like walls that would defend against something. So they look very, very grand. I like them. I'm a little intimidated on how much work it's going to be to get these quartz pillars looking nice, because we do need to add some arches. We need to add some details to the bottom. It's still pretty early on in the season of Paperhat Season 4, so it's going to be a fun journey making this look perfect. But unfortunately, at this point, I am all out of stone. And we've placed so many blocks this episode, I don't really want to bore you guys with more block placing. So off camera, I will be doing a whole bunch of stone collecting, all that good stuff. And maybe off camera, I'll place those blocks, or you might see a short bonus time lapse in the next episode. But I want to switch gears for a second. There is something I have been working on behind the scenes. It's a build contest. Mr. Gold is hosting a build competition over at his base. I think it's just a ploy for him to fill out his base a little bit more, but I'm having fun with it. It's desert oasis themed, and I had a really interesting idea for it. Mr. Gold's base is looking so cool these days, those 3 pyramids. I've been told that's not actually his base, that's just where his farms are going. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty epic, whatever his main base is gonna be. But over here, we have been working away at the building competition, and you can see here I have something started. I started with a grass plot, and then I filled it in with some moss texturing, just to give it a little bit more life, a little bit more color. And I had a vision of like not a coliseum, but circular pillars here. It's gonna have a really nice top on it, and in the middle we have a shrine to a creeper. Now this is all gonna have foliage around it. It's gonna have all the green bits and everything. And on the inside, it's going to be a nice stone path, all textured nice. It's very much in its infancy. But we use Lightmatica so much on the channel here, I wanted to make this small build freehand and just see what I could pull off and play around with the textures and things. And I've had a lot of fun lately. I had the intention to save this build for the next episode, make a whole episode about the build competition over here, but honestly, while this is a pretty large plot for a build competition, it's not that big of a build itself, so I don't think I can make it into a full video, to be honest with you, at least an interesting one. So I went ahead and started on this project on stream, and I think we should go ahead and finish this out. There's not a whole lot of work we need to get done, but there are some azalea trees, some other things that we need to put around, some foliage, and just make it look nice. I've got a whole bunch of supplies over here already. Let me see what I can come up with. First things first, we need to sort out the middle path here. And the pillars still look awful. Let's fix that. And we are nearly there. You can see behind me, it's getting more and more detailed by the minute. And we even have a fancy rock over here. The only thing we're lacking are these things, the leafy bits. We need to hang them down from the arches and get some on the ground here, maybe along the pillars. I have collected a few stacks of leaves. I'm not sure that'll be enough, but we do have azalea bushes that we can grow into trees and collect the leaves a little more. Let's get it done. And look at that build right there. I love it. It's really amazing what a few leaves can do to a build, just to break up the repetitiveness of it and give it a little bit more life and a new color as well. And I initially thought I would put some greenery on the creeper itself, but you know what? I think it looks fine because it is sort of a monument. Somebody would try to keep that clean at least for a while, so maybe there's no greenery on that. I also added some lights under these carpets here, so nothing can spawn here. I think everything is spawn proofed out here as well due to these candles. I think we're all good to go. I think this is our finished submission. And if you're wondering about this mess over here, I've got a plan for that too. Unfortunately, that is all the time I have left for this video. If I end the video now, I do not have to clean that up. So guys, thank you so much for watching. If you liked what you see, do hit the like button, subscribe, all that YouTube stuff. Thanks so much for being here, and I will see you for episode 13 of Paper Hats Season 4. episode of Paper Hat Season 4, we spent most of our time here at the base. We placed over 50,000 blocks to get these walls up to max height, and then we popped on over to Mr. Gold's base, where we built this humble creeper shrine. This was for his build competition that he's hosting in his desert oasis. In my opinion, it turned out fantastic. In today's episode, it's finally time to start getting some real progress in one of the 6 districts that surround the White Gold Tower. The first one I'll be working on is the Market District. Before we get too carried away, I'm Dr. Jankovic, and welcome into the wonderful world of Everbloom. This is a moment we've been waiting for. We're finally able to start on one of the districts. Recently on stream, I spent a whole lot of time measuring all this stuff out, trying to get it as symmetrical as possible. However, with the way the walls are and the way Minecraft is, it couldn't be completely symmetrical. So we're gonna have an interesting challenge of making this district look good, even though it's not symmetrical and there's a lot of diagonals. Historically, I'm not too great at making diagonals look good, but you know what? Minecraft is a learning experience, and I'm willing to learn, so we'll make this look great. First things first, you probably noticed there's a lack of quartz brick down on the paths here. That's because these blocks are a little bit tedious to get. Your 3 options are piglin bartering trading, mining, and villager trading. Now here on the server, we have 2 of those methods so far. We have villager trading and we have mining. Between the 2, I've been able to keep myself entertained. I have been mining a ton of blocks, and honestly, villager trading is so much faster. I switch between the 2 when I get burnt out on the other one. And with that being said, I do have an entire shulker of blocks of quartz. Let's bang out this path here, and we'll get it all converted to quartz brick. As you can see here, we have all the paths converted to quartz brick, and we're ready to start on this area over here. This whole time we've started from the inside, working our way outside, so it only makes sense that we start here. Now in the game, I will put a screenshot up on screen here so you know what it looks like, but there's a nice path, there's some pools of water, and of course we're gonna have to work on those quartz pillars here on this wall. The quartz pillars in these districts really make me nervous because around the circles, we can do it very symmetrical. However, around these walls here and over here, you see that one is flat over there. This one is a diagonal. In these 2 halves here of the circle, everything's just different. So we're gonna have to really measure it out by hand. But who knows, maybe once we get one district down, the other 5 will be really easy. So without further ado, I think this is a big enough project to roll a time lapse. Well, that was a lot of fun. We got the quartz pillars placed down, and we have these water pools all finished, complete with texturing and some seagrass to give it some more detail. One thing we thought of on stream is to complement the water here, we put some diorite on the bottom of the quartz pillars to kind of make it look ruined, and we even placed some deep slate bricks instead of stone bricks because it would make sense that the water would kind of waterlog the stone and make it slightly darker. I thought that was a really nice addition. But so far we have the quartz pans down, we have the waterways there. I think it's time we try to do one of these buildings here, at least get started on it. But first we do have to switch gears for just a moment. If you remember in a previous episode, Mr. Gold helped us out with a lot of chests. He gave us access to his bamboo farm for the rest of the season in exchange for an IOU. Now in that video, I told you that, you know what, I hope that doesn't backfire. And honestly, it really didn't. He asked for 6 shulkers of mud, which honestly isn't too much to ask, especially since we have basically unlimited free wood for the rest of the season. So I think that's fair. Although we're gonna have to go to a mangrove swamp, we're gonna have to get 6 shulkers, and we're gonna have to use some shovels. I think I may only have 1 shovel, so we may need to do some enchanting as well. Let's see here. We have a whole bunch of shovels, so we should be good. And we're on our way. I'll see you at the mangrove swamp. Well, getting 6 shulkers of mud was a little more painful than I thought, but honestly wasn't too bad. Took a little under 2 hours. And we have most of it here. We're just lacking a little over a stack. I think I'm just gonna take some dirt from my tower and convert it into mud manually. And here's all the dirt we're gonna make mud out of. All we need is a block of water, some water bottles, and then we can get to converting. And then we can dig all this up. I love the noise it makes. And you know, we can't just give any old shulker box to Mr. Gold. We need to dye them the right color, so let's make some mud-colored boxes. And we're off. Let's go to Mr. Gold's base. You know, while we're here, we might as well scope out the build competition. Looks like we got some builds coming up. I think this is Jan's plot. Looking great so far. And the others have a bit to make up, but I'm sure they'll get right on that. Such a smart thing to do, to host a build competition to fill out your area. Maybe we need to do that. But let's get back on track here. We need to leave these mud blocks for Mr. Gold. If I had to guess, this blue block is the middle of the pyramid. Now, it does look like he has mismeasured. Maybe. I'm not too sure about that. But I think right beside here, we're just going to leave a tower of boxes. There we go. He'll definitely notice that. Make sure to leave a sign. And you know what? Mr. Gold can't have any old sign. He's got to have a gold plated sign, I guess. I mean, that's more like gold foil, gold text. I'm not really sure. It's yellow text on a side. But there we go. Debt's paid. We have everything we need to do. It is time to stop procrastinating. Let's get back to the base and let's work on the build. All right, guys, it is time to stop procrastinating. We need to get on with the build over there. We need to do that building over there. But you know what? I just had a thought. It is a little bit distracting having open walls while we're trying to make that place over there look good. So maybe we cap it off. Definitely not procrastinate. I mean, this is important work here. Let's grab some stone brick slabs, and we'll cap this off. Now, when you're capping off walls, it's extremely important to take your time and place each one perfectly. It just makes sure that you don't have to destroy anything and place it again. Saves so much time. But this really is just a lot of careful placing. So give me just a few minutes. I will see you back here, and we'll review it when it's done. And here we are. We have placed a whole bunch of stone brick slabs all the way around the market district. And yes, I realize what this means. I have to finally quit procrastinating. We've got to get this build done. But honestly, it was nice to get this done here. I've been meaning to cap off all the walls lately. I've just been doing it in little segments. And it was nice to grind the market district all in one go. But let's talk about this build for just a second. So I will put some reference images up on the screen right now, just so you can kind of see the block palette and the theme that we're going for here. But this will be a bit of a courtyard here in the middle. There's going to be a little pavilion here. There's going to be multiple shops along the inner walls, and maybe there might be a few on the outer edges. I haven't decided just yet. But my plan is to worry about the layout of the building later. I know that's not normally a great idea. However, I'm not really sure what shops are going to go where just yet, and I'm not sure what I'm going to be storing in them. Plus, I really want to get you guys involved. So if you have any ideas for shops and what I should store in them, please do leave them down in the comments. So all I'm worried about today is getting the exterior mostly done. I want to get the walls up, and I definitely want to get the roof up to finally see what the roof is going to look like. So let me gather a few supplies out of my tower, and we'll see where we're at. And we're back with some supplies here. Now, the smooth quartz I had to leave back at spawn. It is actively smelting up, but we all know what smooth quartz looks like. But other things I brought is a lot of diorite and an entire shulker of stone bricks. It's really not that complicated of a build. The plan is to put down stone bricks and the quartz pillars that are on the outside of the building. Maybe we'll build some archways with the diorite, but once that's done, we'll go and smelt up a few stone bricks and add some crack to it just to give it a little bit more texture. And as you saw in the reference pics, I will put them up on the screen again. That's pretty much all the texture we'll need. It's pretty simple. It's just the tricky part is making it look right with all these diagonals. So let's get started. That was definitely an interesting build, and honestly, I'm not sure that I like it. Now, first of all, the roof almost looks good, but it's not quite there. With the way I measured this, I think I could have done better in hindsight. The way I measured out the building meant there were imperfect diagonals, and that just doesn't work with a roof like this, as I'm finding out. Not to mention none of it's oxidized, and it's supposed to be fully oxidized. But if we use our imagination and imagine all the orange as green, we can still see that it looks terrible. And I've spent so many hours so far trying to get this as smooth as possible, but it just doesn't look very good, does it? Just to put this out there, I am not a quitter. I did try some things to make it look better. Aside from trying to smooth out the roof as much as possible, I tried to do some fancy textures here on the walls just to take away from the roof. I was hoping maybe it would even itself out, but it just did not do the trick. Although I do like these textures, I like the polished diorite up top, and I like the tough at the bottom. That's definitely a start, but I just can't get over that roof. And you know, sometimes you just gotta know when to start over. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tear all this down, and we're gonna start over. I think there's a much better way to blueprint this building than what I've done here, so it's all gotta come down. But before we do that, you've already heard me complain about it. I think it would be wise to take all the copper that I have and use the next district over, turn this into a copper field where we can oxidize all the copper before we actually use it. That'd probably look so much better than having to wait for all the orange to turn green. There's something just so satisfying about a field of copper neatly organized. Look at all this. I was watching a stream recently where they were making this diagonal pattern, and honestly, it makes a lot of sense. I think this is still the maximum distance to make copper oxidize fastest, and you can even see it's already oxidizing more than our roof over there, so it must be working. With that being said, it is time to start working on taking down the building over there. I love a good destruction time lapse, don't you? And that's a job well done. It honestly felt very good to tear that down. But we've got plenty of wool. Let's go ahead and mark out the blueprint. And here's the blueprint. I'm feeling much better about it this time. So now that we have it on the ground here, I can finally show you. So over here, if we look at this path, this diagonal is what I call a perfect diagonal. I'm not sure if that's the right term for that, but that's what I call it. Basically, it just means there are consistent blocks all the way down the diagonal. So 2 blocks, 2 blocks, 2 blocks, and it just repeats like that. My problem that I was having with the old building is I was trying to conform the outer edges to this path here and vice versa over there. And then over here, I was doing some kind of janky diagonal, trying to make it look like the shape of the building in the game, but obviously that didn't work out for Minecraft, and then it made my roof all wonky. So then the other thing I had to worry about was, do I want a 2-block center? Do I want a 1-block center? And obviously I want a 1-block center. So I made sure to make everything 7 wide on the diagonals because we're mainly going to be using the side spaces as shops. The back section here, we were able just to do a straight diagonal, nothing special about it. And it looked wide enough with just 5 blocks in the middle, but we got to keep it odd, so there is a middle block here. And over on this side, it is a janky diagonal, but it does repeat all the way down. So you have 2 blocks, 1 block, 2 block, 1 block, and so on. And so these inside walls, I made it match exactly with the outside walls. So as long as we can find a pattern for the roof, we can mirror it on both sides and meet up in the middle. That's the hope, at least, and maybe we can avoid having to tear this thing down again. I've got all my supplies in order in this chest here. Let's try this again and see how it goes. Okay, so it's been about 4 or 5 days or so since the last clip. It's just been a while since I've talked to you. It's been a lot of hours of building and deciding things, but it's been fun. Let's talk about it. This thing looks absolutely amazing, and it's gonna look a little bit different from the time lapse just because we have decided a whole lot of stuff off camera. The reason for this is because it was a whole lot of small things. We did a lot of experimenting over at twitch.tv/drjankovich, and that doesn't make for great video content. It would have been choppy, would have been slow, would have been boring. So I decided just to cut off the time lapse and recap here. So first, let's talk about this roof over here. Now, because of the way we laid out the building with those quote-unquote perfect diagonals, each section of the building had its own perfect diagonal, its own pattern that I was able just to repeat all the way up to the top here. And as long as you make sure that both sides have that same diagonal, it meets up in the middle really neatly. I'm so happy the roof turned out this well. I was really stressed about it. Honestly, I thought I might have to scrap this video and work on something else, but no, it turned out okay. We're just a little bit late publishing this. But that was just one major success of this thing. The other thing I'm so excited about is we were able to pick out the block palette, the style of the doors in the market district. It looks very, very good. First of all, we decided to keep the doors open, not actually have doors that you have to flap open, because they do look neater this way since it's on a diagonal, and also for accessibility. This is going to be my storage after all, and it would have been kind of annoying to have to open a door and go to each shop. Eventually, these will be separated rooms, but we did decide on a floor. This is actually stripped oak with stripped birch and chiseled bookshelves, which were very, very expensive, but we spare no expense here in the Imperial City. And the really cool thing about this, since we have the block palette and the style set out, most of the buildings in the Imperial City, even in the real game, are very, very similar. So we're going to be able to paste this style over to every other building, and they're going to be similar yet very unique in their own way. And I will say we're not quite done with this just yet. I do need to do some details on the wall, and we need to work out some interior so we can start moving our stuff in here. Which brings me to my next point of concern. Obviously, this video was late, like I said, and it was because this was just a tremendous amount of work. Now, like I said, in the future, it's not going to nearly be as much work because we already have everything planned out. But that's probably another good point. If I keep pasting these buildings around, that's probably going to make for boring video content. So here's what I propose. I think I'm going to work on these buildings, the structure, and pasting the styles over on stream mainly. And for these videos, we're going to worry about interiors, thinking about major base plans, figuring out where things go, and we have some very, very special projects coming up very soon that doesn't have to do with just plain old boarding buildings. There's going to be interactive things in this city. If you want a bit of a hint, all I can say is PvP arena. Anyways, I've rambled on for too long. I know this is turning out to be a fairly long video, so I think I'm going to wrap it up there. This is all the time I have left. This video is super late. Guys, thanks so much if you've made it this far. Remember to like, subscribe, leave your feedback down in the comments. Let me know if you like the build or what I can do better to make these videos more interesting. Guys, thank you so much for being here, and I will see you next time for episode 14. In the last episode of Paper Hats, we put a ton of effort into working on our first district in the Imperial City, the Market District. We finished placing down all the quartz on the pads, we built these neat water pools, and not to mention we built this fantastic looking building which will house 4 shops. And in this episode, I hope to get all 4 of these shops all decorated, stocked, and ready to go. But before we get into that, I'm Dr. Jankovich. Welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom. And if you're new to this channel, let me explain what the Market District's about. So instead of having a central storage for everything, I thought it'd be a little more interesting if I used my Market District to house all my goods. So all 4 of these shops will be themed by the end of the episode and stocked. I've already got what they're going to be picked out. Let's go ahead and change those signs. And before I type these out on these signs, a lot of these are inspired by real world shops. Let me know down in the comments if you recognize them. First of all, we have the World Bound Trading Co. Next on the list, we have the Base base depot. I'd be very surprised if some of you don't know where this comes from. The third shop we have is Overworld Brick and Stone. And lastly, but certainly not least, we have the loot shop. That one's a little bit generic, but I promise you it is inspired by a real world company. They just have a bit of a generic name themselves. And to give a brief explanation of what each will have in stock, the Worldbound Trading Co. will have flowers, dyes, and leaves. The base depot will have wood variants, everything wood. Overworld Brick and Stone will be a masonry shop where we can keep all of our stone types. This will be an interesting challenge because there's so many stone variants in the game. We'll have to think of a lot of ways to put in storage. And we have the loot shop, which will be for all of our quote-unquote shinies. Everything we collect in the world, the treasures, things like that, diamonds, all that good stuff. Well, now that's certainly an interesting place for a trader to set up shop. Let's go see what he has. Listen, buddy, you're up on a roof. You're very high up in the air. He's got a lot of goodies, though. It'd be a shame not to make super work for me in the market district, so I'll buy 2 of these. Unheard Nightmare will probably be good if we want to have somebody lurking in the shadows, looking for shady deals and whatnot. Jan Cat Lady absolutely needs to work in the flower shop. That is totally her style. And we can't leave Mr. Gold out, so we'll buy him too. Well, sir, thank you very much. I hope you can stay a while. What a shame. He had to go, but he really couldn't tell me why. But I think it's finally time we actually make some progress on these builds. The first thing we need to do is hide the stone brick. We need interior colors. And also we need to cover up the roof here. So we're gonna put a ceiling up here as well. There's not a whole lot to show in this process. So I think a time lapse fitting. So far, I'm really enjoying how these shops are turning out. Let's look at the interiors. So we'll start with the loot shop, and just remember, these aren't finished by any means. I just wanted to get the interiors done. So in the loot shop, I started with some cherry wood trim. I have some light blue terracotta, and the ceiling, you'll see a familiar pattern in all of the shops. It coincides with the floor here. But for this one, I have an upper layer of quartz and covered it with some blue glass. It makes it all match very nicely, although we will have to put some trim up in the corners here just to make it look a little bit better. And I realize these rooms are very oddly shaped. That's just a challenge we're gonna have to overcome, but I think there's plenty of space here to put all our displays and all the storage and everything we'll need. Next on the list, we have the Overworld Brick and Stone. Now this is a brick and stone store, so it's got to be a little bit tougher. So I went with polished deep slate bricks, all those gray blocks, and the ceiling here is actually basalt, polished basalt that is, and blast furnaces. Looks so good. Third on the list, we have Base Depot, which this is basically, if you thought of a lumber store in your mind, this is probably what you'd think of. So we have the oak logs, the stripped spruce logs, which match very, very well, surprisingly. And just a quartz ceiling. Very simple, very minimalist, but it serves its purpose as a log shop, I think. Last but not least, we have Worldbound Trading Co. This is one I've already experimented with the trim, so let me know what you think down in the comments. So as you can see here, I have just made some repeating patterns on the wall here. We started with some mossy stone brick here, and we've got the fences with all that stuff. It looks really nice. It looks kind of bulky right now, but I think once we get the displays and all the barrels with everything in it, it'll fill out this room really, really nicely. Not to mention, I made 2 very snazzy chandeliers in here. I would say since this is the most put together, I think we should go ahead and start on this one, get it all filled out, and then we can move on from there. So let me go get my supplies and let's get cracking. we're officially done with our first interior. Let's take a look. So as we walk in here, the first thing I wanted to put was my dye. So as we walk in here, the first thing I wanted to put down were my dyes here. This is probably the most common thing I'll be using, so it's good to have it right next to the front door. Beyond that, I have some extra barrels that I'm not sure how I'm going to organize these just yet, but these are going to contain all the different plants of Minecraft. I looked at a list of all the plants, and there are a lot of them. So instead of having 1,000,000 barrels cover every square inch of all the walls here, I'm just going to have these barrels here, and I will categorize certain plants based on their colors, because I don't think I'm going to have thousands of plants, just a few stacks of each, so this is perfect. And then towards the back here, we have the leaf display here. This is where we're going to store all of our extra leaves when we need to store some. And across here, we have all of our saplings. I use the pots with the little pot and put the sapling in the pot trick. And down here on the floor, there's some extra barrels. It's all very organized. I gotta say, this is my favorite part of this interior. And of course, we have the sales desk here. We're going to be putting an armor stand here in just a second, and then behind we have an employees only area where we can go up here into the ceiling, and maybe we can have extra storage if we need, or we can hide stuff up here, or this space will probably get abandoned. But let me know down in the comments if you have any ideas for it. And for the armor stand inside the flower shop, there is one person on the server that stands out beyond the rest. And that does the trick. I'd say I'm getting pretty good at these armor stand things. But Tack isn't the only person I want to include. Let's add one more in here. And take a look at this one. This is the one and only Jan Cat lady on the server. And she's reaching up high to put that azalea leaf in the correct box, using a step stool and all. Just look at it. Now, that is her old skin. I will update her head. I just haven't updated the Wandering Trader pack just yet. We'll make sure to lock this last one. I have such a bad habit of accidentally destroying these things. I make sure to lock all of them now. But just take a look at this. You walk in, you see some friendly faces. I can get what I need, be on my way, and it's all neatly organized. I love how this turned out. But like I said, this is not the only one we're going to be finishing up. We need to do all 3 of these. So let's just go in order. Let's move on to the base depot. Now, before I show you the interior of the base depot, just keep in mind that the flower shop, I had a lot of options. I had to find places for saplings, dyes, flowers, all that mess. This one is literally just wood, so I had to keep it simple but effective. Not to mention, this was a very oddly shaped room, so I just kept it simple. I kept these all in line here in the corners. I've got every single wood type in the game, I believe. I don't think I missed one. Just got a little area rug and a sales desk over here. And I know exactly who's going to go behind here. We are going to put Superboy here because he's the only one with goggles that I know of on the server. And if you're going to be sawing logs, you probably need to be wearing goggles. So I think he's our honorary sawmill guy. And there he is. There's Superboy ready to make some sales. Next on the list is Overworld Brick and Stone. And while we didn't have a whole lot of options with the log shop, this has the exact opposite problem. There are so many types of stone in the game, and this has the same problem as the log shop. It's very oddly shaped, a lot of diagonals, but I think that'll be okay as long as we kind of stick to the same theme, using all the corners, just lining up barrels. And there may be some stone types I can group together, so I'm just gonna have to get in here and start working and see what I come up with. Once again, I think I did just about as best as I can do given the circumstances. There are a ton of stone variants in Minecraft, and I'm sure I missed quite a few of them. But these are the main ones that I come across when I'm typically building things, so I started here. Cobble and Tough, I thought I could go ahead and just combine these all into one. I can use shulker boxes to compact it down if I need to. And there's also some extra room in case I do need to expand. But, you know, both the base depot and the brick and stone store here, they're both very industrial, like supposed to be, I guess, like a hardware store, you know, very manly, I guess you could say. So we can get away with it being a bit plain as long as it houses all of our supplies. However, I did forget about the salesman here. I thought it'd be pretty funny to make Superboy the guy once again. I mean, you know, if you're going to be sawing stone this time or working with stone, goggles would be helpful as well. So I think he's going to be the guy. Not to mention it's super funny to have Superboy in this store. And in this store, he is our most productive store manager. But that means we're 3 out of 4 done here, and we saved the best for last, I think. We need to do the Shinies store, or the loot shop, the actual name is. This one has to be a little bit more meticulous. It's got to look a little bit better than the other 3. Well, minus the flower shop. The flower shop was also pretty. I think I'm going to spend a lot of time in here, but this one is going to house all of our treasures, all the cool things we find out adventuring. So a little extra care's got to go into this one. Not to mention there's a whole lot of variety here, so we do need to also leave room for expansion. And we're done with the loot shop, mostly. Now, when you walk into a really fancy jewelry store, you'll notice that it's kind of minimalistic here. So I tried to keep with that, and I just put some display cases down on the ground, which I can use armor stands to position things like this. And I'll actually show you an example here in just a few. But the way we'd access our extra diamonds here is flip open this trapdoor, and then there's a barrel right underneath. Since this is supposed to be like a jewelry counter, it would have been weird if I made it too tall like this. And throughout this entire build, I just put down a lot of extra storage. With new updates and me not being too much of an adventurer, I don't find a whole lot of stuff, so I'm not really sure what kind of shinies I do want to keep in here. So I wanted to keep my options open. So far, I have emeralds and enchanted golden apples, hearts of the sea, things like that. But as we think of more treasure, I will try to spread them out throughout the store so it does look filled. And honestly, I'm not expecting to use every single slot through this whole season. But who knows, we may actually do that. But what I'm most proud of are these lamps here. I actually used armor stands with these. And the bottom here is actually a dark oak trapdoor positioned to look like a little stand, and then when you put a block on an armor stand's head, it's big, but it's not as big as a full block, so you can make a really nice lampshade with it. It couldn't have turned out any better. I love these. And I know we don't have a shopkeeper in here just yet. That's because I don't have the person's head that I want to put in here. So we really only have one other option, unfortunately. Yep, that's right. Perfect. I figured I'd go ahead and just farm 3 of these. And there we go. Norsey Kelsey is going to be our loot shop person. And as you walk to the front door, she's going to greet you with a wave and I guess a smile. I've got to figure out who needs to be behind this counter. And honestly, there probably needs to be something done with the walls. It is a little bit plain. I did put some paintings down to kind of break it up, because you know when you walk into a fancy jewelry store, sometimes they kind of have some weird art on the walls. So I wanted to include that, and this one over here is absolutely perfect. But I told you I'd put something in one of these display cases for you, so let's do that. For this one, we're going to put an enchanted golden apple into it. So for this one's going to be really easy, because for the diamond over here, I had to do it all manually, but I copied all the pose data from this one into my book. So all I should have to do is place this armor stand down, make sure that I can hand it things, so show arms, no gravity, that's always a good idea. We want to keep the stand visible for now. I'm going to go ahead and hand it my object. Next thing we're going to do is swap the item to the head, and that's going to make it a little bit bigger, a little more prominent. And then now we can paste the data here, and it's going to make it lean back and turn invisible. Now we just have to position it. All right, that looks a little centered up. I think we could send it down a couple pixels. Perfect, there we go. It's just a little further down so that glass border doesn't get in the way of it. That looks really nice. Perfect, so now we have successfully built 4 interiors completely. It looks so nice. I do need to move some items in, but we've got a ton of shulkers over here. Quite the shulker monster that we can take things from and hopefully fill out a lot of this stuff. A lot of these things that are just scattered around are going to have their own shop. But there is one thing I did forget to do to the outside of this thing. I wanted to put some cracked stone bricks, just pepper it in, not too much, because this is a well-maintained city. While structures do settle, of course, and there would be cracks, there wouldn't be many of them. So I do want to place some stuff around here just to break up the plainness of these end caps here. And just give it a little bit more to look at. So I'm gonna have to go to spawn, smelt up some cracked stone brick, and I'll be right back. I'm back with some cracked stone brick, and honestly, I think I want to change out these cobblestone walls. I believe I want to add in just a bit more contrast with some deep slate brick walls. And now it's time to finally mix in some cracked stone brick. Now, when structures settle, normally the middle of things don't crack. It's usually around the supports and the foundation and all that. So I'm gonna try to keep this cracked stone brick next to the pillars down at the bottom here. The top of the walls are textured anyway, so we don't really need cracked stone brick up there. Maybe along the tuff a little bit, but we'll just sort of sprinkle this in just to give us a little more to look at. I think I've placed about as much cracked stone brick as I want to place. It's just sprinkled in here and there around the edges, a little bit more to look at. It may be a little more impressive in person here, but hopefully you can see it in the video. Just having a bit of variation in certain spots, it just gives you a lot more to look at. So I'm really happy how this turned out. And with that done, I am proud to announce we are finally done with our very first build in the market district. I'm so happy. We'll look at it one more time from the sky. It looks so good. I love how it turned out. I love that we have all the block palettes and everything picked out, and I am super duper excited to get this building over here worked out. I've slowly started compiling a list of all the shops I'm gonna need to put in here. I'm trying to keep it pretty compact. I can't have all the shops. I don't have a definite number yet, but I'm trying to combine as many things as possible into categories just to make it feasible. But I would say we will have at least 12 to 15 shops in here. So if you have any ideas for items I can put into a shop, leave them down in the comments. Always looking for suggestions. And with that done, I want to switch gears for just a second. In a previous episode, we participated in a build competition over at Mr. Gold's. The build competition has since concluded, and we do have a winner, which was Jan Cat Lady. I'll show you her build in just a second. In case you're unfamiliar, this is Mr. Gold's base so far. He hosted a build competition to fill out his desert oasis over here. Now, I was the first one to make a build here, this creeper shrine right over here. It turned out really great. I usually use Lightmatica, and for this, I wanted to freehand all of it, and I love how it turned out. Even though this turned out really well, I was really hoping not to be the first one to build over here, just for competitive reasons. I like to scope out my competition usually. I'm really happy with how this turned out. So I believe I was a good contender here. However, I did not win, and it was very well deserved. That Jan Cat Lady over here won with her nice little village. She put a pond, some fishing docks here, even pulled out the armor stand books. It looks so good over here. Very, very well deserved in my book. But that's not the only one. This one over here was by Superboy Gamer. I love how his turned out. Really nice block palette there. And then we have Dakota May over here. She had a little bit of a tough time staying within the region, but that's okay. It wasn't any hard borders or anything. You could go outside if you needed to. And yeah, she did an amazing job. Just look at all that texturing. So many variety of blocks. And can't forget to mention Glitch's plot over here. I believe this is Glitch. I think he took the sign down, but he was one of the contestants. Love his palm trees. Nice little build. He even incorporated some animals over there. Looks really, really good. But I came over here to first admire all these nice builds that everyone put together, and secondly, collect my prize. That's right, we did get a participation trophy, and look at that. 4 diamond blocks. That's going to buy a lot of rockets. They'll go straight back to Mr. Gold. Some golden carrots, redstone ore, which I'm going to donate to a server project at the moment. We're working on a nether hub. Ooh, some extra rockets. That's always helps. All right, let's just take that box. I guess a free shulker, even though we're the shulker people on the server. I have a whole shop for that. And not to mention, I've left my mess over here. Finally, time to clean up the shulker monster. And let's head back to my base. And we're back at the base, safe and sound. I just want to say thank you again to Mr. Gold for putting that build competition together. I had so much fun building that thing, and really appreciate the prizes as well. But unfortunately, that's all the time I have left for this episode. I will see you in episode 15 the next time. I can't believe it's already almost 15 episodes. Guys, thanks so much for being here. I know I'm releasing these videos later and later, but I am pushing my boundaries as far as my creative skill, and it just takes a long time. So I also would like to mention the videos have never been performing better. You guys are absolutely loving these episodes, and we have a lot of new people recently, so welcome in. Guys, if you made it this far, I really, really appreciate you. You're my best viewers. You guys have a good one. Thanks so much. Remember to like and subscribe and all that stuff, and I will see you for the next one. Thank you again. In the last episode of Paper Hats, we finished off our very first building in the market district. We managed to fit 4 good-sized shops in this building, fully furnished, and we even did some armor stand magic to make it really stand out. After we finally polished that off, we went over to Mr. Gold's to collect our prize from the build competition he hosted. And while it's been fun working in the market district for a couple of episodes, it's time to switch gears. We've got something very different to do today. For the past month or so on the server, we've been planning our biggest build yet in Paper Hats history. Let me fill you in. You see, in previous episodes, our nether hub looks something like this. Just a straight tunnel, lots of netherrack, not much to look at, but we've been trying to make it look better. Now, as you can see from here, Dan the Noodle Man has done a ton of digging. He's done the lion's share of the work so far. As far as digging goes, we've gotten a lot of material donations on the server. However, that's not all in the slightest. I don't want to spoil what the final design is going to be, but it involves removing almost 39,000 bedrock blocks right above my head here. Now, obviously, that is completely insane, and if you remember my days on Season 2 of Paper Hats, I blew up a circle of bedrock about 20 by 20 blocks, and that took almost 2 months. So we're going to have to find an automated design for this, or get every single Paper Hat up there breaking bedrock for the next 2 months. So I think we're going to go with automated, but I don't want to give away the details too much yet. Today we are focusing on one problem specifically. Now, if we just take a short flight down this way, directly below where I was just at, we have an entire lava lake here that, honestly, we need to clear this all out. This is a ton of lava, and as you can see, I've already made some progress doing this. This might be a bit crazy, but I'm hoping to clear out this entire lake in this video. Not sure how long it's going to take, not sure how many buckets it's going to take, but we're going to make it happen. And that's exactly how I've been clearing this out. It's pretty simple. I just fill up my inventory with buckets, go down there and spam lava and let all the buckets pour out of my inventory and just get deleted. And if I turn on my mini HUD here, you can see just where the border is. So first things first, we need to get some blocks and we need to place that border around this circle here. So we're gonna need some fire resistance potions. Luckily, we have somebody with a frog-light farm on the server, so let's get up to the nether roof. Let's see if we can't pinch some magma creams so we can make our own fire res potions. That's gonna help out a lot. So here is our nether hub, and you can see this giant circle that Dan has marked out. All this needs to go. Now you can see just how big this project is. But we are looking for a frog-light farm, and I see some torches this way, so let's fly and see what we can find. I've been flying for a long while, and I just don't see anything, so let's head back and I'll choose a different direction. I think I see a frog-light farm. Look at that. That is definitely one. Okay, let's check all these. Oh, there it is, the magma creams. I really shouldn't need many of these, but I think I'm going to buy 3 stacks, and I'll leave him 3 diamonds in there. So next time he checks his farm, he can collect those. Okay, next on the list, we need to find a brewing stand. 20 brewing stands should do the trick, I think. In my inventory, I've got all the bottles and the magma creams, and I've even got redstone somewhere in my inventory. Just got to fill up all these bottles. Now that's a lag machine. I was not as prepared as I thought. I completely forgot about the nether wart. Back to spawn. Made it back from spawn with the nether wart. Let's get these potions made. All right, the potions finished brewing. I've got 2 shulker boxes. I think I know the fastest way to package these. And there we go. We've got 2 full boxes and a few in the 3rd one. And I'm gonna need this extra box here for netherrack. But let's pick these up, let's head to the end, and we'll get started. Okay, we're back at the lava lake. I'm ready to place my first blocks here. Let me just give you a little bit of a demonstration of what I have to go through. So first of all, I've got to go to this extremely sketchy spot on the edge of the circle here. Chug my potion. We can burn the empty bottle. Grab a stack of blocks. And very, very slowly begin placing the blocks in the lava here while burning. And like these, oh my goodness, this is so deep. You know, that didn't take as long as I thought. I think I'm gonna need to mark some a little bit down there eventually, but for now, this is perfect. I've got it all marked out. I don't even have to have my shape rendered so I can see gas easier. So now there's only one thing left to do. Well, a couple things actually. While I've got a ton of iron blocks here, I think I'm gonna need way more iron. Probably like 10 shulkers of iron blocks or something. So I'm gonna have to run back to spawn, but I say let's go ahead and roll that time lapse. Right now, I am standing at the bottom of what used to be a giant lava lake. This project was pretty incredible. We did this incredibly fast. We started this in about 19 hours later. This was done. As you can see in my stats here, my buckets used is 48,643. That is a lot of lava that I had to scoop up. And I'm sure all the other paper hat statistics are blown out of proportion now too. And with this lava lake being drained out, there's only a couple more things to do. They're very, very big things to do, but there are 2 things. Number 1, we do need to dig out all this netherrack here and soul sand, of course. We're going to be making a perimeter. I don't think it goes down to bedrock, but it goes pretty deep. And of course, we still have the 39,000 blocks of bedrock to break. So this project is really only getting started. The lava lake was just the beginning. Dan has been digging his heart out I need to get my pickaxe swinging and dig out a little bit more. I spent a little bit of time the other day clearing out some of the trees, but as you can see, he's been working very diligently to get this started. But to be honest with you, I think that's enough work on the Nether hub for today. Before we met up to clear out a lava lake, I made the paper hats a promise. I said that if they happen to die and lose some of their gear, I would insure it, so I would replace it effectively. And there weren't many deaths, and I'm not sure that any gear was lost. Maybe a couple of items, although I haven't gotten any messages about, so I'm not exactly sure what to replace. But I did notice one thing, and we actually have a new member on the server. Her name is Shay Plays. She primarily streams on Twitch. Go check her out if you want to. But yeah, she'll be playing with us on the Paper Hat server from now on. Now, through the commotion of clearing a lava lake and getting ready for it, Shay Plays needed some starter equipment. Everybody was pitching in, mainly to Kodame, and I noticed that there aren't a whole lot of Elytras on the server. It seems that Tack pretty much has the monopoly on that because she got super lucky in the end. But to show my gratitude for the Paper Hats helping with the lava lake, I would like to get everyone one pair of Elytra. And that means we get to do my favorite thing in Minecraft, in raiding. So let's gear up, let's go to the inn, let's get some Elytras. I just got back from spawn. I bought almost an entire shulker of rockets. I've got some iron, and I've got some wood to make extra shulkers if I need. I think we're ready. Let's see how many Elytras we can get. I'm not sure if you were keeping count, but we found a lot of Elytras. I would say we went just a little bit overboard, and we found an entire shulker of Elytras. And if you look at the top left, we went over 78,000 blocks. Surprisingly, it only took about 6 or 7 stacks of rockets. Of course, we did have the power of gliding on our side. Normally, I would pack all my stuff up in shulker boxes and take a jump into the void, but I did see some portals back off to the east, so I want to see if I can get home the right way. I'm so glad we have a bookshop on the server, because after 78,000 blocks, I don't feel like trading with villagers. And there we go. Look at that. There is a portal right there and another one over there, but this one will do just fine. We made it back to the bookshop. I've got my diamonds ready, and I think I want to enchant 10 of these just so I can keep a few extra for myself. And now off to the Enderman farm, because I certainly don't have enough levels. I don't remember how many levels we started out with, but it was a few. I ran out of levels, but I was able to get 6 Elytras enchanted, which is all we needed to give everybody who worked on the lava lake an Elytra. So let's take all these boxes back. We'll get them all packaged up for everybody. We still have a few people at spawn, so here's one for Dan the Noodle Man. There we go. There's a nice gift box for Dan for your hard work at the lava lake and digging. Last thing to do, we can't forget to put the Elytra in the box. There we go. Let's go find the other 5's place. Next up, we're visiting Tack's amazing spawn house here. She does have a mailbox, but I can't quite put a sign on it, so I'm gonna leave a box in front of it with a sign. Once again, can't forget to put the Elytra in the box. There we go. And our newest member, Shay Plays. We'll go ahead and leave it here on our porch. Greetings.
Hello.
How's it going, dude?
Going pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, sir.
Yeah, you've made a friend.
You guys are everywhere. Makes mining up there a living nightmare.
Oh, I bet, dude. Well, listen, I wanted to give everybody a bit of a gift for all their hard work at the lava lake.
Oh,
There you go. Did you look in the box?
I did, yes.
Oh, nice, nice.
Been needing another Elytra. I lost all of my extras dying in the perimeter.
Ah, well, listen, I've got the perfect opportunity for you. I have been flying just a little bit today, about 78,000 blocks. So if you would like to buy an Elytra, I'll give you a good deal on
Ooh.
eight diamonds a pop.
Well, if you look in this Shulker, you can see that money is no object to me.
Oh my goodness. Okay then. Wow. All right. Well, however many you'd like to take.
Alright, I'll take a 4, I guess.
All right. Sounds good.
4. I'll give you 24 diamond ore. Let you roll
That-
your chances.
That'll work. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the business.
Thank you for the Elytras.
No worries. Superboy's such a nice guy. And now we're at Norsey Kelsey's base, and she is building one fantastic tree over there. It looks like it's almost done. Oh, and we've made friends. Let me find a bed. There, that's better. All right. Put the box down sign. Last but certainly not least, we have Glitch's base. There we go. Perfect. And what's this? Does he have a fancy door? Ooh. Very fancy. Let's see what his base looks like. Actually, I think I'm going to cut the part out where I looked at his base. I'm not sure if those are spoilers or not. Well, that was certainly a very fun day of activities. We managed to clear out a lava lake with the other paper hats, and we flew about 78,000 blocks to get a Shulker of Elytras and gifted some to the paper hats. I'm super happy what we've accomplished today, guys. That is unfortunately all the time I have left for this episode. If you like what you see, please do like and subscribe, all that YouTube stuff. If you've made it this far, you guys are the real ones. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you next time. In the last episode, we drained a gigantic lava lake with the help of the other paper hats. We drained this lava lake because it'll be the future site for our Nether hub. We were all so surprised that it only took about 19 hours, even though there were 6 or 7 of us. Everyone worked so diligently, I wanted to get them a gift afterwards. So we set out into the end, flew about 78,000 blocks, but we also managed to bring back an entire Shulker of Elytras. With those, we gave everybody who worked on the lava lake one enchanted pair of Elytra for their trouble. Welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom. I'm Dr. Jankovic, and before we get too far into it, I do want to make a special mention. I want to thank you guys for all the support lately. It's been crazy. So many views and so many subscribers. The channel just hasn't popped off like this before. So welcome in all you new folks. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate everyone who's returning. But without further ado, let's talk about what we're going to tackle today. As I said, I want to tackle some quality of life things, and specifically, I want to make rockets. I'm not looking to sell rockets, I'm just looking to make my own rockets to save on diamonds. Now let me give you a little bit of a backstory. So before season 4 launch, we had a discussion about last season's economy. Everything was just too cheap, everybody had way too many diamonds, and it didn't feel like a real shopping experience. So we had a friendly agreement, and we agreed that we would reasonably price things, and therefore rockets are a little bit more expensive this season. One stack of rockets is 1 diamond each. Now I'm not gonna lie, this was a very difficult decision. I didn't want to have to do this, but with the size of this base, it is absolutely massive. I am using an unpredictable amount of rockets. I can't believe how many rockets I'm going through on a weekly basis. And I'm worried eventually it's going to get to the point where I'm spending a lot of unnecessary time mining, and I'm not going to be able to spend enough time building up this base. So we're going to build a small gunpowder farm and small sugarcane farm to alleviate that. And if we have enough time, we'll slap in a bee farm, because we did tear down our bee farm and we still need a bee farm. So we got to repair that. So let's talk about where we're going to build these farms. Now we do have this giant open space under the tower here, but I am worried a little bit about lag. You see, we have to put interiors and all the buildings up there, and since we're doing a lot of armor stands, a lot of item frames, a lot of chests, things like that, we're going to have a lot of client-side lag. I don't want to make it any worse over here, so my next thought is to create an industrial district elsewhere in the world. So give me just a moment to pull up maps, see where everybody is and what spaces people are using, and we'll get some coordinates. After some quick research on where everything is on the server, I think I found an open spot. If we fly mainly west, a little bit south, we'll come to the Savannah Island here. This island is pretty much in the center of me, Dan, Giraffe Queen, and Superboy, and it's far enough away from everybody that this should not be loaded all the time. So in case lag is an issue with the farms I build, they won't be loaded unless I'm intentionally AFKing them. Now that we have a fantastic spot picked out, let's head back to the base, get some supplies, and we can get to work. The first farm I want to build is the sugarcane farm. That's arguably the slowest one, and what we can do is go ahead and knock out that one, and while we're building the other two, the sugarcane farm can actually be producing. Let's go pack up some supply boxes and roll that time lapse. And this is our sugarcane farm. This is a design by Tango Tech. It's his compact lossless sugarcane farm. Didn't take very long to build, and the whole time I've been standing here figuring out what to say, it's been working, and we have about 45 sugarcane already. That was probably about, I don't know, 30 minutes of waiting, so it's pretty quick. It's enough for us. The cool thing about this design is it's infinitely expandable, so you can make it as big as you want, but this is all I need for now. Since we've got that all worked out, I think it's time to go ahead and build a gunpowder farm. And for the mob farm, I've just checked all my supplies. I have everything I'm gonna need, so let's just pop it down right here beside the sugarcane farm. That way our AFK spot will load everything. We do need to do a bit of flattening here, but that shouldn't take too long. Let's get to work. You gotta love a good mob farm. This didn't take too long at all. I think about 40 minutes or so. It's only about 4 layers here, but it works great. I do have an AFK platform. All the way over there, you can see that little square. And I know it's gonna be a little hard to see, but one thing I did do is line the top of each platform with trapdoors, so the only things that can spawn are spiders and creepers. So that's gonna boost up the gunpowder rates a lot. Flying into here, I mean, we got some cool machines here. It's not looking too great though. I don't know if we'll end up decorating this today, but I think it would be cool to have some docks or something, just do a simple cliff. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but it would be nice to spruce up the place a bit. But before we worry about that too much, we do have another farm to build, and it is the bee farm. And since we're going in a straight line here, I think this is the spot. We're gonna have to do a little bit of flattening, a little bit of tree chopping, but it won't be too bad. Let's get that bee farm built. If you've been to my recent streams, you probably recognize this farm. It's not my design anyways, but this is the same farm we had at the Imperial City. Since I've built it before, it only took about 15 minutes or so. You know, once you build one farm, you kind of remember how to do it the next time. It's not a very big bee farm, but we have a lot of honeycombs already, so it didn't need to be massive. And with that being said, I have caught up with the editing on this video so far, and it's only about 8 minutes. 8 minutes is definitely not a long enough video to release, so we've got to do a little bit more here. I mentioned earlier that it does look rather messy over here, and I agree. I think we should spruce up the place a little bit. I think we're going to rip out the floor, put some stone down, you know, make it look proper industrial, and maybe build some docks down here. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. And we have a bit of a dock here. Now this is something that I threw together pretty quick, so there's not a whole lot of texturing so far. But as I'm letting farms run and I'm just kind of AFKing over here, I think I'll spruce it up even more, just whatever comes to mind. We do so much planning over at the Imperial City, it'll be nice to have sort of a freehand area. And one idea that already came to mind is storage. Originally I was gonna have each storage at each farm, so I'd have to walk around and see things, but we've got these 2 blocks here under this wood that isn't really being used, and I'm not sure how to texture it. So why don't we put a row of chests here, and then we can start routing our items over here to this storage system. I really like how this looks for the farming district. I mean, by no means would I have this kind of thing as a main base. It doesn't look too bad, but I could have definitely spent a lot more time on it. I realize this is very cheaply thrown together, of course, but that's what this place is. It's just a place for me to keep my farms and have it looking somewhat decent in case somebody flies over here. I'll certainly try to come over here every once in a while in future videos just to give you guys an update on what's happening, but for now I think it's time to do a little bit of an AFK session. I've done a little bit of AFK just to make sure the farms actually worked, but now that we have the storage system hooked up, we've got to make sure that everything is flowing correctly and it just works. And look at that. That looks so good down there. Looks a lot better than it did, at least. So I'll AFK here for 30 minutes to an hour. I'll keep track of how long I stay here, and I'll see you guys in just a minute. So we ended up just AFKing about 30 minutes, and I'm a bit surprised. Now, I did not clear out the chest before AFKing, so this is not what we got in 30 minutes. I estimate that we got about 2 stacks or so in that 30 minutes, so about 4 stacks an hour, not bad. As far as gunpowder goes, we're gonna get about 4, maybe 3 stacks of gunpowder every 30 minutes, so about 8 stacks an hour, depending on how many creepers spawn. And then the honeycomb, I'm really not sure. I think it's about maybe 2 stacks an hour, something like that. It could be a little bit faster, but it's not a very big farm. None of these are. I don't need a ton of resources. I was just looking to save some diamonds on rockets since I'm flying around my base all the time. So this is absolutely perfect. I think this is a very well job done. So now I'm gonna get these boxes up and go back to my base, but unfortunately that is all the time I have left for this episode. Guys, I appreciate you sticking around. If you've made it this far, please do hit the sub button. Please do like the video. There's lots and lots of new people joining the channel. Thank you so much. Welcome in, and I will see you guys for the next one. Thanks so much. In the last last episode of Paper Hats, we took a break from our main base and focused on some quality of life things, specifically rockets, so we don't have to mine for diamonds all the time and just buy them. So we flew just west of our main base and established a brand new farming district. This is where we built 3 new farms, a sugarcane farm, a gunpowder and string farm, and a bee farm. And don't worry, we took a little bit of time to make it look nice over here too. And before we get too into it, I'm Dr. Jankovic. Welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom. Today, we are also going to be taking a break from our main base. We have Christmas shenanigans to do. That's right, at the time of the recording, it is the first week of December, and we've got to get ahead on things. I've got a really big Christmas tree in schematic form that we're going to be building on the server today. First of all, we have to find a spot, and before that, I want to do a couple things. Number one, it's been so long since we checked profits in the Shulker shop. Let's see how many diamonds we've made. There it is, the Shulker store in all its glory. And if we go down in the Redstone here, we can see, oh wow, a stack and 18 diamonds. I'll never be sad about that amount of diamonds. And look, we have a review here, 10 out of 10. Starfish. I'm not sure what starfish is supposed to mean, but it's a review. I like it. I forgot we had a few extra diamonds in this box here. Let's convert them all up and see how many blocks we get. Fortunately for us, I found a crafting table in one of these mini boxes. Looks like we've got a total of 9 diamond blocks to put in the pile. Want to take a quick fly? That diamond pile is looking amazing. It's growing just fine. And I also forgot we still have our pop-up shop over here. Let's check this one. Oh wow, we are almost sold out. That's another couple diamond blocks to put on the pile. Next on the list, we need to get started with the Christmas district. Now, we're not going to have a very large Christmas district this season, mainly because we've been spending so much time with the Nether hub. We're not going to have a whole lot of time to do what we did last season and have a big racetrack and all the games and everything. We just need to do a Christmas tree that everybody can decorate. Now, it is getting dark out here, so I'm going to have to sleep soon, but I think I found the perfect spawn. Just about right here. Spawn is just that way. You can see the paper hat sign peeking out from the hills there. And I think this is a great spot. Granted, we are going to have to spawn proof a little bit, obviously, but I think this is a great spot because it's pretty hidden away from spawn. That way we can leave the tree up all year and it's not weird having a Christmas tree in the middle of spawn. This will be a nice little mini Christmas district that's easy to get to. We don't even have to make a portal, I don't believe. So we've got a location, we've got a plan. Now we just need to get the resources and get to work. It's been a long time since I had to make a big custom tree like this, but I think it turned out really great. Now, there is one thing I left out of the video, and it's the snow here. I tried to cover everything, but I just didn't have enough snow, so I tried to use some wool blocks, and honestly, I could mix it all in, but I think just pure snow would look better, and if I had even more snow, I could even put mounds up against the sides and make it look really natural, but I don't have that snow, so I think I'm gonna do the right thing, not be lazy, and let's make ourselves a snow farm. I'm not gonna put it over here, but instead I'm gonna take a flight over spawn, and we're gonna put it right next to the ice farm here. This seems like a very fitting place. Snow farms are really easy. All you need are a couple snow golems, some hoppers, and a place to put them. So let me go grab everything I need, and I'll be right back. And it's official, we now have a snow farm on the Paper Hat server. Like I said, these things are super simple to make. I have 3 snow golems here. You really only need 1, but I think 3 looks better. And then I made sure the pickup system was really quick. I put some minecarts inside of blocks, and all these are routed over here to these chests. So it looked a little nice. I made this overhang with a nifty little path that somebody can connect up one day. But with that done, I have made about 8 stacks of snow blocks. So I think we're ready to finish that terraforming over at the Christmas tree. Now look at how everything looks here. It looks so nice. It's all cleaned up. We do have a big space here where something definitely needs to go. I'm thinking about a crafting station, maybe. Just a crafting table, maybe a stone cutter, a couple chests. I think we should make that happen. You know, people are going to come over here with supplies. They're going to have inventory issues. And yeah, I think that'll help out things. And just a little workshop over here. I put some chests, crafting tables, and a stone cutter. I think that's all they'll need. I didn't want to clear out any of the snow here. I thought putting it into the ground would look a little bit better, and I think it works. But that's not all we're doing here today. I'm not just going to build a blank Christmas tree. I do also want to go ahead and decorate it. And you may have seen in my inventory earlier, I brought about 5 stacks or so of red glazed terracotta. We're going to put a bit of a garland around this tree, and it's going to look amazing. I'm really liking the way this turned out. It looks really nice. I will say the red garland or tassel, whatever you call it, it does blend into the tree skirt a little bit, but as the other paper hats come over and decorate it, it's going to get a little more color and stand out a little better. I'm really excited about this. And just a few minutes ago, I notified the paper hats just to let them know that this tree is here, and they're free to decorate it whenever. What I didn't tell them is I actually want to get them a few gifts. This should not take too long, so I think we'll get it done before they come over here. But I had a really interesting idea on how to do presents for this. If we fly this way towards the shopping district, the shopping district has kind of popped off lately. There's a lot of new shops, a lot of new goodies for sale, and I figure how about we go on a shopping spree? We can help out the other paper hats with a few extra diamonds, and we can put together some pretty interesting present boxes. Just look at this place. We have a giant rocket. We've got a gypsy caravan where you can exchange mini blocks. There's a new beacon store, and not to mention a raid store. Everything is here now, and I'm so excited. But let me take a moment to run back to my base. We'll see how many diamonds we have, and I'm looking to spend a few diamonds today. I looked absolutely everywhere for enough diamonds, and I think I have quite a few. I've got 16 blocks and 49 diamonds. I've done a little bit of math, and I think we're going to have enough to complete all these boxes. And here's the best way I know how to do this, because inventory is a little bit of an issue, especially with me. But I'm going to start off with one shulker, obviously named Shop at Shulker Store. I am going to fill this box with goodies, and this box only, and then we're going to go back and fill up the other 15 boxes. That's right, we're doing 16 boxes today. I'm thinking 2 totems of undying, maybe a stack of emerald blocks. What an awesome build. Now, I do know the prices of beacons on the server here, and I gotta say, I can't afford those just yet, so we're gonna have to do other gifts. I would stop by the crematorium and get some gunpowder, but I'm afraid I'll run it out of stock. So if we take a short walk past the crematorium, I think we can just give people 2 random enchanted books. For this one, let's do feather falling, maybe a power 5. I don't know if I've shown this on video, but this is Dan the Noodle Man's shop. It's a monster crawling out of the ground trying to bite somebody, you know. It's a really cool build. Some blaze rods. Figured we could stop by the rocket shop. I know we don't buy these anymore, but it'd be nice to restock everybody else. And I think because a few of us who have been making rocket farms, he made them just a little bit cheaper. They're now 1 diamond per 3 stacks, so this shouldn't be too bad. In fact, with that kind of price, we can actually do 2 diamonds and put 6 stacks of rockets in this. Obviously, I've already given them a shulker from the shulker store, but we do have another new shop on the server. The Wandering Druid here, built by North Sea Kelsey, and there's some sherds and other things you can find exploring. Let's do a stack of sea pickles, maybe a heart of the sea. And actually across from the Wandering Druid here, there is even another new shop. It's a pop-up copper shop from Shade Plays. Let's see, 1 diamond per 3 stacks. And we can't forget about Vic's amazing store. Just look at this place. This store's really cool. It's all the Guardian drops, sea lanterns, that sort of thing. So I'm thinking maybe we do a stack of sea lanterns, and then we can head on over to this frog here and put some frog lights in here. And you know what? That is a lot of goodies. That's a lot of diamonds spent already. Just look at this box. It is full to the brim with goodies. Every bit of this is from the shopping district, and you can just see how many resources the Paper Hats have been able to find so far in the season. But now I have to do the painstaking task of doing this 15 more times. But it's all worth it. It's for the other Paper Hats. I've already taken a screenshot of this box, and to keep my inventory pretty clean, I'm going to set this box up here on my end ship for now. So let me spend an hour or 2 packing these boxes, and I'll see you when I'm done. Well, I got some good news and I've got some bad news. The good news is we are well on our way of packing all these boxes, as you can see. The bad news is in my hot bar. I've only got 24 diamonds left, and that is nowhere near enough to complete this challenge. If only there was a way to get easy diamonds right now. But unfortunately, diamonds are kind of hard to come by. I mean, they're not just sitting out in the open. So we're gonna have to go do another mining trip. I forgot to mention I did about an hour of mining earlier in this episode. I think I'm gonna grind out about 4 hours of mining, see what we get, because again, they don't just sit out in the middle of nowhere where you can just grab them easily. We're gonna have to go find them. So let's head back to spawn. We'll go back to the mines and see how many diamonds we can get. All right, so here's the thing. I have been mining for a little over 2 hours now. Not the best luck. I've only got 2 stacks and 1 diamond. Not the worst, not the greatest, but there have been some developments. You see, as I walked towards the spawn nether portal, I was watching Dan the Noodle Man stream the other night, and I happened to walk in on some shenanigans. Shenanigans happening at my base. Now, they told me to get out of the stream for a while, and he ended stream before I could see what was happening. So, we are going to go back to our base, see what's going on. I am sure there is something crazy to look at when I get there. All right, we're at the portal. I'm actually really nervous about this because, let me go ahead and tell you, I didn't see much of what was happening. I do know that there were 4 people there, I do believe. It was Dan, Super, Tack, and Victor. And if you remember from Season 3, we did a little prank on Tack, turning her base into a base with a beanie hat, and that was pretty cool, pretty funny. But I gotta say, I deserve whatever's coming to me. So let's see what this is. First impressions, it's not looking good. We have snow golems that have the derpy face on them. Do I dare fly outside and see what it looks like? But first, let's do a terrifying look up top. Okay, it looks pretty normal except for one thing up there, and we have some moss action going on there. All right, let's do the big reveal. Oh, wow. That's actually not a prank at all. That looks really nice. It's Christmas time. We've got garlands going all around the tower. I love it, actually. Now, I didn't see what was up top here. Oh, my goodness, there's a derpy star made out of gold. Somebody has a gold farm, apparently. That is awesome, actually. I may leave that up for a while. It's even off center. Very janky. I like it. You know, honestly, this is an improvement. I may actually keep most of these garlands. It does spruce up the tower a little bit. Now, obviously, we can't keep it this way forever because it's not going to be Christmas forever, but Some of that greenery actually looks really nice around the tower, so we may end up keeping some of it. We're gonna let these guys do their thing though for a while. I feel bad just immediately executing them, so they can stay for a bit. Oh my goodness, they're defending me. That's so funny. I never knew they threw snowballs at phantoms. Anyway, we still have a lot of diamonds to gather, so I'm going to get back to mining for a couple of hours, and I'll see you soon. So at this point, I'm pretty confident I have enough diamonds. I've done about 3 or 4 hours, and I have over 4 stacks of diamonds. I really enjoy mining. I'm glad I got to do this. But if I remember correctly, we were a little over halfway done with all these boxes, so let me get to buying things again and putting them together, and I'll see you in just a few. I have officially packed all the Christmas boxes for all the other paper hats. It's nighttime on the server. It is 3 a.m. for me. It's been a long night, but I wanted to get these boxes done for everybody. So let me take a quick nap, and we'll go put these under the tree. Oh, and look at this. I flew over to the Christmas tree, and somebody's already got Santa flying with all the reindeer. That is awesome. Looks like somebody dropped off some ornaments to put on the tree. Those are going to look very nice. All those nice mini blocks. But we're here to decorate under the tree with gift boxes. And there we go, 16 boxes for all the paper hats to pick one, and it's kind of hard to make a pile of shulker boxes look good. So I guess they'll just have to be a pile. And if I haven't said this already, there is a reason why we're only doing a Christmas tree. Because we're spending so much time with the Nether hub this year, a massive Christmas district just wasn't feasible. I'm sure you'll see this Christmas tree in other paper hats videos and streams, so do check out their content. But for now, I do want to say if you've made it this far in the video, I really do appreciate you. Unfortunately, that is all the time I have left for this episode. We'll end on a great view of spawn here. Guys, thanks so much for being here. It's always a blast making these episodes. I know this one is a bit late. I have been sick for the past few weeks, so my schedule is slowly getting back to normal. But guys, please do hit the like button. Remember to subscribe if you want to see more, and I will see you for the next one for episode 18, I believe. Thanks so much. I'll see you next time. In the last episode of Paper Hats, we did some work to make the server feel a bit more festive. We built a giant Christmas tree just beside spawn that everyone could decorate. And the Paper Hats did not hold back. They built plenty of awesome things to go around the area, and it looks amazing. But you know what? It's like they say, no good deed goes unpunished. And we did have a little bit of vandalism going on at my main base. But I gotta say, the vandals made it look a little bit better, so I'm all for it. In this episode, we're gonna get a lot more technical because we're gonna be helping out with the Nether hub, a very big project that's going on the server right now. If you're not familiar with the Nether hub project, let me take a second to fill you in. But before we get too carried away, let me introduce myself. I'm Dr. Jankovic, and this is Paper Hat Season 4. Welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom. Currently, this is what our Nether hub looks like. It's a big open space that Dan mined out, and that's not all. Just under my feet is a completely dug out Nether sphere here, and it just looks so crazy. And here's the thing, the Nether hub's just not going to be an open space. That would just be too boring. We're paper hats after all. No, the Nether hub is going to be a very large step above that. I'm not spoiling anything telling you this, but eventually it is going to be a massive enclosed sphere of probably blackstone to start out. And the thing we're worried about is the difficulty of building something like this. You see, ghasts are a pain, the piglins are a pain, everything is a pain in the Nether. So, what we're going to be doing today is going to coordinates 0, 0 where that beacon is, and we're going to actually replace this beacon and put in a mob switch. That's right, we don't want any mobs to spawn in our Nether hub. It's going to make building a lot less difficult and just make it safer all around. I'm not going in blind though, I do have a plan. Let's go back to my base and we'll talk about it. We're back at the base at the market district where I found more vandalism. Dan, Tack, Victor, Superboy, but I crafted up some signs to give you a basic idea of how a mob switch works. So first of all, the way Minecraft works is you have a mob cap, 70 per player. So the more players you have, you just multiply it by 70. Now obviously, if everybody's in the same area, it stays at 70, but since people are spread out through the world, it's 70 per region where people are. That's probably a really bad way of explaining it, but that's the premise. Now, there are 4 mobs, I believe, that you can use for a mob switch. These are mobs that count against the hostile mob cap, but they also don't despawn when you're too far away. One of them are zombie villagers who have been traded with. I've been told the easiest mob switch is actually the Shulker one, but I don't feel like dragging a Shulker from the end. So we're gonna do some AFKing and get 70, or actually I'm gonna go for 140 zombie villagers in the Nether. So we'll need a few things for that. We'll need a villager breeder, a trade station, and a chamber, and it's gonna be a whole lot of fun getting these guys into the Nether. I have a really nice plan for that. And I gotta say, before I figured out how this works, I thought mob switches were very, very complicated, but turns out it's just a lot of grindy work getting so many mobs into one space. So now we know how a mob switch works, we know what we need to do. Let's head to the Nether, get some plans going, and let's get this done. The absolute first thing we need to do is fly down here and make a Nether portal. We're not going to go through it just yet because I want to make both portals on both sides before we link them up. There's a reason for this. I want to do everything underground, so maybe we can leave the setup there just in case something goes wrong with the mob switch. We can always make more. And there we go, a fine, oh, we made a new friend. But yeah, a fine portal there. I just need to light it up here in a second. Oh my goodness, we're making so many friends. So let's go back to spawn. We'll do some digging. We'll go underground. And you know what? I may want to get the cords of this first. Cords were obtained. Let's go back to spawn. We'll do some digging. We'll get all this connected up. And here we are. We're out in the middle of the ocean. I think I did all the math right. And you know what? You would not believe it. We're right next to my base. It looks a little bit janky. I'm trying out a new mod called Distant Horizons. It's supposed to make things in the distance render a little worse so you can see more chunks, but also have really good performance. And I don't know if I like that so much, but maybe it's got to work itself out. I'll try it a little while longer. And this is the moment of truth. Let's light this up and make sure they connect. Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted to see. So we got the portals linked up. Now we just need to build a platform and get a villager breeder going. You know what? On second thought, we should probably work backwards. So let's go back through. We'll mine out that beacon and we'll get a chamber there to hold all the zombie villagers. I think that's a big enough pit for everything. One thing I may have forgotten to mention is I'm not using a design. I'm trying to do this all myself based on Minecraft mechanics. That's something I don't do enough of in Minecraft, and I want to start changing that. The concept really is that simple though. You just need a lot of hostile mobs that won't despawn in one area loaded. Now, it made sense to go ahead and just replace this beacon with a chamber since it was already pretty well centered up with this whole place. But it is very oversized, to be honest with you. It can hold over 1,500 mobs, and my goal is 140, so we've got more than enough space. Step number 1 is we need a zombie that won't despawn, and I've done a little bit of legwork there already. If we come out here to the overworld, you can see that I have a zombie here. You can't see it due to my resource pack, but he actually does have a diamond helmet, so he should be fine in the sun for a while. So the first step is I need to break this boat and get him into that portal. Well, that didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to, but I think it'll still work because I believe these guys do target villagers. If not, we'll just have to wait till nighttime and get another zombie off that shore over there. I don't think it'll be too big of a deal. That worked like a charm. Looks like we've got this guy in here. We just need to lead him over these trapdoors. Very, very good. Here's our drowned that we've captured, and this guy should convert all the villagers after they've been trading with. So the next step is we need a villager breeder and a trading station, which shouldn't be too difficult. We've got plenty of space out front here. The only thing I need to focus on is we need a really easy, straightforward system to breed the villagers, have them go to a trading station, and then with a click of a button, they are automatically transported through to the Nether. It is going to be a little bit of a pain moving them to the actual pit, but as you saw, I have laid down some rails there. Hopefully that should make that a little bit easier. And welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the time lapse in the building montage. I have been a busy bee over here, loading in zombies into the mob switch, and this whole system is working out great. I'm always such a worry about these things. I always wonder if I read wrong information or outdated information, but I am 50 zombie villagers in. Let's go take a look at it. So I've done a little renovating here. I've added some powered rails to make transporting the villagers a little bit easier. Here at the end, I have a sign where I'm keeping count, and that's really a nice method to do this, especially since you can right click and edit signs now. But if we crawl under here and look into the pit, there are actually 50 zombie villagers plus a regular zombie. I don't know why I'm worrying so much. It already seems so much more peaceful here. Technically, you only need 70 of these guys. I'm gonna try to go for 140, but we can technically add as many as we want. I forgot to mention that I did cover the floor with these vines. That disables mob collision, and most of the lag you get from mobs is actually them colliding with each other, so this should be very, very lag friendly. But I did all this work off camera because I wasn't sure how to record it. Sometimes my redstone just takes a little bit of time, dare I say it's a bit janky at times, and I just wanted to get the method down before I started recording something and had a really choppy viewing experience. So let me give you a demonstration on how this works. First of all escapees go to a better place, and here's how all this works. Basically, you need a villager that you've traded with at least one time and then convert it into a zombie villager. So I've got this nifty little button here which sends me a villager once he picks up the job. Pick up the job. Works every time. But then we can do this nifty little redstone dust trade. And in my opinion, clerics are the perfect villager to do this with because they always have a redstone trade for 1 emerald. So it's really easy to get the emeralds for this thing, and you never have to worry about re-rolling if you don't have the supplies for something. But once that's done, I have an activator rail down there, which when I push this guy, he will automatically be put into the Nether portal. I grab this minecart, go through, and on this side, I kind of wish I had made this walkway 1 wide, but it works out. All you do is put the minecart on the corner here, which covers both blocks. You get yourself a fishing rod, take a step back, and pull him in, and he'll go right into the minecart. From there, he just needs a little bit of nudge to go all the way down to the end of this rail. The most important thing is to update the sign, so you always have a count here, and then get rid of the minecart, and more often than not, he'll go ahead and walk into the pit himself. The zombies do their job, and then you have 1 extra zombie villager in your mob switch. I don't know if I've said this already, but I was worrying about this build quite a bit. I thought it was going to be a nightmare, but honestly, once you get this set up, and it didn't take very long to set up at all, the hardest part is just AFKing for all these guys. So I'm really glad it's been a pretty straightforward process. And I shouldn't forget to mention my biggest help here. It is Norsey Kelsey. She let me use her account to AFK the villager breeder, so this is always loaded. So when I'm in the nether working away, or if I need to step away and grab some blocks or something like that, we never miss a tick over here at the villager breeder. But I hope you guys liked my demonstration on how all this works. I am going to be working away for a few more hours to get the rest of the villagers in. Oh, and don't let me forget, this villager breeder is a design by Raiseworks. If I remember it, I will put a link in the description to that video, but it works really, really well. But yeah, let me get 19 more zombies in. We should have enough villagers for that. And technically the mob switch should be operational, so I'll check back in with you then. Can you hear that noise? If you can, that is the noise of a working mob switch. Look at this. There are pretty much no mobs around the perimeter. Now there are a couple stragglers, like that one over there is wearing pants. That's where we dug out the nether, and we had to fight off all the mobs, and a lot of the other mobs picked up items, though therefore they cannot despawn. So we'll have to pick those off one by one. But as far as ghasts and things like that, I've not seen a ghast or even a hoglin in about 4 hours. Just look at this, pure madness. So many zombie villagers. And you know, this isn't the end if this thing doesn't work. I have no idea how this thing acts when multiple people are in the area. So I'm going to leave this bridge here. I'm going to leave the nether portal active for a couple weeks at least. If we see mobs, once a few people start coming over here to this area, we'll have to double or even triple the amount of zombie villagers. But for now, 95 is what we managed to get. 95 zombie villagers. I can tell you this has taken all day, but it's going to save us a lot of pain building this nether hub. So I'm happy we did this. The only thing left to do is slab over this, seal this thing up. They'll stay loaded, but in case there is some sort of stray gas that somebody drags over here from wherever, there will be no chance that a gashed fireball goes in here and kills a bunch of zombie villagers. That would make me very, very sad. And there we are. The mob switch is all sealed up. The bottom of this, I believe, is going to be concrete or black stone. So once you're standing up there where the nether hub will be, you shouldn't be able to see the mob switch itself. If not, we can replace this with black concrete or something. But I'm super, super happy we got this done today. It took all day to get this thing done. Guys, unfortunately, that is all the time I have left for this video. I know it's going to be a little bit shorter. I managed to get past 12 or 13 minutes though, I think, so it's a pretty good length. But guys, please do hit the like button. Please subscribe if you liked it and want to see more. And I will see you guys for the next episode, episode 19 of Paperhats Season 4. Thanks so much. Last episode of Paper Hats, our travels took us to the Nether dimension where we put together a mob switch. We all decided to put a mob switch in the Nether because we have a lot of building ahead of us. For the last few months, we've been planning a mega Nether hub, which means we're going to have to do a lot of building. If we cannot deal with mobs, that's going to save us a ton of time. However, in this episode, we are going to be focusing on my base. That's right, we haven't worked on our base in a few episodes. But before I get too far into it, I'm Dr. Jankovic. Welcome into Paper Hats Season 4. Welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom. I am looking down into the market district here, and you can see there's a lot not finished. If you're a longtime viewer of this series, you'll recognize this district. The first building we did is right behind me here. And in case you're a new viewer, let me explain what this district is. You see, most of the time, Minecrafters have a central storage. Whether it's auto-sorted or not, it's usually a central storage for all items in the game. I wanted to do a little bit different this season. So we put together this market district, and I am slowly putting together themed shops where we can sort out our items this way. It's a little bit more creative, and it's challenging me to put together interiors. And we've been so distracted elsewhere in the server, I have neglected to get any real progress done with this district. We really should be doing another district by now, but it's all okay. There's plenty of time left in this season. I don't know if I will finish this district today. It might be unlikely, but I want to get as much progress done as I can, and I want to start getting the quartz put all around the walls, not just on the inner circle. But we do have a few bottlenecks, the biggest one being quartz. And I think the other bottleneck is tough, so we're gonna have to do a little bit of mining to start this episode out. So let me head to the Nether. We will do a 1-hour mining session. We'll see how much quartz we get. So I started out with an hour of mining in the Nether, just down at Y15. I was only able to get a few stacks of blocks with this though, so I took the liberty of going over to Tax Villager area and doing a few hours of trading with these guys. Now villagers are quite a bit faster than actually mining for quartz, but I love mining, so I do it sometimes. And with all that, we were able to get quite a bit of quartz. So we've got some miscellaneous stacks here, but we have almost 2 boxes of smooth quartz ready to place down. And that's not all. I've done a little bit of prep work to make this a little bit easier to record. If we come over to the market district once again, you'll see around the edges, I have marked out where the pillars are going to go with green wool. I think I have these spaced out pretty evenly. If it needs to change a little bit, we can do that as we're building. But for now, let's place down some quartz. We'll get these pillars set up. This project wasn't near as bad as I thought it would be. Measuring things out in Minecraft always kind of stresses me out because, especially with working with diagonals, it can look very imperfect sometimes. Throughout this whole experience, I've learned so much about diagonals, it was actually a piece of cake. Measuring everything out with wool in the first place was a very good idea. And as you can see, I've got all the pillars all around, and it brightens the place up so much. I think the next thing I'm going to do is finish these roofs over here just so we can see how all the buildings are going to look together. We're going to need a lot of chiseled bookshelves, copper, and all that stuff, so let's get to work. That didn't go exactly as planned, but we got them done. We have all the roofs done now, and it looks amazing over here. Now, the problem I had is I apparently mismeasured a couple of these wings here, so I did have to move some walls around. But with what I learned with the first 2 buildings, it was a much easier process than those 2. So long story short, we won't have to do roofs for a hot minute. With that being said, we do still have 5 complete districts, minus 1 because there's a bit of a different build going in one of them, but I'm super happy with how this turned out. As you can see, the buildings are very plain. We've got to put the quartz pillars on them. We've got to texture the walls a little bit, so we have a little bit more work to do. But for a moment, I want to switch gears, and I've been looking at these walls here, and they're just a bit flat. So I think I want to try some different things. Instead of full blocks, try some of the wall blocks and see if we can give it a little bit more definition. And while we're at that, we might as well go ahead and put the pillars on the buildings too. So let's get another time lapse rolling. time for an update. Now, as you'll see, I have placed down all the pillars here. We're done with that part, and if you'll notice, we made these walls look a lot better than they used to. I did this by placing down stone brick walls in between instead of full blocks, so it's not so flush, and I went a step further and placed some full blocks behind the walls so they connect, and you get that extra pixel of definition there. Now, at some point, we are going to have to think of some decorations to make these quartz pillars pop above the wall a little bit, but currently I'm not really sure how to do that. So if you have some ideas down in the comment, please do leave them down below. I will probably get those done all in one go once we have a few of the districts put together, so that will happen at a later time. But we are still not done. I would say we're about halfway through. We do have to make the walls look a little bit more textured, so we're going to add some calcite, some polished diorite, and some tuff all along these 3 buildings here, and it's going to look amazing. And while I do some of this detailing here, I did want to mention something. I know that I've been a little bit less consistent lately with my videos, and that's because of the holidays, of course, and I was sick for about 3 weeks in between that, so that did take a lot of energy from me, if you will. But my goal is to get back onto the 1 video a week schedule if I can, and not to mention we've been having a ton of fun over at twitch.tv/Dr. Jankovic. We've been working on my solo world a ton, and we've got a new game over there where you can claim a giant shulker in my solo world, Rosethorn. It's really fun, and people have been loving it. The only reason I say this is I don't want anybody to think I'm burnt out or not passionate about this. I am still having a ton of fun with this project. I've learned so much, and I'm very grateful for that. One thing I've always thought I struggled with was attention to detail. I see other people's builds, and they put so much time into picking all the different blocks, and I've never been too patient about that, but these days I'm trying to take the time to really work with colors, see what goes well with each other, and really make everything something to look at. And not to mention, every time I build something, I feel like I get a little bit quicker at it. I learn little patterns and tricks along the way that makes my next build even quicker, which is why I've been able to get so much progress done in each video here. We've got the Nether hub builds coming up. I've got to build 5 other districts here, which I'm totally excited for. One of which will be sort of a mini game or community event place. I'm really excited for that. So we've got a lot of projects on the way. I'm going to try to get back on that weekly schedule, of course, and I'm looking forward to it. So let me finish up this detailing here. We'll see what else we need to do, and hopefully we can mostly wrap up this project today. It's been a couple days since that last clip, and I've been able to do so much here. The first thing you'll notice is all the buildings are all textured. We've got some lanterns hanging up, and it looks very, very nice. Another thing you may notice, there are no doorways just yet. That's because I'm not sure what shops need to go where, how big they need to be, so I just made everything a generic design, and we'll add all that stuff later. I even textured the courtyards in front of the buildings here, and replace some of the stone brick slabs with dark oak trap doors. That way we can hide some lights underneath these to get rid of some of these torches. And that's probably what you'll notice first, is there is a ton of torch spam here. And I've got a plan for that. Like I said, we will be hiding some light sources under these trap doors, but furthermore, I have found a really nice design for lampposts. But like usual, my inventory is a disaster, so let me go fix that real quick. That's better. I've got everything I need, plus 16 obsidian, because I managed to turn 2 ender chests in a row into obsidian. But I think we'll start with the light post right here. This looks like a pretty good spot on the edge of the path. We'll go ahead and lay down our lodestone. That's right, we're going expensive because nice things are expensive, and Tack gave me this great idea for lampposts. And then you have a polished deep slate wall. On top of that, you have an end rod. On top of that, you need a hopper, then a redstone lamp, 4 item frames on each side, some polished deep slate in the item frames, rotated 1 time, and then we need to turn these invisible. A daylight sensor on top of this set to night mode, 4 more item frames, and then a polished deep slate wall in each of the item frames. Turn those invisible, and there we go, pretty fancy light post. I played around with some of the blocks, and I really like how the invisible item frames makes it look. Gives it a little bit more detail, and I realize there's probably a better way to put together a lamppost such as this, so if you have any ideas, please do leave them down in the comments. But I would like to keep the design on the lodestone here. I love that block. But this isn't the only one we're going to be putting in. I think I'm going to tear down all these torches, see where I need some spawn proofing, and then spread these out accordingly. I think it'll look good, but let's see. And before I show off these extremely fancy lampposts, I'll just say I had a little bit of trouble sticking to the original plan. When I started putting these together, obviously I kept to the polished deep slate walls at the top, and when I started doing that, I noticed that it blended into the gray a lot, and I didn't like that very much. So I went into creative mode, played with a few blocks, and I came up with brewing stands. It makes a really nice design at the top of the daylight sensors with the invisible item frames. And furthermore, I gave the hopper a little bit more to look at with some golden swords. I'm still a little bit torn whether or not I should have used the bright iron swords, but when I look at the white gold tower and listen to the name of it, the golden swords go well with it. And with all the lampposts being built up, I can officially say we're done with the market district. As far as the buildings go, we have a lot more interiors to design, and I would love to see a lot of greenery being put here. But I'm not the best person to put greenery around here. You'll see in a future episode who I get to do that. I'm sure you can take a good guess at that. But for now, the plan is to jump into creative mode soon and get one of these other districts going. I'm not sure which one I'll do, but I will warn you, I did get a little ahead of myself on these quartz baths. One of these districts are going to have some major renovations done. I wish I hadn't placed down all this quartz already, because I know I'm going to lose a lot when I dig it back up, but that's part of the fun, I suppose. And if you would, let me know what you think of the market district as a whole down in the comments, and I'm still looking for ideas for shops to put in. I'll be building these interiors on stream soon, so let me know what you think I should put in. I've got a nether shop planned, and I believe a terracotta shop planned, but so far that's all I've got. And on a separate note, Victor Nord has built us something over at the Christmas district. I know it's a little bit late for that, but you'll see very soon whatever he built, he didn't want us to open it before January 1st anyways. So I would say the timing's good. Also, I'm not sure how much I showed off of the Christmas district, but look at this place. Everybody built something over here. It looks so amazing. There's a snowman, elf, some gifts, Santa with the sleigh. I think I showed most of this, but there are probably some new things. And this giant gift box here. This is Victor's creation here from Vic to all the Paper Hats crew. And there was a sign that said open January 1st only. I would say it's time to open it. I've been so excited. I really needed to get the market district built up before I did this, so I was really excited building the market district because I knew I would finally know all the secrets. So without further ado, let's see what's inside. Welcoming Riven to Paper Hats. Thank you for the wonderful gift, Vic. I hope people are leaving signs. All right, just looks like we have some gifts here. Dr. J, here it is. Here's my gift. Oh, wow. So he knew I needed copper. He knew I needed quartz. And he gave me some amethyst clusters because you can't have too many of those. Thank you very much for the gift, Vic. I really appreciate it. All right, let's take our box and let's leave a nice message. Well, that was really, really cool. I just put together some boxes from everything everybody else has gathered and put them under the tree. But it seems he put some thought into it and gave everyone a personalized gift. I've got to respect that. Again, Vic, thank you so much for the gift. And unfortunately, that is all the time I'm going to have left for this episode. Guys, thanks so much for being here. If you've made it this far, we've done a ton of building, and I'm looking forward to a ton more building in future episodes. Not sure what the next episode's going to be about, but I can tell you it's going to be awesome. Please do like and subscribe if you like what you see and want to get notified about future episodes. And guys, I will see you next time for episode 20. Maybe we'll do something special. See you next time. Thanks so much. In the last episode of Paper Hats, we did a ton of building at my base. We spent a lot of time building up the market district, completing the remaining 3 buildings, complete with texturing, lighting, and we even made some really fancy light posts. And before we get too far into it, welcome in. I'm Dr. Jankovic. Welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom. Today we are starting things off here at the shopping district. Later on we will go back to the base, but there is something that I've been meaning to complete. If we lay land here on the inn ship above the Shulker store and look inside. If you'll remember, we left this place an absolute mess. Now, there's quite a few people on Paper Hats that do not like Shulker monsters, and I gotta say, I really don't like a Shulker monster either, especially when they get this big, but I would say I am probably the most guilty for making them. So I'm gonna be a good boy, I'm gonna do my chores, and we are gonna clean up this right off the bat. So enjoy this wonderful montage of me cleaning up a giant Shulker monster. It's such a good feeling when you can move a Shulker monster somewhere else. I mean organized, but look how clean it looks in here. This isn't just for the heck of it. I'm actually going to turn this space into something. It's not going to be too complicated. We're just going to post some item frames around and sell enchanted Elytra. And there we go. I think that looks pretty neat. Just a wall of Elytras and an invisible armor stand to tell you how much they are. And the other paper hats can just come in here, pop off an Elytra from the wall. I guess I should leave a payment chest. And there we go, a payment chest. I wasn't really sure where to put it in here, but I guess that's as good a spot as any. That's not all though. I realize some people may die and lose their Elytra, so they can't quite fly up to a ship in the middle of the air here. I think we're gonna go down to the shop and put some down there too. Honestly, I think I like this display better than the inn ship. Those wings up against the black wall look very cool. I realize not all the paper hats have the dragon wings, but I think with the default purple Elytra, that's going to look really cool. The only thing left to do is send a message to the other paper hats in Discord and hope we make some diamonds from this. I'm really excited. And now that we have our business duties taken care of, I say we head back to the main base and talk about what we're going to do today. Now, as you may have noticed from the title, we're working with land today, specifically landscaping, or more commonly referred to as terraforming. You might be wondering to yourself, these districts aren't that big. Landmageddon is kind of a serious name for something like one of these districts. Well, now that's where I tell you that we are not talking about these districts at all. While the inside of these walls look all nice and secure and put together, if we go on the outside here, there is nothing. This island is basically floating over an ocean. To put this in perspective, my base is currently a 300 by 300 cylinder. That is a big base. And in case you haven't guessed it yet, my intentions are to connect this entire thing to the bottom of the ocean. This does pose a couple of challenges. The first one being I can't just go straight down and connect it to the ocean. It's not going to look very natural at all. We've got to make a massive island. I normally don't sweat builds, but this is such a big one, I'm a little bit terrified. But we're gonna figure it out step by step. So I can almost promise you this project is not going to be done today. It's probably going to take several episodes. So today, what I hope to do is build a general outline, maybe try out a section of the terraforming, see how I like it, and then come up with a game plan from there. The basic resources I'm gonna need right now are stone, dirt, and sand/sandstone. And to get started, I think I should get about 10 shulkers of each. I think that's a good place to start. It's been a while since I went on a resource grind quite that big. 30 shulkers of supplies, that should get us the start that we need. And I think it's finally time to get started on the project at hand. And I've actually made a little bit of a start on my latest stream over at twitch.tv/DrJankovic. I had a little bit of help with Twitch chat on how to get this basic outline done around the base. And we do have a full outline. This took just shy of 2 shulkers to get all the way around the base. But if I pull up the mini map, this is what it looks like. We have a 300 by 300 base, And this outline here is going to be the top level of the island. This is such a big project, I didn't want to go in blind, so I did a little bit of research watching Good Times with Scar and other popular terraformers, and I noticed a few things. If we fly back this way, you'll see that I started making separate levels to this. It seems they make a bit of a topography here. They start at the top level, they go down, see what the second level is, and then you kind of have slices of what you want this to look like. I'm no expert at this by any means, but I can see how this is going to make this much easier moving forward. I'm sure it won't be perfect the first time, but it'll get most of the work out of the way and make it easier for us to make modifications down the road. So let me place an extraordinary amount of blocks down, and I will see you after the time lapse. Now that was a ton of fun, and from the time lapse, it doesn't look like a whole lot of work, but this was many thousands of stone blocks. Let me show you. So here's the outline we have so far. Like I said, I wanted it to be a topography, so I thought in 3D and tried to map out a few lines of what I thought the land would shape up like. This over here, Takotome gave me an idea to make some overhangs and some cliffs. So I made this pretty sheer, and more over here, this is going to be a beachy area. There's going to be some sand, and it's going to be really nice. You might want to hang out down here or something like that. So it's not so steep, it's more of a gradual landscape. And if we look over here, I tried to start connecting up these platforms, but I kind of got the feeling that was a little bit useless because when I'm filling in all these layers, I'll be able to work that out on my own, I think. I think the reasonable first step is actually going to be filling in all of this empty space around the tower. We need to fill all this in with grass, and we have plenty of dirt, I think, so we should be able to take care of this pretty easily. However, before we get to that, there is something we need to take care of that we mentioned in the last episode. We're not going to spend too much time over here, but in the last episode, we finished decorating most of the market district here. It looks amazing, except it is missing one thing. It's missing a lot of greenery. And as far as greenery goes and plants and things, there is one person on the server that stands above the rest. That is, of course, Takotome. So I'm hoping to get her help on this so she can help make this place look as good as it deserves. And I think I know the perfect way to summon her. So let me go get a book and quill, and we'll stop by her mailbox and see what we can do. I finally found a book and quill, and we're heading towards Tack's house. Just look at that place. The big trees, the mushrooms, all the terraforming. It all looks so nice. Just look at this place, the beehive, all of the decorations, although this must have taken forever to build. Look at all the different blocks she used. That's crazy. And here's the infamous mailbox here. This is where we're going to leave our note. And if I know Tack well enough, I know that a poem will get her attention, so let's write her one here. And here's what I've come up with, the janky poem by Dr. Jankovic. Roses are red, Dr. J's base is gray. Please help me with plants, I have diamonds for pay. I think that's a pretty good one. Let's leave this in her mailbox. Looks like we got some more evidence by the artist here. That's suspicious. Let's head back to the base and get that terraforming done. So that message is delivered. Let's bang out this terraforming at the base and see how far we get.
Flowers, yeah?
Oh, hello.
Hi!
Wow, that is speedy service. How are you?
And trees? And ivies? Yes?
Yeah. Yes, whatever you got. I'm looking for greenery.
Okay, I'm good. How are you? I got distracted by plants and I forgot to be polite. Did you want to show me about, like, where are we talking? Or, like, what are the specific parameters of this project?
Right. So you caught me off guard. I was a little flabbergasted there, but if we just come this way.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be alarming.
No, you're good.
I'm very excited.
Nothing beats the time when you assaulted me on your very first day.
Yeah, that was a thing that happened. I think you're a ghost. Wait, hold still.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yes, I'm real. I'm a
no,
pro.
no.
Whoa.
Oh my gosh. I didn't mean to punch you. Well, I kind of did mean to punch you, but I didn't mean to hurt you.
Yeah, well, to be fair, you thought I was a ghost, so, I mean, it's all good. But here we are. This is my humble market district here, and I think you did a little bit of vandalism already.
Yeah, I did. I hung the garland.
Well, I really can't call that vandalism. I love it, and it's going to stay there.
Oh, I'm glad you like it.
Yeah,
Maybe I should vandalize your area more frequently.
I would love that. But yeah, whatever you could do over here, obviously, you know, things are just a bit gray and white, and, you know, the only color we have is yellow currently, and a diamond horse. So if you could just put all the bushes around and all the flowers and all of that, and, you know, whatever idea you have to give it a little bit more color, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. And how attached are you to having this be an open plaza?
I wanted it to be filled with things anyway, so I planned.
Feel about tearing up the ground here and putting in a little garden with a tree.
I love that idea.
Awesome. Trees are a go in the middle of the plaza. Got it. And all of these little green spaces here, we can put in some plantage and make them pretty.
Okay, that sounds good. I like it.
Were you looking for anything else?
So the other concern I had were these end caps of the roof here. As you know, I had a little bit of trouble with diagonals, as anyone does.
Yes.
And little old me thought it'd be a good idea to build the whole base diagonal. So these end caps are a little wonky. If you can disguise them a little bit, vandalize them, green them up a little bit so it distracts from how janky they are, that would be amazing. I'll pay extra for that, actually.
Okay. I will think about it. I'll see what I can come up with.
Awesome. Sounds good. Now, I suppose you want to talk about payment. What are you thinking?
Oh, I get paid for plants.
Yes. Yes.
Oh. See, normally I pay for plants. I don't get paid to plant. So this is new and exciting.
Oh, okay. Good to hear.
However much you are happy with, that would make me happy too.
Well, I do like to pay up front, so give me just a split second. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay.
Yep, so I'm thinking, you let me know if you need more, but I'm thinking about 32 diamonds, you know.
Oh my goodness, that is so much. Okay, that should be plenty. And I did have one other question I thought of. Did you want me to do just this side, or did you want me to do that side as well?
Well, this may be where you asked for more diamonds. I was thinking of both sides and even back here.
Even back here? Okay.
This part is optional, but in here, I don't really know what I'm going to do with these little courtyards. So if you find some inspiration, I'll pay you extra for this. But if you don't have any ideas, you can just leave it.
No, this is a gorgeous space. I can turn this into something. This will not be a problem.
I knew I hired the right person.
So the whole market district then.
That's right. That's right. If you would be so kind.
Okay. Sounds good. I will get started on this as soon as possible.
Okay, and I actually had one other concern. If you've got an extra minute here, I know you're a busy flower person and you got a lot of appointments to get to. So
I do. I've actually got a very full schedule.
Yeah. But I look. Okay, this has been a little bit of. I've seen you around at spawn at your house, and this has been a little bit of a point of confusion here. Who the heck is this?
Oh my gosh.
Tack here has been working for me, keeping the flower shop all nicey, and then you show up here. I don't know what's going on here.
Are you impersonating me?
Me or Tack here?
Both.
Okay.
It's your base, and you've apparently employed this imposter.
Yes.
That's kind of creepy. Like,
I know.
I'm not gonna lie, that kind of weirds me out a little bit.
Formally, I am sorry. I don't know how I made that mistake. Obviously, that's not you.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly. Like, this is very strange, and you've got another one here that Is this one fake too?
To be honest, I don't know. I'm gonna have to verify that.
But thank you for showing me how creepy you are.
How creepy
At
am.
least she's not like locked in some sort of dank basement or something. So there's that.
That's true. Well, Tack, I know you have many flower appointments to get to. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. Thank you again for helping me out with this.
Yeah, not a problem. My pleasure. Thank you for the very generous payment.
Absolutely. I will have more work for you if you're up for it eventually.
Okay.
But yeah, for
Okay.
now, I really appreciate it.
Sounds good. Bye.
See ya. I really can't wait to see what Tack does with the market district here. Everything she builds is absolutely gorgeous. So if she can do just a little bit of that here, it's really going to make the market district special. But here's the thing, Dakota May is a very busy person in real life right now, so I'm sure she'll take her time and have a lot of fun with it. That's the hope, at least. So the best thing we can do right now while we wait is get back to the terraforming and hopefully chip away at this massive project. And this is the part where we need to have a chat. I'm a Minecraft content creator, and my job is to entertain you. It may look like I have all the answers, but in truth, I place most of the blocks, but I haven't been alone. If you asked me who keeps my motivation intact, I would say this is Paperhats. There are very few things I cherish more than this community. I love this community with every fiber of my being, and every single one of the Paperhats loves this community too. When I asked for help with my base terraforming, every paper hat that was available at that time came to help out. And in the span of a 4-hour stream, our combined efforts completed over half this project. Words cannot explain how amazing I think the paper hats are. So thank you to Norsey Kelsey, Dakota May, Shay Plays, Dan the Noodle Man, Victor Nord, Mr. Gold. Those are the paper hats that came to the rescue in no particular order, and I'm confident everyone else who couldn't make it would have if given the time. Just flying around what we've been able to create here gives me so much inspiration for what to actually put here. There's a lot of work to do, but I am definitely excited for it. Please do let me know down in the comments what you think of the island so far, and I am so excited to share with you everything we have going on in the future out here. Unfortunately, that is all the time I have left though, so if you'd be so kind, please do like the video and subscribe if you like what you see and want to see more, and I will see you next time for episode 21. Thank you so much for being here. In the last episode of Paper Hats, we went on a massive resource grind for 30 shulkers of resources. We met with Dakota May to put in an order for her plantifying services. And then for the grand finale, we worked on one of the biggest projects in Paper Hats history. And I didn't do it alone. The other paper hats came over, lent a hand, and we placed many blocks to create this custom island around my base. And in this episode, we have yet another massive project with the paper hats. An even bigger one than last episode, arguably. We are going to be breaking 112,000 bedrock blocks. But before we go too far into that, I'm Dr. Jankovic, and welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom. I am so excited for today. Just a minute ago, I explained that we're going to be breaking 112,000 bedrock blocks today. Now, this isn't something that is spur of the moment. This has been going on for months in the background. We kind of kept it under wraps because we wanted it to be a surprise, because the biggest thing hasn't been revealed yet. But we are very excited to get this ceiling knocked out. At the time of this recording, it is Thursday evening, and the paper hats are getting together Saturday morning. Now, we do have a couple of things to clean up before we all meet. There are only a couple things to take care of, but they are very important. Number one, all of the netherrack under this piston platform we need to mine out. We can't have this here because it will absolutely break the bedrock machine. And the other thing we need to do is make sure that we have absolutely everything material-wise to make this as easy as possible. And if we run this way, we can see the redstone machine itself. Now, Superboy put this together on a recent stream weekend that we had, and it is absolutely a marvel. Just look at it. It wasn't his design. We got a schematic from somewhere, but you know what? For a bedrock breaker, I think that's relatively small. Now, if I'm honest with you, I don't really know the intricacies of bedrock breaking. I do know that it involves a piston and some magical lag stuff, but in my opinion, however it works, it is super duper impressive, and I'm so excited. You might be wondering to yourself, why in the world are we breaking 112,000 bedrock? Well, on Paper Hats, we like to do things a little bit unique. Now, Dan, a few months ago, pitched the idea of a massive Nether hub. Sphere-shaped, but it would require a lot of bedrock breaking. We had a little bit of discussion as a community, and we figured, you know what? There's no time like now to go for something crazy like that. So we all got together, and it was honestly a pretty seamless process. If you're not familiar, the Paper Hats are one of the most dedicated people to Minecraft and one of the closest communities. And it was just the perfect project for us to get together and make it happen. You really would not believe the dedication that the Paper Hats have. I appreciate these people so much. But now that I've gotten you up to speed, it is finally time to get cracking and make sure we have everything for Saturday's meeting. So the total amount of pistons that we need are 111,556 pistons. In order to craft that many, we're going to need 1,011,556 redstone, 83,667 logs, 111,556 iron ingots, and then the big daddy. We're going to need 446,224 cobblestone. After reading those numbers out to you, you might be wondering, wow, you must be working on this video for over a month now. Actually, no, we got that material list just under a week ago. And like I said, the Paper Hats are one of the most dedicated Minecraft teams in the community. We gathered these materials in about 4 days. We have the redstone, we have the logs, and we have the iron. The only thing we're lacking is the cobblestone. We've only got about half of the cobblestone, but there is a really nice cobblestone generator on the server. But since we're already on the nether roof, we might as well go ahead and get one thing done. Let's go ahead and mine out all this netherrack scaffolding so we can see just how big of a space this really is. You might not be able to tell, but I'm actually sprinting as fast as I can right now. This is such a huge space. I didn't think this could look any crazier, but just look at it without the scaffolding. You're looking at 39,000 pistons placed in a platform. It is so crazy under this. But before I get mesmerized for too long, let's go get some more cobble so we can finally remove all this bedrock. For the cobble, we need upwards of about 90 shulkers of cobble, and luckily we have a very fast cobble farm on the server. Dan the Noodle Man showed me how to use it earlier today, and I fully intend to take advantage of it. If my calculations are correct, it should only take about a couple of hours to get the rest of the cobble we need, so not too bad. And there it is, the magical cobble generator. This thing is so small, but I think it's almost 80k an hour or something crazy like that. Pretty easy to turn on. You just flick the lever and hit the button. It's not Dan's design. I don't know whose design this is, but it works great. So let's set up an AFK spot. We'll AFK here for a few hours, and hopefully we should have all the cobble we need. Just as I expected, we only had to AFK for about an hour to get the remaining cobble, and all these chests you see here are all filled up with cobble. We're gonna need a lot of shulkers to transport these, a lot of shulkers we don't have. You can see we have a few extras here, but we're gonna need 60 or 70 more, and I know exactly where to find them. Now, you might recognize that big contraption in the distance. That is our shulker farm, and if I remember correctly, I've got quite a few shells here we can use. I really don't remember the last time I had to use this. We stocked the shulker shop with over 3,200 shulkers, and we still had a whole lot to spare. Oh yeah, we've got plenty. Let's just load up on as many as we can. It's always good to have extra shells around. And if you don't recognize this build, I would recommend going and watching episode 8 of Paper Hat Season 4. That was a really fun video. We attempted one farm and we completed the Shulker farm, so go check that one out. And there we are. Just behind me are around 100 shulkers. It doesn't really look like it, does it? But we've got to fill these up and take them to the nether roof. It took a few trips and I realized just how big of a project this is, but we now officially have everything on the material list. The only thing left to do is meet up with the other paper hats tomorrow morning and send this thing off. However, in the meantime, let's do something we haven't done in a while. Let's check out spawn and shopping and see what's going on over there. And here we are at our amazing spawn. The first thing you see is the giant Paperhats Everbloom sign. And of course, you remember the staircase we built at the very first of the season up to the spawn portal. And what you guys may not recognize is all the terraforming that Victor Nord has done around here. He's done so much work to get a river going through the middle of all this, putting all the cherry leaves around, and it just looks so pretty. From the iron farm to Victor's trees, another tree, he's making some incredible things. And if we give it a flyover, you can just see how many creative ideas the Paper Hats have come up with. It's so pretty over here, so many different building styles. Somehow, it all comes together. I really love how this is looking this season. I believe this is Giraffe Queen's Panda Bamboo Shop, and look how cool that looks. Bamboo is kind of an easy one to farm. I wonder if anybody might get in on that competition. Heading this way, just past the totem shop, it seems like we have a new shop. I'm not really sure what this is. Lots of skulk. Thinking of opening soon. I would guess this is a skulk shop. That would be really cool if we had that on the server. And right here in the middle of the shopping district, we have a bee shop, which that's going to be really handy, being able to buy honey blocks and honeycombs on demand. I don't know if I've shown this one off, but this is Glitch Intended's wool shop, Kaleidoscope Woolens, and he's got all the colors of wool, which is very, very handy. I typically use a lot of wool, especially when planning builds, so you can bet I'm going to be a repeat customer here. And heading towards the Shulker store, I do know there are a couple new shops, like this one, the Wandering Druid, which sells things that you find out in the world like Heart of the Seas and other treasure, but it looks really, really nice in here. Just past the Wandering Druid, looks like there's a TNT shop, which I love that build. Look at that little creeper. And even past the Shulker store, what is this? I really like the build. It's very cozy. A hay and hoe shop. Okay, maybe this is a reason for us to use more packed mud in our builds. And of course, you guys have seen the Shulker store. If you haven't seen that video just yet, I would definitely go recommend it. I had a lot of fun with this. And I have seen this out of the corner of my eye, but the art museum. I have no idea what that is. But if I had to guess, it's probably something with the artist, the person that keeps leaving the paintings all around. I wonder if Governor Esquire ever got any tips about who the artist really is, because I'd really like to know. That's been something that has been perplexing us since the beginning of the season. But as far as the shopping district, I think those are all the new shops. We are planning a community day where we're gonna revamp all the paths in between everything and make it look really, really finished and connected. So you could be looking forward to another stream weekend about that. But it's been a fairly long day of gathering materials and getting ready for tomorrow's event. I know just the place to get a good night's rest. The Spawn Inn. This was built by Glitch Intended, if you don't remember. And all you have to do is sign in, just like this. And then you're free to go upstairs and pick out a bed for yourself. Have I mentioned I'm excited about bedrock breaking? I can't wait, but let's get some rest. We'll meet up with the Paper Hats tomorrow morning and we'll get this done. It's now the next wonderful day in Everbloom here. It's time for the big event. Let's go meet up with the other Paper Hats. I'm sure we'll have a grand old time. Dan, this was all your idea, buddy. Appreciate it.
Hey, if I can bring a little insanity to my sane friends, I will.
I'm not sure that I'm
You know-
sane either, but this is insane. This is 100% insane.
Are we ready?
I think so.
Let's do it.
Okay,
Let's
super.
Right.
Now, I believe Dan chose a name for this thing.
What is it?
Tack, I'm gonna be real for you. I don't remember the name.
Oh,
What did
oh.
what did we end up calling it?
Okay, let's see if I can remember it.
Betty Breaky?
It was like the breaky boomy hole or something like
Oh
that.
yeah.
Oh, the blowy holy? Is that what we're
The
talking
bl-
about?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
blowy hole.
Yeah.
Blowy holy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Good
I
luck
love
on your
it.
journey. We hope you work.
We really hope
Yeah.
you work.
Yeah.
You can start by standing directly under it and then move back from there.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah,
Okay.
you know, trial and error.
I will take your challenge.
Okay, yeah, Dan, I'll stand about 5 blocks away from you if you'll stand under.
Yep.
There we
Yeah,
go.
I will.
Dan will be
Okay.
the meat shield
Yeah.
for all the
Okay.
blast damage.
Yeah.
I've got a totem. It's fine. Hold on. I need a backup totem.
All right, you ready, kids?
I am so ready.
Let's do it.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I can see
Things are
this.
happening.
God.
Yes!
It's working.
Yes!
It's
It's working! Yeah!
Let's go.
Oh, I'm so happy. Look at it.
Oh my gosh!
Yes, it's so quick.
So close to this thing.
It is so quick.
This thing's so fast.
I know. Speedy.
You know, I'm just now realizing I don't really know how to make a chair, but we're gonna make this work.
A chair. Oh.
A chair.
Oh, is this so we can
we've got a
wait?
whole bunch of chairs.
Oh, crap. I
Oh,
just used all my
nice.
rockets. Dang it.
It happens to the best of us.
Wait, but even with all of the
It's like 2 or 3 blocks every second, I think. Yeah. Oh, well, okay.
Just got
Yeah, yeah.
obliterated.
Oh, half mine got obliterated. That just, yeah.
Me and Tack were saying.
This is pretty cool, though. I mean, we're just waiting here, having a good time, building. That table might get obliterated.
Super.
I know. It's part of the.
Oh my
I
God.
was hoping that would be part of the fun is putting this down and continually trying to move it.
I'm so glad
Yeah.
I have my blocks turned down right now.
Oh, yeah, every time it passes, we should move it 1 block closer so we can keep sitting by it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh.
FOV, Shay, so you
Crunch
can-
in, everybody.
Whoops. I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button.
A party ball.
Russian roulette.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
Your stuff, don't let it blow up.
Very
Don't
right.
let
Get
it
my
blow up.
stuff!
Oh god. 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 Oh god.
I'm scared.
Can we?
I'm running back.
C-Dubs is concerned that you're gonna lose all your gear, but you're the richest guy on the server, so I don't think we have to worry about it.
Richest guy on the server. Four.
I'm pretty sure this right here says I'm the richest guy on the server.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, Dan alt clicked.
Dan.
Dan.
What are you talking about?
Dude, that
You
is.
won't notice- you won't notice my stack's gone, right?
Oh, there we go. Yes.
Oh, that is a
I
great
didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, goodness.
I did not know
Beautiful.
that was a thing.
Yeah.
I love it.
Mhm. Yeah. That's hilarious. That's such a good screenshot. Uh-oh. So I had an idea. I thought we could write something in this book, each of us that were here, as like a moment in history, and then I can hand it over to Vic.
Okay. Like
That was quick. Something. Yes, thank you. All right, super.
Hold on, I gotta pull up the Gettysburg Address.
Get it one now. Oh no. Dan, I need one more thing from you before you end.
Yeah.
I need you to write something in this book. I'm going to hand it to Victor for the Heritage Society.
There once was a player named Tack who threw herself onto attack. She jumped with a scream and shout, "That was mean," but the culprit was never found. Signed,
Oh, that's
Dan.
so good. That is so good. So I thought I would give everyone this book at Quill and just go ahead and write a few sentences, whatever you think. And I'm going to hand it to Victor to put in that.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. It's always a ton of fun meeting up with the other paper hats, especially for stuff like this where we're breaking massive amounts of bedrock. And as you can see behind me, we have 3 layers already removed. I was hoping to get you guys an update before this, but you know what? More progress is better. Tack and Dan here are just working on crafting up some extra pistons for the last 2 layers. My job is I need to rebuild this bedrock breaker. Each one of these layers while the machine is running is about 8 hours of AFK time, which isn't too bad. You just gotta make sure the machine is loaded at all times. The only strenuous part is placing all the pistons for the machine to run. And of course, every time you destroy a layer, you've got to rebuild the bedrock breaking machine. As you'll see in just a minute, I'm getting pretty quick at that. The first thing that makes this project manageable is our schematic. If you're not aware, you can use a mod called Lightmatica to paste ghosts of builds in your world before you actually build them. That's what we're using here to make sure that we have the machine properly aligned and we can visualize it before we place down so many blocks. Before we can actually build the machine, we're at the point to where the machine will blow itself up after it's done. So we are losing a little bit of supplies, but for the most part, as you can see in the very distance there, I can actually break that down and get most supplies. So step number one, I've got to make sure that I have all the material. So let me go break this down and we'll see what we have. And as you can see, I've got both machines removed. I think I saved most of the supplies and I had to make a few extras, but just by looking at this, I do believe we have everything we need to build the next one. And if not, it's not that hard to craft a few extras. But it's finally time to rebuild this machine, so I hope you enjoy the time lapse. And there we go. Like I said, it doesn't take very long at all. And I like to spend a few extra seconds just verifying that I've placed everything correctly, because although it's not really a hard thing to build, I want to make sure it works every time I build it. We've got the main module here that has the TNT and blowy up stuff. And then over there is what sends the machine back. And you know what? I'm not really sure how it all works, but it is magical and it looks amazing. Now I was going to show you a time lapse of me placing all these pistons, but the paper hats are killing it. Look, Tack is placing all these pistons down, Dan's placing all these pistons down, and somewhere there is a glitch intended gaming placing pistons as well. But this machine isn't the fastest thing in the world. We can place pistons a lot faster than the machine can run, so let's go ahead and start the machine and get this bedrock breaking. It is finally time to get the 4th layer of bedrock removed. I've given the paper hats a little bit of a heads up that the machine will be flying their way, and this is always the most nerve-wracking part. So let's see if this works. I mean, it's flying. It's blowing up stuff. Let's see if it's clearing bedrock. It looks like it. See? It is deleting all that bedrock. It looks so cool every single time. Just so easy to get mesmerized by this thing. It is absolutely a marvel. I don't know who designed this design, but whoever it was, an absolute genius. So I think I'll spend some time with the other paper hats placing all these pistons down, and then of course we need to AFK for a while. I'll give you a progress update for the 5th layer, but then after that, we are done clearing bedrock. And just like that, after a weekend of building redstone machines, hanging out with friends, and AFKing for many, many long hours, I can finally say we are done clearing out the bedrock hole. Look at this. It looks so crazy. Never in my life would I think I'd be doing something this technical in Minecraft. It looks great, and honestly was not as hard as I was expecting. So honestly, I think everybody should try this at least once in their Minecraft world. Please do let me know what you think of this project and this video down in the comments. I can't wait to see what you guys think about it. And before I forget all about it, if you remember in the footage, I gave everyone a book and quill just to write a few sentences about today and keep it as a memento. I was going to hand it to Vic at the Heritage Society, and I even saved the original redstone block for Vic to build an exhibit for. Let's head on over to Spawn, meet with Vic, and hand him those items. Hey Vic, you there?
Oh, hey, Dr. J.
Hey, how's it going? I see you're doing some more amazing terraforming.
Yeah, just working my shovel as usual.
Yeah, you're doing awesome work over here. I know you're working on some sort of historical heritage society, I think the name is. And I wanted to give you a couple of your first pieces to think about displaying. We've had a massive project in the Nether to clear out a whole bunch of bedrock, and that kicked off over the weekend. So the first thing I want to give to you is that is the redstone block we started the first bedrock breaking machine with.
Beautiful. What a way to kick it off.
Yeah, and then the other idea was a little bit more creative. I got together everybody who was at the event with that book and quill, and everybody wrote a few sentences in that. Maybe we could display it on a lectern or something.
This is exactly the thing we're looking for over here at the Heritage Society.
Awesome. Glad to
Thank
hear
you.
that.
It'll be a perfect piece to show off.
Well, good. Glad I could
This-
contribute. I appreciate everything you're doing around here.
Well, it's a pleasure. It'll be a really fun project. Thank you for those first 2 pieces.
Absolutely. Just let me know if you need anything.
Absolutely.
Well, Vic, I will see you around.
You too.
Thanks so much. Vic is such a nice guy, and what a terrific idea having the Heritage Society where we can keep mementos from the season and keep it as an exhibit for you guys when you download the world. I really love this idea. But unfortunately, that is all the time I have left for this episode. It's been a long one. This took many hours to accomplish. But in truth, I had so much fun, and I'm so glad we did all of this. But please do like and subscribe if you like what you see and want to see more. I will see you guys in the next episode, and thank you so much for being here. Hope you guys have a great day. Last episode, we met up with the other paper hats to send off our fancy bedrock breaking machine. We needed a machine like this to remove 100,000 bedrock from the nether roof. This is all so we can have one of the fanciest nether hubs in Minecraft. And in this episode, we'll be back in the nether to take care of a couple of things. I want to create a piglin barter farm. This will give me another source of quartz for my base and a ton of blackstone for the nether hub project. But before we get too far into it, I'm Dr. Jankovic. Welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom, and this is episode 22. And if you're unaware what piglin bartering is, if you give piglin some gold, they'll pick it up and trade you items. As you saw there, I got leather and gravel, but what we're in here for is quartz and blackstone. And while throwing a few pieces of gold at random piglins is a good way to get just a few items, obviously we're gonna need a ton of items, which means we're gonna need a ton of gold. So let's talk about options. My options are endlessly mining down below the world for a whole lot of gold, which is gonna take many hours. I can spend some time building my own gold farm. However, my third option is trying to meet up with one of the other paper hats who has a gold farm and see if I can't get some sort of VIP pass. I like the third option. We can help out somebody with a little bit of diamonds and we'll get ourselves access to a gold farm, and we can even build a piglin barter farm right under there, so it sweetens the deal a little bit. Luckily, there is at least one paper hat with a gold farm, and the one I'm thinking about is Superboy Gamer. I'm not sure if anybody else has a gold farm, but I would say he would be absolutely willing to make a deal with us. So let's go and see if we can't try to find Superboy. And here we are at Super's perimeter. I don't see him floating anywhere over here. He's usually digging or he's up top at his gold farm, which you just have to go to this giant arrow in the corner and then you can have roof access. And there in the distance, there it is, his massive gold farm, which is very quick. And oh my goodness, look at it. I would love to use that. And is that a super over there? Hello? Super?
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello.
Okay.
Pretty
Wow.
good.
Diamond throne.
Oh yeah. You know, this is just my normal chair. I bring it everywhere. Sometimes I just leave it behind because
Yeah.
it's a hassle to carry it more than anything, and it's just easy to come by blocks.
Right. Yes. I would love to see what your real chair looks like, not your mobile one. I have a bit of a proposition for you, and I don't know if this is something you are planning on doing. If possible, I would love to buy a VIP pass to this gold farm.
Well, that's kind of funny because I have one right here.
Oh, really? Okay. What would the damage be?
Well, this is a really nice farm. It produces a lot of gold.
Yes.
There's plenty of chests full of nuggets here, of the gold variety, not the chicken.
Yeah. I mean, it looks quality. No fakes
Yeah,
here.
yeah, no fakes. I checked myself, no fool's gold. I did the
Yeah.
whole bite test and everything
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
on every single nugget.
By the way, do you have a jacket with diamond buttons?
Yeah.
Oh
just,
my goodness.
Just rich people things.
Yeah, rich people. Yeah, I'm looking to spend some diamonds for this investment. I need a lot of quartz, a lot of blackstone. After we work out that, I've got another question for you.
I'm assuming this is for use of the farm more than just once. VIP pass.
I'm thinking till the end of the season.
Unlimited use of the farm until the end of the season. And because I'm such a good friend, I'll give you a little bit of a discount. So what about
Oh.
32 diamonds, my friend?
32 diamonds. I can do that. I can do that. That is not a problem. All right, here you
There's
go,
your
sir.
pass.
Oh, thank you very much. We passed it at the very same time. All right, I'm gonna put that in my ender chest before I lose it. Thank you very much. That is
course,
amazing.
of course.
I have earned my way to using a gold farm. My other question is, I do see a severe lack of a piglin barter farm. Is that something you had planned, or shall I build that?
I mean, it's something I want here. Never actually planned anything yet to build it. So if you're offering to build one here, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, I have a design in mind, so I will definitely build one. Where would you like it? Would you like it directly under the farm? Or beside it?
Beside it would work just fine, like right over here.
Oh yeah, extend this glass platform.
Just expand it, make it look like it's part of the gold farm, essentially.
Oh, there you go, yeah. I will absolutely do that. Yeah, well, it's been a pleasure doing business. I'm sure this helps us. Well, it might help me out a little bit more than you. You seem to be doing fine on diamonds.
All right, well, thank you for the business, my friend.
Yep, absolutely. I will see you around.
See you around.
Well, we've done it. I'm really happy we were able to make a deal with Super for a VIP pass to this thing. And as you can see behind me, it is incredibly fast. I'm really excited for what we can do with this thing. And I suppose the next logical step is figure out what this thing can do. We need to figure out how much gold we can get in an hour and hopefully build a piglin barter farm that can keep up with that. So I think I'll AFK here for about half an hour, see what kind of rates we get, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so I AFK'd for about 30 minutes and I came down here and crafted everything up. And here is what we've got. Now, I do believe there was a little bit extra that Super left in there, and probably some more from me standing around the farm, but it is safe to say this thing pumps out an insane amount of gold. What I said earlier about building a piglin barter farm to keep up with the gold output in this thing, I would say that piglin barter farm would have to be massive, much more massive than I'm interested in building. So I think we're going to go with a pretty reasonable number of 8 piglins. Piglins trade a piece of gold every 5 to 7 seconds, I believe, so regardless, it's going to be a quick farm, and there is such thing as AFKing, so we don't necessarily have to keep up with the output of this gold farm. Luckily, I have a design that I put together myself. Let's pop into my creative world. And here we are in my creative world. This is the design I was able to come up with. It holds 8 piglins. And I've timed it well enough for when they get done with one piece of gold, they're immediately handed another one, so it's pretty quick. The other feature I was able to figure out is once you load gold into this chest, it'll turn itself on and it'll turn itself off as soon as the storage is empty. I know there are plenty of other designs, probably more efficient than this one, but sometimes I like to sit down and have a little bit of fun with Redstone. So I think we're going to build this on the Paperhats server. And we're back on the Paperhats server, and I have something to admit. I have already built this farm. On a recent stream, we built this. It didn't take very long, but I completely forgot to hit record on replay mod, so I'm super sorry about not having that time lapse. But that gives us an opportunity to make a really cool storage building time lapse. And unfortunately, there are a couple of problems with that. Problem number 1, I built this too close to Super's, and I can't properly get the sorters in here. However, it looks like he doesn't need all this ice here, so we can actually shorten this for him, I think. That looks perfect. I was able to reduce this about 6 blocks, so we've got plenty of room for the sorters now. And luckily, I have all the materials here, the chests, the hoppers, and in my redstone box, all the repeaters, comparators, redstone torches, all those technical bits. So let's roll that time lapse as promised. I hope you enjoyed that little time lapse there. We can officially call this project completed. As you can see, I'm saving 4 columns of quartz, 4 columns of blackstone, 1 of gravel, crying obsidian, soul sand, and nether brick. And then these 2 columns here are just going to be overflow for the other stuff I didn't want to sort themselves, because I really don't need a lot of that stuff. And for the next steps, I think we should do a proper AFK session on this thing. I've never really put too much gold through this design, so I'm really excited. So I'm going to take all this gold I have here, pack it into that double chest up there. I'm sure this is going to take a couple hours of AFK time, but then we'll kind of know how much we're going to get every hour. I don't think this is quite going to be a full double chest, but it's going to come pretty close. All right, the piglins are all loaded up on gold. Let's find ourselves an AFK spot. I've been eyeing this spot for a little while. It's just a little cubby hole that just so happened to be here, and I think it's the perfect one. So let's wait a couple hours and then we'll see what we have. I have a great feeling about that AFK session. Let's see what we got. For quartz, we got about this many, about half a shulker or so. For blackstone, we got almost a double chest. I'm really excited to see how much blackstone we got, because we're going to need a lot of it for the nether hub. We got just as much gravel here, and that's great. Maybe we can start building with concrete more. About 7 stacks of crying obsidian, a few stacks of obsidian, the most part of a shulker for soul soil, and about as much for nether brick. And of course, there is a whole bunch of miscellaneous stuff that we don't quite need right now, but maybe we'll have a use for in the future. The only thing we're missing is a good way to transport items back from this farm over to the main nether area. And yes, there are a ton of shulkers on the server currently, but that requires finding all those empty shulkers, wrangling them up, bringing them over here, packing them up, and then taking them back. Luckily, we have a massive shulker farm and access to many shulker shells. So I think I'm going to lay this chest here and we're going to fill it with the ability to make hundreds of shulkers. And here we are at the shulker farm. Let's make ourselves a shulker. And then we're going to fill this shulker up with 18 stacks of shells. And all we need now is 9 stacks of chest. I don't have that much wood, but I know where we can get it. You might remember this place over here. This is actually from the last episode. This is Dan's Industrial District, and we have made some friends. Last episode, we used this cobble generator behind me to get a whole bunch of cobble. This episode, we are going to be using the tree farm here. This is a pretty neat little machine. But we need enough wood to make 9 stacks of chest, which means 18 stacks of logs. So we're going to use this tree farm to get that really quickly. And here we are, we've got that packed all into this chest. That's plenty of shulkers to make gathering this stuff up easy. I'm so happy we got this piglin barter farm set up finally. It's something I've been procrastinating, and it's going to help us out so much with building the base with all the quartz and building the nether hub with all the blackstone and all the other goodies you get from this. But unfortunately, that is all the time I have left for this episode. I know it's a bit of a short one, but we've got big things coming up. Guys, thanks so much for being here. If you've made it this far, be sure to like and subscribe if you like what you see and want to see more. And I will see you guys for episode 23 of Paper Hat Season 4. Thanks so much. In the last episode of Paper Hats, we were on the quest for quartz and blackstone. In order to achieve this, we met up with Superboy to make a deal. 32 diamonds for unlimited access to his gold farm, and then we just needed to build a piglin barter farm. So that's what we did. And in this episode, we need to capitalize on our piglin farm investment. We need to get those pillars placed all around the Imperial City. But before we get too far into it, I'm Dr. Jankovic. Welcome into the wonderful world of Everbloom. And to give you guys an update, you might notice notice that there are a ton of quartz pillars placed along the outer walls here. Over the last weekend, at the time of the recording, I had a couple of streams. We used up all the quartz I had in storage currently and placed all these pillars. While this is a major step forward, we're not even halfway done with this yet, so we're gonna need a ton more quartz. And we have a few options for that. We can go quartz mining, we can trade with villagers, we can use our new piglin barter farm, and lastly, we can check every single chest that I own on the entire server just to scrounge around for every last bit of quartz. And I did say at the beginning of this season, I'm trying not to waste material, so I think that is the logical first step. Let's visit the first place we were at on the server. Let's go back to the starter base. And you guys might recognize this place. This is where we started out the season. You know what? We kind of glanced at this in a previous episode, but I didn't really give it much explanation. I did not place these carpets. I loved Graham. That is an untrue statement. I didn't put that there. I wonder if this has changed. Oh my goodness. They have vandalized my little secret compartment that they made. I wonder if there's anything in the chest here. That all seems good. What about this other chest that I'd never ever check? Oh, wait a minute. Paint supplied by Kaleidoscope Woolens. That's not supposed to be there. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'm taking this evidence with me. We're going to go see our good neighbor, Mr. Gold, and see if he has seen anything, because maybe we get like a neighborhood watch going on. Hello, Mr. Gold?
Hello?
Hello? We have an emergency.
What is it?
Yeah. I have been vandalized. My property by the artist.
Paint supplied by Kaleidoscope Woolens.
Yeah. Just left all over my place. Have you seen anything?
Yeah, actually, I have. I've been kind of afraid to touch it because I don't want my fingerprints on it. But here, come here. I'll show you real quick.
All right, let's take a look.
Mine says Tax Paintbrush.
Oh my goodness. So we have Kaleidoscope Woolens.
Yep.
Mine was named. We have Tax Paintbrush. I think they're trying to frame somebody.
It may be. I don't know why it would be. Somebody would leave it Tax Paintbrush and it really be Tack. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But a good thing we don't get paid to figure it out. There is somebody on the server, though. Governor Esquire.
Governor Esquire.
Yeah. All right.
I remember them.
Yep.
They interrogated me not too long ago. Yeah, because of a painting that was put right here.
All right, I'll tell you what. Let's go give them a job because they don't do anything anymore. Let's go take that. We're gonna go put it in their drop box.
Okay, yeah, let's go. That's a good idea.
Sounds like a plan, yeah. And there it is. I do believe they turned your pity house or your generosity house into their place of business, but this looks like it. All right, let's see if we can find out. Oh, there it is. Evidence drop-off.
Evidence drop-off.
Okay, so I'm putting the paintbrush in, the carpet, all the walls. You have anything else? Your item frame, maybe?
Frame. Yep. That's there. Now we will just have to let them know that we dropped it off.
Yeah, we'll have to let them know. You have a book and quill by chance?
Not on me, no. Can go get one. I'll be right back.
Okay, in your bag, did you find a book?
I did. It is right there.
Awesome. Okay, let's write this up. All right, here's what we've got. I wrote the evidence of the artist, some wool, more wool, a paintbrush, a previously invisible item frame from Dr. Jankovic, and then I'll let you side that.
And Mr. Gold. There we go. Done.
Awesome.
And done.
Okay, and then we'll just put that in there, and hopefully some year they get to it.
Yes.
You never know when they'll get to it.
Well, I am glad that we finally got that taken care of. I hate to run. I've got to see a guy about a pair of wings because I keep dying and I kind of need another pair.
A pair of wings, you say? Okay. Well, hey, there's a perfect place over there. Good luck with that.
All right. I'll see you later.
All right. See you then. Hello, good sir.
Hello. How are you?
Doing good. How are you? Can I help you with something today?
Well, I've heard that you're the man to see for a pair of wings.
I am, absolutely.
I keep dying.
I am.
I keep dying, and I need another pair.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so for the small investment of 32 diamonds, you can have one of our organically sourced wings, a fresh pair from the end. Our resident dingus, Dr. Jankovic, flew over 78,000 blocks for these things.
Wow.
So, yeah, a very tiny microscopic investment of 32 diamonds, and you'll get those wings as long as you don't burn them in something.
Can you guarantee them?
What do you say? I can guarantee them to a certain point.
As long as I don't burn them.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
I mean, yeah, I need them, and that they look really good, and I think it's gonna work out great.
Awesome. Okay, well, I'd like to say I'll get the paperwork done, but I have no paperwork, so I guess I'll just accept your diamonds.
Okay, well, that'll work, and
Okay.
kind of embarrassing, but I left my money at home.
Oh, well, I'll tell you what. I know you're a regular here. You can go ahead and take them. I know you're good for it.
And I'll make sure the money gets back to you.
Okay. All right. I trust you, I think.
I couldn't help but wonder as I was flying in, what's this building over here next to you with the art on it?
That's kind of strange. I honestly, I don't know much about it myself, but my business associate does. So give me just, I'll go grab him.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Mr. Gold.
Hey.
Fancy seeing you here.
Yeah, I know, right? Man.
I know.
I
Man, we never see each other.
Yeah, I know. So I was waiting on a guy to get back. He said he was going to get his associate that would know about the building next door.
Oh yeah. That's me.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah. I don't know who did that, but they just moved in recently, and it does say art on it with a period, so maybe that's an abbreviation. I think of maybe artist, but
the artist,
maybe
the artist.
Yeah, and that's, I don't know where they get their money, but that is a large building. I think we should go check it out.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
This is a lot. I'm missing all of
yeah.
Gift shop, gallery, upstairs.
Upstairs.
I don't even see a staircase in, but there's got to be one. Let's see. Meet the artist. This guy, the gnome. Graham the gnome. Wow, what a nose.
That is a big nose.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
We'll get on the back.
And minigame. All right, we'll have to do the minigame last, I
Okay.
think, but my goodness, look at all this detail. Shopping baskets, please return.
Ooh.
Oh, so you can pick up all the stuff. And
Yeah.
this guy. What is this guy? Oh, is that Graham the gnome dressed up like him?
Yeah, I think
Let's
so.
see. Feedback. Thank you for visiting the Graham is Great art exhibition. Any feedback is welcome. All complaints will be ignored. Okay, well, there we go.
Well, it sounds like no complaints need to go in there at all.
That's right. Graham crackers.
5 diamonds.
What? I've never seen this item in Minecraft. What is this?
Whoa.
Oh, you picked it up. That was
Sorry
weird.
about that.
No, you're
Yeah,
good.
sticky fingers.
Seriously, what is that? Oh, rabbit stew? That's a thing?
Oh,
But it's called graham cracker. It does look like a graham cracker.
It really does.
Anyway. Coloring book for beginners.
Ooh.
Okay, this is actually pretty cool.
Yes.
I have never seen pictures in Minecraft like this.
That is. Ooh, a helicopter.
That's that is so cool. Let's see, full costume. These
Ooh.
prices are outrageous. I can't afford
They really
this.
are. I mean, if it's the artist doing this, I can imagine.
That's
No
true.
wonder they can build such a big building.
Yeah, right. A painting set.
Huh.
Oh, that's a lot of paints.
Yes, it is. Paintbrushes. Oh, paintbrush.
Yeah. Oh, paintbrush 1.0 and 2.0.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not named tax brush though, so
That's true.
I think the one in your house might have been a phony.
It has been a fake.
A Graham plush. That is amazing.
Yes, it is.
That is so amazing. Oh my goodness. The amount of effort put into this is astonishing.
Graham. That looks French.
Yeah. So I from my expert history,
Yes.
That is French for cologne.
Cologne. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Absolutely. Well, I'm definitely coming back with some diamonds.
30 diamonds for cologne? I don't know about
I
that
know.
one.
I'm gonna buy one of each, but I don't have those diamonds yet. Meet the artist coming soon.
Ooh.
Study clues, make a guess at the desk. Good luck. All correct guesses win an incredible prize.
Ooh,
Okay.
nice. Prizes are
So
good.
what do we? So wait a minute. Enter your name followed by your guess, and put in the chest behind.
What are we guessing? The artist, right?
Yep, we're guessing the artist.
Hmm.
So,
These are clues?
what? That's what I was guessing. And this is an enchanted book. Does that have anything? That's literally an enchanted book. Okay.
But what is the enchant? Maybe Curse of Vanishing.
Curse of Vanishing. They always vanish.
Yes, they do.
These clues have to have something in common.
Yeah. So we have ink sac, potato, cake, bone, and pottery sherd. Then we have iron bars, another pottery sherd, an egg, a jungle sapling, and Curse of Vanishing book.
Mr. Gold, I didn't study for this test. This is the hardest thing
Yeah.
for me to think about right now. Okay. Well, let's see. I can say the potato and cake can be eaten.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's one similarity. What's our next clue?
There any similarities with ink sac?
Maybe the bone. I mean,
Bone.
they're two mob drops.
You can make
kind of.
You can make dye out of both of them.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You're onto something about that.
Yeah, I think
I
so.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dye makes painting, different color paint,
Farms.
like a squid farm and skeleton farm. Maybe the art.
Yeah, squid farm, skeleton farm. You can make a potato farm.
Yep.
Egg is a chicken farm.
What pottery shirt is this?
That's a good idea. I'll look at this.
Brand.
This one's the heartbreak.
Brand and heartbreak. But then the jungle sapling. Maybe they live in the jungle.
Maybe. I mean, Jungle Heartbreaker. That's like a Guns N' Roses song.
Yes. I would listen to it.
Yeah, me too. All right. Well, I got to be honest with you, Mr. Gold. I'm not witty enough to figure this out.
Yeah, I may have to think on
who
this
who
one.
might you get? Should we tell each other our guesses, or should we keep it anonymous?
I'd say let's keep it anonymous.
Okay, I'm good with that. I'll stand this way. I'll let you do what you need to do.
Okay. And then put it in there. It disappeared.
Okay.
I think I was wrong. I didn't get a prize.
Okay. Well, oh, there's a hopper. Okay, so it really is anonymous. All right, I'm gonna put my guess down.
So maybe I should tell you what I put so you don't put the same thing.
Ah, yes, and then we can share the prize.
Yes. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with
All right.
that.
Well, I put glitch. Don't tell him.
Mr. Gold, I'm having a difficult time guessing.
Well, we know we have two new paper hats, Shay and Riven, right?
Right. I would imagine they're not it.
Because this was going on before they were here.
Right.
If I remember correctly, stuff was going on while Dan was gone after he fell down the mountain.
That's true.
So I don't think maybe it was him. I mean, I know somebody who's always up to shenanigans, but they're part of Governor Esquire. So I don't know if it would be Super or not.
Super, yeah. What? Yeah. How crazy would that be?
I mean,
That it's a member of Governor Esquire.
that would be like the foolproof plan. He can blame
Right.
anybody else.
That's true. You know what?
I think that's it.
I'm burying Super.
All right.
It is Super. Locking in that answer. Super's going down.
Where's the prize?
You know, I bet they review the submissions and we'll hear in like 6 business days or something.
And get back with us.
Yeah, or maybe we'll never hear the actual answer. Wouldn't that be something?
Oh, good grief.
I know. Oh my goodness.
I have to wait forever. Or maybe it's just a way to pull more pranks.
That's true. That's true.
Think we got a shot at winning something.
Well, if we do win, again, we'll share that price.
Yes. Either way.
Didn't they say there was an upstairs here?
They did. There is a bubble elevator right
Yeah,
here.
bubble vader here.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what's up here. Oh my
Wow, look at all the art.
This is actually really
Oh my
cool.
goodness.
That's amazing.
And it's all 3D. Look, the noses stick out. How
I
do
know.
they do that?
Oh my goodness. I can't wait to figure out who the artist is. I'm definitely going to pay them to put this in the Imperial City.
Oh, yes. This is
100%.
amazing. Oop, what's this? There's a sign.
Graham 55. They're all named.
20, 23. Is that how many diamonds? 2,023 diamonds?
Oh my gosh.
Ugh.
Are these actually for sale? They are. That's
The Lone
amazing.
Grim, 1,933 diamonds.
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
Me and you might have to build a bigger tunnel board.
yeah. It's kind of broke at the moment.
Oh.
Shay might have blew it up.
Oh no.
Graham's cake is a lie. Ooh, Graham's cake is a lie. 666 diamonds.
Graham goes on Hollabobs.
1,870.
1870.
Oh, I really like this one though.
I do too. Look at
Yeah.
it. So relaxing.
Makes me want to go to the beach.
I know.
Swan Graham, 1877.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The Grahams, 1960.
Graham down under.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'm gonna buy the Grahams.
Are you?
That's gonna be my goal. Yeah.
1960.
We're buying that.
I think it would look good.
I think so too.
Yeah.
I think so too. Absolutely.
I'm kind of digging this one. This really big one right here.
There we go. Yeah.
1870. Graham goes on Hollabobs.
We got to calm down here, but me and you have to work together to get one of these.
Yes, definitely.
100%. All right. Well, okay. I think we've done enough damage for today.
I could stare at this forever, though.
I know. We got to cut ourselves off, though. We're going to spend too many diamonds.
Ugh.
Did you want to try your luck at that minigame?
Yeah, I'm game.
Okay. I'll let you go first.
So I gotta take the paintings from the bottom box, pull lever to start time. Fill the frames with paintings as quickly as possible. Pull lever to stop the time. Add score to the board. So do I take all of these, I wonder?
I think so, and I think you got to fill all the blocks
And
in
then...
here.
Okay.
Did you flip the
I have
line?
not yet. Am I supposed to start down
Okay,
here
actually-
and then run up, you think? Or
Well, count me down. I'll flip it for you.
okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
You got this. Look at him go, folks. Speedy. Oh my goodness! Look at that precision. Oh,
Ah,
he's struggling.
No!
He's struggling.
There we go. Strong finish.
There you go. Strong finish. Absolutely.
And
Oh,
Eh,
that
oh,
corner's
no.
giving him trouble. Oh no!
I fell.
That's an upset right there.
I can't reach it. There, we're done. Time.
There we go.
Ah,
Okay.
no, I
Oh my
gotta go.
goodness! I'm not near the lever.
Oh,
Okay. All right. Let's see what your time was. 64 and 42. So what is that? 106.
Hey, looks like I'm in the lead. Mr. Gold 106.
There you go. All right.
Woohoo!
Now we get to tear all these down.
Yeah. You want to try?
I'm going for it.
All right. Let me
I'm
know.
going for the win here.
Let me know when.
All right. All right. I feel like I should face down here to start out.
Okay.
All right. We're going for it. 3, 2, 1, go.
Go, 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 go.
Oh, this requires a lot of concentration.
Yeah, you got it though. Tell me when you're done.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Oh, that looks pretty good. I think you destroyed me. Yes, you absolutely
I did
destroyed me.
I am so sorry.
Oh, I'll have to try that again sometime.
Dr. J41. Okay. Yeah. Oh my goodness. This might be the new competition on Everbloom.
Good job.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay, sore loser. All right, well, Mr. Gold, I think we left here with more questions than answers.
Yeah, definitely.
But, we definitely had a good time, I think.
Oh, for sure. I'll be coming back and doing that, and buying one of the paintings. We got to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Well, thanks for showing me around.
100%.
It was good to go in and look at this with somebody.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will tell my buddy that you really appreciate your Elytra.
And thank you, and just tell him I'll have the payment as quickly as possible.
Okay, I'll tell him that for you.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yep.
Have a good night.
See you, Mr. Gold. Yep, you too. That was such a fun time exploring the art gallery with Mr. Gold. Lots of fun stuff in there. I will definitely be back, especially to buy one of those giant paintings. We need one of those. I have a little bit of suspicion that those were actually years when they were painted, but they did have a diamond symbol beside them, so I'm sure we'll find out when we find out who the artist really is. And unfortunately, we got distracted just enough to not be able to do the quartz pillars, but that just gives us a chance to make the next episode even better. So that's what you can expect. We are going to go on a massive quest for quartz next episode. And with that being said, this is all the time I have left for this episode. Guys, if you made it this far, I really, really appreciate you. And if you like what you see and want to see more, please do hit the like button and subscribe. And I will see you next episode for episode 24 of Paper Hats Season 4. See you next time. In the last episode of Paper Hats, we set out to build the quartz pillars around the Imperial City. However, we got distracted. The artist struck again at my starter base. So Mr. Gold and I delivered evidence to Governor Esquire and toured the brand new art gallery to hopefully get some more answers. And in this episode, we won't be getting distracted. I want to gather all the quartz necessary to build these pillars, and we have a few options to achieve this. But before we get too far into it, I'm Dr. Jankovic. Welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom. This is episode 24. Like I said, we're gathering the quartz needed to build the rest of the quartz pillars around the Imperial City. Let's talk options. So now that we have a nice setup here, let's discuss everything we can do to get all that quartz. First things first, we can get things the old-fashioned way, nether mining. Just go down to the nether, branch mine. And secondly, we can use our fancy pickle and barter farm that we built a couple of episodes ago. And for the third option, we can go to Tax Villager area and trade for quartz. And for the fourth option, we can check every single chest we've ever owned on Everbloom to see what kind of quartz we can find. I think the first logical thing to do is check all the chests in the world and make sure I didn't leave any quartz behind. Like I said earlier in the season, I don't want to waste materials this season as much as I can help it, so the more quartz we can find and use, the better. And as you saw in the last episode, we've already checked the starter area and spawn, so let's see if we can think of a couple other places to find quartz. The first place I want to check is up here above the Nether hub. This isn't exactly quartz that I had laying around. The paper hats were just really nice and said I could have all the quartz that we excavated from this project. So let's see what we have here. This looks like a quartz box. Oh my goodness, it's filled up. And this chest too, that's awesome. And we have some quartz that we need to fortune down. The next place I want to check is here at spawn. I'm pretty sure I left a box of quartz in the smelter, and Dakota May has actually been working very, very hard at a new smelter at spawn. It's going to be much quicker than the last one. Oh, and I already see new things. Oh my goodness, look how nice it looks. Oh, that looks great. That looks so much better. Look at it. It's such an amazing build. The scaffolding windows, the bamboo out front. Oh, it looks so inviting, and I love the honeycomb blocks. Look at this. You gotta love new places on the server. And after some searching, I found all the random stuff that was left in the smelter outside. I can't blame her for putting it out here, and look at that. There's our quartz box. So we did leave almost a full box of quartz. Mission accomplished. We got another shulker of quartz from here. The next place I can think of is here by the mob switch. Oh, look, we did leave a little bit of nether quartz down here. Well, there's a few extra stacks. And for the last place I could think to check, I've been procrastinating this one. Yes, it is my tower. Look at all these shulker boxes. But it'll be good to clean them out a little bit, so let's do that. So here are the results of the first method of gathering quartz, checking everywhere. We got an entire double chest plus around 13 stacks. Truth be told, I got this method out of the way because it's not really applicable. I mean, you guys know me. I leave stuff everywhere. You may be more organized than I am, so if you go looking around for quartz, you may not find any because you have organized storage. But that is where these other 3 methods come in. We are going to start with nether mining. We're going to do a 2-hour mining session in the nether. I'm going to make a cool montage for you guys, and we'll see how much we get that way. We're back from our 2-hour mining session, and this is how much quartz we managed to get. It's not as much as I would have liked, but we also got 29 ancient debris. So a couple things to note here. This could have been done a little bit quicker. I did mine at Y level 15, which means I had to deal with a ton of lava, gravel, and blackstone. So if you were to mine at higher levels, you wouldn't really have to deal with as much lava as I did, and you might just be a faster miner than I am. So give it a try. But I'm good with those results. That was 2 hours of me comfortably mining, and that's what we managed to get. Next up is the piglin barter farm. This one is going to be very interesting because obviously we're going to get a ton more than we did mining. I'm excited to see just how much. So let's head on over to the piglin barter farm and see what we can do. And here's the piglin barter farm we made in episode 22 of Paper Hats. And if you haven't seen that episode just yet, I definitely recommend watching it after this one. But if you look at the top of this thing, that is the double chest right there that will load gold in. I'm a little bit worried that that one double chest isn't quite big enough to run this farm for 2 hours, so I think I'll add a couple to it. And there we go, 6 double chests plus the hoppers in between. That should be plenty. Now that we have the piglin barter farm ready to hold 2 hours worth of gold, we actually need to get 2 hours worth of gold. So I'm going to AFK a little bit at this farm. It is really quick, so it shouldn't take very long, and then we can get to trading. Minecraft is a game with unlimited possibilities. Anything can happen, and when it comes to AFKing a farm, you might as well get up, stretch, drink some water, and take care of yourself. But sometimes, that is exactly when disaster strikes. Yes, that's right, I died while AFK, one of the most shameful things in Minecraft. But never let it be said that those things don't happen. I use an auto clicker to swing the sword every so often, and I forgot to turn on the part where I would eat food in my offhand automatically, so I starved to death. That is death number 33 on the Paper Hats Season 4 server, and by some miracle, I only lost a shovel and a couple other small things. And we're gonna have to buy a few more totems from the shopping district, so not a huge loss. And I'll tell you, I was dead for about 45 minutes before I noticed, and I always thought that the world stayed loaded as long as you were on the death screen. I don't know, maybe things changed. But the great news is we got 3 double chests of gold ingots at least. We have a little bit of extra, and we have 3 double chests up there. So we have plenty of gold for the 2 hours of AFKing we're planning on doing. I am a little bit worried that these chests are going to fill up and we're going to waste some quartz, so I'm going to try to check on the farm every 30 minutes or so and make sure that it's not filled. So only one thing left to do, let's AFK. We're back at the base from 2 hours at the Piglin Barter Farm, and I'm really surprised about this one. We only got about 13.5 stacks from 2 hours at the Piglin Farm. This surprised me because we do have 8 Piglins trading the entire time. As soon as they're done with one trade, they're handed another gold ingot. And obviously, they don't just trade quartz, they trade a slew of other items, which make them very overpowered in my opinion. But I thought we'd get a little bit more quartz than that. I'm not really disappointed, because at the end of the day, we are just standing around for a couple hours, just printing quartz pretty much. So it's a very low effort method. I just thought we'd get a little bit more. That was pretty surprising. And now for the last one, villager trading. This is going to be a big one. Based on the results so far, this many stacks from nether mining, this much from piglin bartering, and this one doesn't really count, but this is from checking all the chests around the server. I feel like villager trading is probably going to be our fastest method of actively producing quartz today. Although there is a tiny bit of setup we have to do first, let's head on over to Takotame's villager area, and I'll show you what I mean. If you don't recognize this place, this is Takotame's massive villager area. She's got every single enchant here, a whole lot of stonemasons, clerics, and more here. But obviously what we're interested in are these stonemasons. Now, she has graciously moved the clerics out from this wing here, and she's allowed me to put more stonemasons in. So this is gonna make it a lot quicker to get quartz. After it's all said and done, we'll be able to trade with 24 stonemasons at least 2 times per day. So that's a lot of quartz. But before we can actually do that, we got to do the painstaking task of getting the rest of the villagers here. Now, luckily, she does have a villager breeder here. And looks like she's been so kind to actually keep a few villagers ready for us, so we can do this pretty quick. Let's move some villagers. And because Tech left all those villagers ready for us, that didn't take long at all. And look at this place, we have so many stonemasons to trade with now. Unfortunately, we're not done though. We have to get them all to master, and I think there's about 10 of them that we have to do that with. Hope is not lost though. We have the cure right here in this box. Dan the Noodle Man has a mega raid farm on the server, and we basically have unlimited emeralds to get these guys up to master. And just like that, these guys are master stonemasons. It didn't take very long at all, and I've done a little bit of research. We're able to trade twice per day, of course, and a day is 10 minutes if you sleep right when it becomes nighttime. So every 10 minutes, we'll be able to trade twice. If we do the math, we'll get about 24 trades until we hit 2 hours. If my math is correct, I think we might be onto a winner, but there is only one way to find out, so let's trade with these guys. Just like that, we've done 2 hours of villager trading for Quartz, and it is a lot more than I expected. I said before we started, I felt like this one would be a winner, and it absolutely has been. We've got over 2 double chests of Quartz from 2 hours of trading with villagers. Now, if you're a sharp viewer, you may have noticed this is not really a scientific test. Let me explain. If we looked at how I gathered all this Quartz from 3 different methods, the first one was nether mining. There's a lot of things that could change for you and cause you to get different results. For example, I mined at Y level 15, which is very low in the nether. I had to deal with a lot of lava lakes, and I even stopped to get all the ancient debris. If you were to do this, you may pick a different Y level, you may be faster at mining than me, all sorts of things. So, in my opinion, the nether mining is kind of subjective, but we gave it a pretty good go, and we can definitely tell that it's not the fastest method. The next one on the list was the Piglin Barter Farm, and it wasn't as fast as we expected either. Now, I have to admit this wasn't very scientific either because, you know, you might have a bigger Piglin Barter Farm than I do. You may have more Piglins trading at once. We gave it a solid 2 hours of them constantly trading, and this is how much we got. So again, I think it's pretty comfortable to say that this also isn't the fastest method. And then the third method on the list was the villager trading. We just got done with this, and as you can tell, we got a ton of quartz. The reason why I explained the previous two options, the nether mining and the piglin barter farm, is because villager trading, we had a little bit better of infrastructure for this one. Number one, we had unlimited emeralds, thanks to Dan the Noodleman and his mega raid farm. So we didn't have to spend any time at all trading for emeralds to then turn into quartz. Secondly, since Tack had a haul already made up for us, we had 24 stonemasons to trade with every single day. So obviously you may not have as many villagers, you may have more villagers than I do, but I had 24 villagers. I was able to trade twice per day, and I did 24 trades total. That equals around 2 hours of trading. And since we have so much more quartz, I'm pretty comfortable to say that villager trading is the best method to getting blocks of quartz. And then our last method, this one didn't really count because obviously not everyone's going to have quartz laying around, but it was fun to go check everywhere and dig up as much quartz as we can and not waste any materials. Let me know what you thought about this little experiment down in the comments. Did I do it all right? Is there a better way I can do it in the future? Maybe if there's enough uproar, I could rerun the experiment with a little bit more level of a playing field. But for now, the only thing left for us to do is actually take all this quartz to the new super smelter back at spawn. We've got to make all this into smooth quartz. All right, we have loaded this smelter to the max. There's 4 double chests here, and we've got them all filled up. And looks like smooth quartz is already coming in. Look how fast that is. And since we're actively smelting items here, we have bought our ticket to the AFK room. I don't know if I've shown this on video, but look how nice this place looks. So I guess I'll just use one of these seats here, hang out with Tack here, and wait for all this quartz to smelt up. Sitting in this nice AFK room is great and all, and it's very, very cozy in here, but I was a little bit impatient to go get this quartz placed. Given the fact that this super smelter's in spawn chunks, as long as somebody's logged in somewhere on the server, it will always run. So I took my happy little self back over to my base, and I started placing quartz. And there we have it. All the quartz pillars are placed. It looks amazing, and it makes this whole place look that much more finished. Really gives me a lot of motivation to get the rest of the project done. Let me know what you think of the quartz pillars here. I really love the way they came out, but if they look strange to you or you think there's a better way to do this, do let me know down in the comments. We've had so much fun this episode. We tested out all kinds of methods of getting quartz blocks, found the fastest method, for me at least. We placed down all the quartz pillars, and the base is looking amazing because of it. Unfortunately, that is all the time I have left for this episode, so if you've made it this far, thank you. And if you like what you see, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe, it helps me out with the algorithm, and you'll always get notified when I upload new videos. Thank you guys so much again, and I will see you next time for episode 25 of Paper Hats Season 4. In the last episode of Paper Hats, we needed quartz, and we needed a lot of it. So we set out to find the fastest way possible to gather quartz. We tried nether mining, piglin bartering, trading with villagers, and we even searched the entire server for as much quartz as I've left around. In the end, we were able to get the outer pillars of my base completed. And in this episode, we need to do a bit of building back at the base. The central tower has been a holding place for a giant shulker monster for too long, and it's time that we get back on the interior grind. I've got some ideas, and I'm excited for it. But before we get too far into it, I'm Dr. Jankovic. Welcome to the wonderful world of Everbloom. And I'll go ahead and warn you now, we are going to see some shenanigans. You see, the other day I was doing some admin things, things, working on something special for you guys. I'm gonna keep that part a secret, but it involved me looking at a map of the world. And when I did that, that prompted one of the paper hats to do a little bit of prankage. So Dan the Noodle Man has hit several of the Paper Hats members with some serious prankage. I caught a glimpse of what's at my base, but I didn't pay attention to it because I didn't want to ruin the surprise. So let's head on over there and see what's happened. Okay, so we made it to the base, nothing apparent yet. I do know one problem was that the tower didn't have a ceiling on it, and they kind of roasted me for that. So let's look up. Oh my goodness, there's something up there. And I see more shenanigans. What is this? Oh my goodness, terracotta. All the way around the... oh my goodness, does this wrap all the way around? It does. Oh my goodness, this is a high effort prank. My goodness, look at all the terracotta that he's placed. That's crazy. All right, let's go see what's at the top of the tower here. Just a flaming circle of yellow terracotta, and I did see something over there. What does that say? Oh, good gracious. Someone left the stove, and I see. Okay, so this is like a stove eye, and it's flaming up there. That is hilarious. Dan does live in a desert right next to a giant mesa, so I'm sure this wasn't very much effort for him. So, you know, for pranking me, I think I'm just gonna keep this terracotta. So I do know one thing, we can't leave this here. The tower decorations that the Paper Hats left for me actually fit the build pretty good, so I left those there, but we can't have this terracotta covering up the paths. So let's kick it into overdrive here. Let's get a time lapse going and let's remove all this. And just like that, the streets are clean once again. This place looks presentable and we're able to get on with our day. But honestly though, that was a super funny prank. Dan the Noodle Man, thank you so much again for that. I had a lot of fun tearing it down. And that's not the only thing that's happened since the last clip. I've actually been working on something. If we make our way to the front of the market district, you may recognize these water canals here. I built these in a previous episode and they look great. The only problem is we needed to repeat this with the other districts. And as you can see here, I've been working on pasting this design to the other districts. They're not quite finished yet. I have some texturing to do and filling with water to do, but they're looking great so far. And the good news is I actually have these built for all the other districts. And even though this is great progress and I'm glad to have this almost completed, this isn't what we're going to be working on today. Like I said, we are going to be focusing on the tower. We've got to clean it up, get that Shulker monster under control, and actually start giving it an interior. So let's hop on over to the tower and we'll see what we can do. I'll be honest here, longtime viewers are going to know exactly what I'm talking about, but this site is not pretty. Just look at it. There are so many Shulker boxes laying around. There's sheep in one side of the tower, a whole bunch of horse in the other side of the tower. And it's just a mess in here. And you know what? I know myself. I know what I'm going to do. If we hide this away, I am never going to organize it. So I have a plan for it. And I think it's a pretty darn good plan. My goodness, this is glorious. Look at all these chests right on my front lawn, so to speak. That's right, if you haven't figured out, my plan is I'm gonna sort everything inside the tower into these chests, and we're gonna leave it in the most inconvenient spot ever, so I have to clean it up very soon. I don't know why my mind thinks this way, but this is the only way I can get things done. So let's clean up this shulker monster. Let's move out the horses. I'm sure we'll have to build them some temporary homes. It's going to be a lot of fun. So let me get to work. So the good news is we got the shulker monster temporarily moved out of the tower for now. However, I got a message from Dan the Noodle Man, and it seems he's struck again. He told me to make sure I was recording when I went back through this portal here. Apparently there's something for me to see, so let's see what we got. Okay, let's see. Oh my goodness, a gift. Oh, look at that. He has gifted me so many blocks of quartz. That is so cool. And apparently there's a sign here. Hey, Dr. J, your shulker monster gave me anxiety when I came over to drop off those shulkers of quartz. So I organized everything. Don't worry, it's like therapy for you and you enjoyed it. Maybe you could benefit from some therapy too in the future. Lol, your favorite mushroom, Dan. Goofy face. Oh, I love that note. And just look at this. Oh my goodness. I would love to know how long this took Dan, but it seems he has absolutely organized everything. It's really funny to me how that shulker monster has been sitting in my tower for so long, and it didn't really look that impressive, but just look how many different items I had just sitting in my tower this whole time. Makes me wonder if there's a project I've done recently where I had the materials just stored away, but I went to go get more materials. We're gonna have to do better to be organized. And if I haven't said it already, Dan, thank you so much for organizing all this. That saved me so much time. I'm glad you enjoyed it, if you were honest about that. I'm sure you were, but thank you so much again, man. I really appreciate it. But the work isn't over. We need to find a home for all these horses here. We need some saddles. There's some free saddles at spawn, so I don't think that'll be much of an issue. But there are quite a few horses here, and I don't really have a place to put them at the moment. I might temporarily just donate them to Dan. Yeah, now that I look at it, Dan's pen is looking a little bit thin these days, and we only ever use horses for this horse track anyway, so why not donate some horses here? That is easier said than done, but let's get it done. The tower's gonna look so good after we get it cleaned out. Then there's one horse, a second horse, and then the rest. And now the tower is completely clean. It's ready for a fresh new interior. I am excited. Let me spend a few seconds getting some inspiration, and let's go ahead and roll that time lapse. I'm having so much fun with this build, and you'll notice that I've gotten a bit carried away, but I think that's a good thing. Let me show you what I've done. So number one, you'll notice that I moved the portal from the center of the chamber to this doorway here. It separates you from the inner chamber, and I think it's a really nice touch. Moving into the inner chamber, you'll see that I've done a ton of detailing, and it looks absolutely amazing in here. There's a few extra touches I need to clean up, but for the most part, this is done. One thing that I wanted to do for the inner chamber here is I didn't want to do any creative planning. I wanted to freehand it, and I just wanted to play Minecraft. And I did have a bit of help from Twitch chat. You can watch my streams over at twitch.tv/drjankovich. But we came up with some really cool block palettes, and it turned out so nice. Especially if I go into free cam and show you what the floor looks like, it's a really cool pattern. And that's certainly not everything I've done here. One of my biggest concerns with this build is the way the tower is going to be laid out. Because if you've ever played Oblivion, the actual tower doesn't make much sense. I've learned this the hard way, but I feel like I've come up with something pretty nice, and I think it's gonna work. Let me show you. So as you walk into the tower, if you take a left, you'll come to a dead end. Now in the game, there is a basement with some things in it, but I don't really see a need to put that in there just yet. Maybe if we have some extra time. But the best part is if you take a right, you'll eventually get to a staircase. I need to smooth this out a bit, but there is something up here. Nothing too special, but there is a ton of space and a ton of opportunity to build some great things here. And I've just fallen. I really need to put a handrail up there, but you get the gist of it. And before we dive into tying up some loose ends, let me know what you think down in the comments of how I've got everything laid out so far. And I've already done some work here. I gotta say, this is looking really nice. I've done some work to the ceiling, to the floors, but there is something that I want to change. I think this white stained glass is just a bit bright, so I'm gonna go get some light gray glass, and we'll see if that looks any better. But in order to do that, I need light gray dye, and that's something I don't have. But luckily, we have Shay's handy dandy flower and dye shop that does in fact sell light gray dye. Perfect. We don't need very much, maybe just like 3 stacks. Did you guys hear that? It sounds like a shulker in my tower. I've been hearing this all night, and I haven't really noticed it because I've had music going and podcasts and whatnot, but there is definitely something going on. It is loudest here. Let me stand here if I... There it is! As soon as I talk about it. Nothing there. Oh. Well, somebody has been up to shenanigans. They really want me to hear shulker sounds. Can't have anything nice these days. The only thing I know is Mr. Gold told me to be recording next time I'm working at my base, so I would say that's probably Mr. Gold, and if it is, thank you, Mr. Gold. I always love a good prank, but I am gonna have to get you back at some point. But now's the perfect time to show you the progress I've been making on replacing this glass. I do think the light gray glass is toned down just enough, and I do like the way this looks. It doesn't distract from anything, but it does break up the deep slate brick a little bit. So I'll spend a few minutes replacing the rest of this glass, and then we'll see where we're at. And I've got all the white glass replaced with light gray glass. It looks amazing, a whole lot better. And at the moment, I think I'm at a point where I don't really want to add more right now. I do need some lighting in here, but I'm not very inspired at the moment, and if I rush in, I'm afraid I'll ruin it. That does happen sometimes, but it's part of the creative process. That's when you just got to take a step back, think about it for a while, sleep on it a little bit, and I'm sure something will come to me. But I'm really impressed of what we've been able to accomplish today. We've got these hallways done, and especially the central chamber. I've got to think of a good centerpiece, but as far as the floor and the walls, and even the ceiling, I may want to do a little bit something different with that, but honestly, it all looks so great. I normally don't put this much color into build. I'm trying to experiment with that a lot lately, add more color, more detail, and just spend more time on things. And I think it's really paying off. So let me know what you think about it down in the comments. But before we end this episode, there is one more bit of business we need to attend to. You see, when I come out of my portal here, somebody has put this block here, scaffolding. It's become quite a bit of public knowledge that I'm not a huge fan of scaffolding. In fact, I really don't like it as a block. I've used it in the past, but in my opinion, it's just kind of frustrating. I would rather use something like netherrack or dirt to get up high when I'm working on builds. And Somebody has vandalized my portal. Now, obviously, I need to find out who did this so we can get them back. And the logical first thing to do is make a list of all the paper hats, categorize them by the most likely to do this sort of thing, narrow down those results, and maybe ask some questions, review some people's history, and see who is most likely to have done that, and then go from there. But in reality, I just posted the question in our Discord, and within a few minutes, I had my answer. I'm not going to say who it is this episode, because in the next episode, I'm going to have time to actually get them back. So unfortunately, that is all the time I have left for this episode. Please do like and subscribe if you like what you see and want to see more. I'm sorry this episode came out late. I was busy in real life and a little bit burnt out if I'm honest, but I'm back. I'm ready to get into paper hats, finish my build, finish this nether hub, and much, much more. So stay tuned for the next episode, guys. Thanks so much if you made it this far, and I will see you next time for episode 26. Last episode of Paper Hats, we crossed off a few big things from our list. We cleaned the Shulker monster from inside the tower, we built up an incredible interior, but we did end up getting pranked 3 times. But before we get too far into it, I'm Dr. Jankovic, this is Paper Hats Season 4, Episode 26. And in the last episode, I promised we would be pranking someone, the person who put this scaffolding in front of the portal. However, there's something a little bit more urgent, so it's gonna have to wait one more episode. Let's take a look at our fancy interior one more time, show it off a little bit, and then we'll do what we need to do. I just love the way this interior turned out. We used so many different colors, so many different textures, and I gave it some interesting shapes I've never tried before. I think it turned out really, really well. But as you may have noticed, there is something a bit strange here. It seems we've gotten a letter. Let's see what it says. Written notice. Dear sir, your vehicle has been parked outside the Everbloom art gallery for a very long time. With feeding, watering, washing, and poop collection, your care bill has now reached an absurd amount of diamonds. I don't really know how to read that number. Pay now or read on for alternative payment options. If you ignore this notice, your vehicle will be destroyed. Option 1, make a large purchase from the gallery and all your funds will be dissolved. To make a purchase, visit the assistant at the Everbloom art gallery desk. Option 2, there are no other options. Okay. We hope to receive payment soon. Signed, Everbloom Art Gallery. Okay, well, it seems we have a couple of options. We could pay that absurd amount of diamonds, or we could buy one of those giant paintings in the upper level of the art gallery. Now, I was wanting to buy one of those paintings anyway, so this kind of works out. I do hate that I broke some kind of a rule. And if you're wondering what type of vehicle might be in Minecraft, it's actually a horse. I left it in front of the art gallery quite a while ago and just never picked it up. Obviously, I don't want that horse to be destroyed, so let's go grab it and we'll come up with a plan. Oh my goodness, there you are, Mr. Biggie McSmalls of Horsetown. Wait a minute. You know, this isn't actually my horse. That is hilarious. So this is actually Superboy's horse, and unfortunately, Superboy has had to take a step away from Paper Hats for a couple of years. He's got a really good chance to go travel the world a little bit, see what's out there, and unfortunately, that means he can't play Minecraft with us, but I'm sure he's having a great time. Now, this was actually his horse. But you know what? I'm happy to take him over. He doesn't have an owner now, so somebody's got to take care of him. And I can definitely tell from the ground here it has become a problem. I mean, this giant prestigious building, and there's a horse over here just causing a ruckus. So let's take this guy back. I guess we need to come back and clean this up. Yeah, we'll come back and do that later. Right now, we have to save, what was it? Master Biggie McSmalls of Horsetown. Okay, yes. Yeah, we got to find this guy a home. I still can't remember his name. All right, we're over at the market district, and this is the only place I have a hitching post now since we cleaned out the inventory. But it's a nice view here. It's a really nice area for that horse to be, so I'm sure he'll like it here until we can build some stables outside the city or something like that. But there is something only a dingus would do. I was over there at the art gallery and I completely forgot to remind myself of how much those giant paintings actually were. I knew they were steep, but when something that steep, you really need an exact price. So let me fly back over there and we'll find out how much it is. Going to the upper floor. And oh my goodness, I remember being up here last time. Look how cool this stuff looks. Now, the one that I wanted were the grams. I just think that one's so cool. That looks like it is 1,960 diamonds. That is a lot of diamonds. A shulker box is 1,728 items, I believe. So that is over an entire shulker of diamonds. That is going to be absolutely insane. But it is possible. Only thing left to do is start mining diamonds. I've got my pickaxe on me already. I've got some pork chops. I might actually need some torches, but once I grab those torches, we're off to the mining district. Let's go. And I was totally not about to forget about this. Absolutely not. Wouldn't dream of it. Let's get this thing ship shape, and then we'll go mine for diamonds. And all clean and tidy. The grass needs to grow back a bit, but that'll happen soon enough. Let's go mine some diamonds. And we're back from the mines. I'll be honest, I did a terrible job of keeping track of exactly how long I was down there, but we got 2 stacks and 26 diamonds. Now the problem is we don't have enough diamonds. We need many, many more of these. We need over a shulker box full, and that's a lot of diamonds. Now, I may have not gotten exactly how long I was down there, but I do know for a fact I was at least down there for 2 hours. Around 2 hours, I would expect almost 4 stacks of diamonds, so we did get a little bit unlucky, but still, that is nowhere near fast enough. We're gonna have to come up with a different plan. That plan being a fella by the name of Mr. Gold. Let's see if he's home. Knock, knock. Mr. Gold, you there? Buddy, we got so many diamonds to get. I hope you're up here. Nope, not home. All right, well, if he's not here, there's only a couple other places he could be. Let's check the shopping district. Mr. Gold, you down here in your beacon shop? Doesn't look like it. He's also got this amazing rocket shop. You up here, buddy? No, of course not. All right. I'll tell you, we are running out of options, but he's got to be at his main base. Mr. Gold, I know you have to be in here in this giant pyramid. Where are you? We have so many diamonds to find. Well, it's not looking good. Mr. Gold? Oh, I was so hoping he'd be here. Well, let's think about this for a second. The reason why I'm asking Mr. Gold is because I happen to know he has a tunnel bore. And if you think about it, he was the one who came to the art gallery with me. So it might be reasonable to assume that he also got blamed for that vehicle. Maybe he's in this. And I've got one idea. It might be a stretch, but who knows? We might just find Mr. Gold so he can help us out with this mess. We need to go to the Paperhats mining district. It's a little bit far away, but let's head there. Wow, just look at this place. I forgot just how much we decimated this place. Most of this was done for Mr. Gold, actually. He needed a bit of help gathering resources for his base, so most of the Paperhats got together, joined forces, and decided to gather a ton of sand for Mr. Gold. I think he's done placing sand, but he still has so much extra. It was amazing. But getting back to the task at hand, we're trying to find Mr. Gold. It looks pretty straightforward. Oh, wait a minute. That looks a little bit odd. I don't remember that being there, but it definitely looks like an entrance. Let's check it out. Oh, somebody has made a staircase. Let's see if he's down here. Well, this sure looks like something. Well, if this is Mr. Gold, he's been putting in some work. Let's see about it. Well, aside from my wings about to break, Mr. Gold has been putting in some work. Look at that. Oh my goodness, he has made his own tunnel bore. That is amazing. Hello, Mr. Gold.
What? Hey, Dr. J, how's it going?
It's going great. How are you?
Just blowing up some stuff.
Well, that's funny that you're doing that. I was actually coming over here to see if you wouldn't mind helping me mine some diamonds, but it looks like you have it covered.
Don't tell me you got something about your horse that you left at the art museum?
Yes, and I had to buy a giant painting, otherwise it was an exorbitant fine that I'd never be able to pay.
I got one, the exact same thing for Cletus.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, looks like you're taking care of it, though. How's this machine working?
It's doing okay. I've been running it for several hours, and come with me and I'll show you how many I've got. Right there. That's how many.
24 blocks and 8 ore.
Yeah.
I mean that's a few, but I think we're gonna need way more than that.
I mean, how many do I have? I have several in my ender chest, and I need over double what I have currently. Yes, I need so many in order to be able to pay this off.
Yeah, all right. Well, obviously we're gonna have to work together. How about we make a mega tunnel bore?
Oh, that would be so awesome. That would help out so much.
You know, you've got 2 modules there. How long did it take you to get these bit of diamonds?
It was a few hours.
Well, if we quadrupled that, even made it 8 times, it would just go 8 times as fast. What do you think?
Hey, I'm game. We can get the materials.
All right.
This place right here should be wide enough to build it. We can go off and that way or that way over there.
Right.
And yeah, this should be perfect.
Awesome, man. I'm excited. Let's do this.
Awesome. All right, so sounds like we have a lot of work to do. So I'm gonna go tear down what I have built, and then I guess we can split up, gather the resources we need, and meet back here.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Awesome. I will see you then.
All right, see you in a minute.
Well, we got all the materials. You about ready to knock this out and get it going?
I'm more than ready. I'm so excited.
Awesome. Here we go.
All right, let's do it.
Well, it looks like we got it finally all built.
Yeah, looks amazing. Looks intimidating. Look at that thing.
It really does, and looks like it's going to be a lot better than the one that I had built.
Well, same concept, just multiplied a bunch, I suppose. But I'm so ready to see this thing work.
Yeah, do you want to do the honors?
Sure. I won't pass up that offer. All right, fingers crossed.
I'll stand it out of the way in case it blows up.
Oh my goodness, it's so nerve-wracking every time we do this. All right, here goes.
All right.
Okay, that scared me. I was not expecting that, but that makes total sense. It's got to prime itself.
Yes. Moving
All right.
in position.
All right. Ooh, nothing blew up though. That's great. All right, going again.
Yeah.
Woo!
Oh yeah,
that's
we're in business.
Magical. Oh yes, nothing blew up. Oh, this is amazing. Now we look for diamonds.
Love it.
Oh,
This
do
is
you fall in a hole?
embarrassing.
Oh, you're stuck down there, aren't you? There you go.
There we go. What are the odds getting diamonds the first pass, right?
Right. I mean, we got to work a little bit for it. All right, your turn.
My turn. Here we go. I'm the good luck charm.
Woo!
Oop, more lava.
Yeah, lava came back a little bit. Hey, Mr. Gold,
We got some?
we might
You
have
got
just
some?
struck diamonds.
Oh, I see
2
one.
veins
Oh,
of
I see a
diamond.
bunch.
Look, there's some on the ceiling. There's some down here at the bedrock.
I
Oh
told
my
you I was good luck.
Yes, you are. That decides it. You are now gonna do this whole thing by yourself.
Hey, Well, I guess the only thing we have left to do is rock on with this thing.
Yeah, uh-oh. We have
Got
a
an issue.
problem. Yeah. Oh my goodness, what has happened? I can fix this.
Here she blows. Boom.
All right, let's go see if we broke it.
We ready?
I'm ready. Amazing. Perfection.
Ooh, and more diamonds.
You're good luck. That is 2 for 2 for you. All right, so we've been doing this for about 30 minutes. What you got?
I have 107.
Very nice. I've got 71. So you're a little bit more lucky than I am, but hey, that's not bad for 30 minutes.
It's definitely a good start.
Yeah, a good start, I would say, in 30 minutes. And now we just need to keep doing that.
Yep. I agree.
Well, we've done it. Me and Mr. Gold have built a functioning tunnel bore against all odds, and we're on our way to buy a giant painting so we don't have to pay an exorbitant fine. My video's coming out a little bit later than Mr. Gold, so if you haven't seen his perspective yet, please do check it out. I'll leave a link in the description. And if you're wondering what I'm doing under my base, I'm mining an absurd amount of stone. We've begun the project of connecting this giant island to the ocean floor. We're going to need a lot of resources. But I'll keep you guys posted on that project. Unfortunately, that is all the time I have left for this episode. So if you like what you see, please do hit that like button. If you want to see more, hit the sub button. And don't forget to follow me on Twitch. That's twitch.tv/drjankovic. We've been having a ton of fun over there. Guys, thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. In the last episode, we were yelled at by the art gallery, which long story short means we're 1,960 diamonds in debt in order to buy a giant painting. Turns out Mr. Gold also has similar issues, so we teamed up to create a massive tunnel bore. That'll get the job done. And in this episode, certain plans related to storage are changing, but it's not a bad thing. Let's talk more about it. Now, if you've been watching for more than a couple episodes, you'll recognize this mess. Basically, everything I had piled in this tower behind me, I put at my front door. This would force me to quickly reorganize it and quickly store it in the market district. That was the original plan. However, as you can imagine, this is gonna have to change. I got really busy streaming over on Twitch. I did a charity event. I've been doing a ton of things for viewers over on my solo world. And you know what? This project just had to go on the back burner. With Dane the Noodle Man being such a help to organize everything, it's kind of worked out. I've been able to access everything I need pretty easily, and it's not really been in the way because this base is massive. We were here just a moment ago, but the original plan was to make this market district bustling, make all the shops and everything, and organize the storage into different shops. Although because the interiors take a really long time to do, I'm just not sure I'm gonna have time to do that before season end. Pair that with the fact that I want to at least finish all the districts in this base before season end. I'm gonna have to think differently about this. The solution being centralized storage, and where you might ask? Well, if we pass through the portal here into this amazing tower chamber, there is a bit of a secret. I think you've seen it before, but if we climb down this ladder, there is a massive hole that I've dug with the help of Dakota May. to provide all the stone for this base. We won't need all this space, but you know what? It's a space that's already cleared out. It's out of the way, and we can make an easy way to access it with Elytra. So I think this is the perfect place to lay out a bunch of chests, do a quick design, make it look good, and this is going to be our brand new central storage. So let's come up with a plan. Step number 1 is getting a layout. Obviously, I don't want to use this entire basement because that would be absolutely massive. I just don't need that much. So I'm starting with laying out a sizable rectangle of what I think I'll need. And at this point, I have no idea what the design is going to be. So knowing how much space I have to work with is going to be a big help. Step number 2, I'm laying out all the chests. As you can see again, this is nothing fancy, it's a square room lined with chests. Now I am leaving a little bit of space in the corners so I can build some detail into it. And as you can imagine, I also don't have enough wood to actually place all these chests. So let's quickly go figure that out. And to fix this problem, do you guys remember towards the beginning of the season when I made a deal with Mr. Gold? I don't remember what I offered him, but he offered me unlimited access to his bamboo farm, so we're gonna go get the chest from there. You know, it really does seem like we bother him every episode now. I'm sure he doesn't mind. And here we are, this beautiful big bamboo farm. Look at it, it's filled up to the brim. Well, almost to the brim. But this is going to be plenty of chests that we need. So let me do a bit of crafting and we'll go back to the work site. And just like that, we have almost 8 stacks of chests. So hopefully this will be enough. Let's head back and see. And again, massive thanks to Mr. Gold. We've got about 2.5 stacks of chests even after crafting all of these, which is perfect. Now I think it's time to start thinking about a design for this place. First of all, the problem is you can see straight through these chests. It's not very good looking. As you walk around, you can see straight into this giant pit we've dug out. So I think I want to line the back with some sea lanterns. And currently, I'm not sure if I have any. Yep, doesn't look like I have any. So we're going to have to go to the shopping district and see if Victor has any in stock. And here we are at Victor's shop, and well, that is unfortunate. There are no sea lanterns, so I don't know. Maybe we find Victor's farm and see if we can't craft some ourselves. We'll definitely still pay him for it. And here we are. It took me a second to remember where it was, but let's see if he's got any. Oh yeah, perfect. He's got some crystals and not a lot of shards though. You know, sometimes you just have to know when to give up. I've been searching for a while. I have no idea how to get in those farms, and turns out Shay's Guardian farm is kind of right next to Victor's, if I'm thinking correctly. So there's 2 Guardian farms right next to each other that I just can't find out how to get into to AFK, and I don't want to go through the wrong portal and break something, so I've got one other trick up my sleeve, and it's not so much as a trick as it is just me remembering what I should have remembered. Before we get frustrated about not having sea lanterns and forgetting about light blocks, I totally forgot these were a thing, frog lights. Now, Mr. Gold has graciously made these free for the rest of the season, so I'm just gonna go ahead and take, well, might as well take about 9 stacks. You know, if they're free, they're free. You might as well take as many as you need. So let's head back and place these. You know, I really didn't expect this, but these frog lights have just enough color around the corners to really make it noticeable. When you put something like chest in front of it, that is amazing. And there you have it. If you're wanting to add a little bit of color to some boring old chests, be sure to put some frog lights behind it. I imagine this would look really cool with yellow or even the green, whatever will match your storage room. I really like that. All right, and now it's time to actually make this a room. So let's place down some blocks, we'll close it in, and then we can start working on a design. And perfect. This is starting to look like something. It's starting to look like a room and less like a thing floating above a giant pit. And we'll do the ceiling the last thing. I want to get the aesthetics down here first. And then, you know what? It's easy to match up a ceiling to the aesthetics down below. Let's go grab some more building supplies and we'll see what we can come up with. I always find it so fascinating that when you enclose a room, redecorate it, make it look nice, how much smaller it can sometimes look. But I think this is perfect. This is plenty of storage for our needs. And honestly, it's kind of crunch time in Paper Hats Season 4, so we don't need a ton here. This is very perfect. We are missing a couple things though. Number one is workstations. We're missing crafting tables, stone cutters, all those nice things that help you craft a bunch of stuff. And not to mention our way out of here. This is currently just a plain old water stream. We need to make this a bubble elevator and we need to make a better way to actually get down into the room. So let me go grab some soul sand and we'll fix this right up. And there we go. As simple as it can be. We've got a way up and then a way down without taking any damage. And we've got fast access to our storage. The only thing left to do is actually move items into here. So we're going to need a ton of item frames and then just a lot of willpower to get all these items down in here all sorted out. But luckily, Dan the Noodle Man has already sorted them for us. So it's kind of just a click and drag type thing. So let's get to work. Do you guys remember that time I said, hey, you know what? Moving my storage won't take that long. It'll only take a few minutes. It won't be hard at all. Well, I was completely wrong about that. Even though Dan the Noodle Man was so kind to categorize everything out on the front lawn, I had to go a step further and categorize it by block variant, which took a really long time. But thank you very much, Dan, once again. It really did save me a lot of time you doing that, so really appreciate it. And I can complain all I want that it took a long time, but it was a long time coming, honestly. I should have done this way earlier in the season, and it looks amazing. Honestly, I think I could have sorted this by color a little bit better, like maybe putting quartz next to diorite, kind of, you know, make a gradient out of it. But like I said, we are in crunch time in Paper Hats Season 4, so it doesn't need to be perfect. This is a place for me to come down here, dump all my items into their corresponding chest, and I can come down here and get them quickly next time I need them. We have to finish this base, so anything that saves me time is a huge help. But without further ado, let's go see what the old chest monster looks like. Oh, and look at this. It is completely clear except for a crafting table and an ender chest, which we don't need that there. Look at that. It is so clean. It hasn't looked this way in so long. Actually months, like maybe a half a year it hasn't looked that way. So I'm super happy to see this. And you've heard me mention it a couple times by now. We are working towards it wrapping up Season 4 of Paper Hats. So You might be wondering, what exactly does that entail? What do we have left to do? And that's a good question, because I don't quite know myself. I think for the last part of this video, to keep in the theme of organizing everything, I think we should tally up everything that we need to do in the Imperial City. So let's take a fly around and we can see what we have left to do. So right off the bat, we have finished the Market District. We have 5 other districts. The PvP District, or the Arena District, is underway. I built this on stream, and it's looking pretty cool. It's looking arena-y. It needs a little bit more detail, so we're getting there. That's 2 things. We've got 1 empty district, 2 empty districts, 3 empty districts, and 4 empty districts that we've got to fill up. I have to refer back to the game to see exactly what these are, but I know one is a temple district, and the others are basically just residential districts, so we can just paste down some buildings and be done with that. And now for the biggest project. As you know, when we made this custom island, it is floating. It's not connected to the ocean floor, and that's a problem. We've got to connect it. We can't just build a giant, massive Imperial City and have it floating in the water. That's just not going to work. The good news is over on Twitch, we've been live streaming a lot of this world, and we've done a lot to connect it to the floor. We're about halfway done now. We've used about 13 shulkers of stone, and I suspect we're going to need about 13 more shulkers of stone to finish the other half. So, looking forward to that. That is definitely underway, and there's really no good way to get a time lapse of something underwater. I'm sure I could work something out, but it's just way easier to do this on stream. So, if you want to join in on the fun, go to twitch.tv/drjankovich. We'll be terraforming this part of the island on stream. But other than that, I think the only thing left to do is bring the grass out a little bit and blend this stone with the grass a little bit more, and that will look perfect. If we've got enough time, we will definitely hide the sea lanterns and maybe add a few trees around here, make a little bit of a forest just to fill this island in. But other than that, that's pretty much it. We've got to do the districts, we've got to connect it to the ocean floor, and we've got to level out the terraforming a little bit on the top side of the island. So we got some work ahead of us, and we don't have a lot of time. So expect the next few episodes to have a ton of fast-moving progress. I am excited. I love it when we're in crunch time and I've got a fire under me to get things done. It's usually an exciting time. So let's see what happens. But with that being said, that is all the time I have left for this episode. I know it was a bit shorter, but I hope it was interesting. Please do give me some feedback down in the comments. And otherwise, hope you guys have a great day. Thanks so much for watching, and I will see you for the next one for episode 28 of Paper Hats Season 4. Thanks so much. In the last episode, we took on the challenge of finally cleaning up a very sizable chest monster. It went perfectly, everything looks great, and we now have a really cool storage room downstairs to organize all our stuffs. And in this episode, we'll be tackling the largest project of this base so far. You see, when I originally built this island, it was just floating. I just wanted to get the shape of the island down, and I would connect it to the ocean floor later on. As you can see, there is still quite a bit of stone block placing that we need to do, and that's what we're going to be doing today. Very lucky for us, we've already gotten most of the stone placing done over on stream. It is super good stream content. Since it's so repetitive, we can just sort of chill out and have conversations, but I wanted to make sure we recorded the last few blocks being placed. This has been such a massive part of the process. It's almost 40 hours of stone placing so far. It's really crazy. And before we get too far into that, I'd like to show you guys what we've been up to on stream besides the stone placing. We have been working on the arena district. So far, we've got the arena done. We've got some seating up here, and then down here we've got the courtyard or the battlefield where people would fight it out. And around the arena, we just have a circle of trees. I think there's a little bit of terraforming we could do, putting a few more plants down and just beautifying the area a little bit. But I think I want to get most of the other districts done and then do all the beautifying all in one sweep. But ignoring the Shulker monster behind me, let me know what you think of the arena district so far. I want to hear some feedback. And back onto the matter at hand. We do need a lot of stone, and unfortunately I have no stone. So we're gonna have to do a super cool mining montage. I always really enjoy making those montages for you guys. I hope you do too. And in the process, we've got some great news. I had about 4 shulkers of stone already mined up that I didn't know I had. So that means less time mining and more time being able to place these blocks and get ahead. So I'm hoping we have enough stone now. We've got a little over 5 shulkers total, and we don't have that much more to go. So hopefully that'll be enough to do that. And there's only one thing left to do. And before we get into the time lapse and do everything super quickly, I wanted to show you guys my process for how I've been terraforming this. I think you guys will see there's really not a lot to it. It's just a chill time waster. It's actually quite fun once you get into the rhythm. But as you can see up top, the island is already outlined. There's a shape to it. So then all I have to do is envision the slope down to the ocean floor and start creating an outline. And once I extend the outline about 10 to 20 blocks, I can go ahead and connect the two just by a single row of blocks. Now, I'm sure there's a million ways to do this, but doing it this way section by section really helped me out because I don't have to envision the entire terraforming project. I just have to take it one section by one section. And if I complete a little bit and it looks a little weird, then I can go back and try and connect things up a little bit better. But the main thing in a big project like this is just start placing blocks down, and most of the time they're going to look good. I hope all that made sense, but if you have any questions, please do leave them down in the comments. And with that being said, let's go ahead and get this project done. And at last, after placing all this stone as quickly as we can, we are finally done connecting this island to the ocean floor. I'm so happy. But that's not even the best part. That's not the best part at all. If you'll rewind back to the time lapse, there's a very specific reason why I chose the music track that's with it. It's because the kelp dances along to the music. It's hilarious. Just as a side note, I was looking for a resource pack to make the kelp invisible, but after I realized that it was dancing to the music, I decided to leave it in. It's amazing. Weird little sidetracks to the side though, we're not quite done with this yet. We've still got an odd stone border around the grass here, and we still need to hide some sea lanterns if we can. But I would like to blend the grass in with the stone a little bit more. And I'm hoping to do this with moss. I think it's the perfect block to blend in with the grass, but also look really natural next to the stone. Lucky for us, we've got a few empty shulkers here, and we've got somebody on the server with something called the plant basement. Let's go check it out. Just look at that beautiful home. The plant basement is under this, and there it is, the moss machine. I don't know if that's what she calls it, but this thing is jam-packed full of moss. And she is begging people to come and grab some, so we're going to help her out a little bit. All right, many boxes of moss were acquired, and she doesn't like me to leave payment. She's told me this a couple times, but I always like to hide these in these pots around here. She might accidentally punch one of them one day and find out, so that's fun. Moving on to moss placing, though, this was my first tactic. Mine up some stone, replace it with some moss, add some more moss around it, maybe dig up a little grass and blend it in just a bit better, and this looked great. But then I had a thought, there's got to be a much better way to do this. I did a little bit of brainstorming, and then I remembered something very useful. A little thing called bone meal. I don't think I can properly express to you guys how happy I am to see this progress done. We've hidden most of the sea lanterns, and not to mention, the grass is being carried over the stone so perfectly by moss. We might need to punch a few of these azaleas out. There's quite a few of them, but overall, it just looks perfect. I've poured so many hours into this base over the past year and a half, and one of those things I really wanted to get to, but I procrastinated so much, is hiding these sea lanterns, connecting the space to the sea floor, and finally doing something with the grass overhanging the stone. And today was that day. We have finally gotten it done. I am so happy. But of course, the work doesn't end there. We've got quite a bit of building to do inside the city. Not to mention, I have been working on this district here. I've been told the word is the Arboretum. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not very good at saying that word, but I believe it's a place to look at trees and such. It's like a public park for the city. So we've been building this little, what I call a pavilion area, and we've got some custom trees to do around it. And as far as the other districts, we've got 1, 2, 3 districts that are still completely empty. But we are building fast these days. I think I can complete this base enough to make it filled out at least. So we are hot on the trail, in my opinion, and I'm loving the way this place is looking. But unfortunately, that is all the time I have left for this episode. I hope you enjoyed the time lapses. I hope you enjoyed the video as a whole. If you did, if you didn't, I would love to hear from you guys. So leave me a comment down in the comments. Let me know how I did. And other than that, thanks so much for watching, and I will see you for episode 29. It's going to be a very special one of Paper Hats Season 4. Thanks so much. On on the last episode of Paper Hats, we put our focus on the outside of the Imperial City. We finished connecting up the island to the ocean floor, we used moss to connect the grass to the stone, and we even hid all the sea lanterns that were making the grass ugly. It looks much better now. And in this episode of Paper Hats, we're putting our focus on the inside of the Imperial City. So much so that we are going to actually finish this base today. That is right, we're gonna finish this base today. I know, it's a crazy idea. There's still so much more work to do, and there's a few things that I'm just not gonna have time to get to. I've been off a little bit more than I can chew, but when is it ever really a bad thing to challenge yourself? I feel like I've learned so many things about building and diagonals and weird block palettes and just everything about this base has been a learning experience. I'm extremely grateful, and I'm happy that so many of you guys have enjoyed the process of building this. I love this place. My schedule got the better of me, really. I had to kind of neglect this base a little more than I wanted to, but all in all, I love how this place is turning out. But putting all the sappy stuff aside, we've got to get to work today. We've got to finish this base and we've got to make it look excellent. Now, with any project, the first step is to understand how much work you've got left and what that work is. So let's take a quick inventory. So one thing that we do have done and dusted is the market district. It looks amazing, and we've got some help from Dakota May to make it look all pretty and nice. Turning around to the PvP district, this place looks amazing. We've got some trees, and we even have a fully fledged PvP arena. Stepping back outside, I think the grass could use a little work, just a bit of bone meal and some polishing up, hide some torches, and this district will be good to go. Walking into the Arboretum district, we've got a pavilion made, and in the middle, we've got a space clear for a little statue. I've already got an idea for this. It is going to look amazing. Around the pavilion, we have actually gotten a request from the amazing Shay Play. She wants to build some really, really cool custom trees here. I know what they look like, but I'm going to save the surprise for you guys. They look amazing. I can't wait to see them here. Hopefully, she'll have them done by the end of the episode so I can show them off. Strolling right on into the next district, we have the Temple District. Surprise, surprise, this district has a temple in the middle of it. Who would have guessed? But this is basically where the city dwellers would go to worship, as I understand. And there are some buildings in the game that surround the temple. So these are all the districts I've been able to build in so far, and we've gotten some great progress. What you haven't seen yet is we actually have 2 empty districts that need something. These need to be built from scratch, and that's going to take a long time, but we're going to get there. You may just be wondering how I'm going to get all this done in this episode. I only have a couple more weeks to do this in real life too, so to that, I gotta say, I have a bit of a secret plan, but before I go revealing anything, we have to make an honest effort. We've got to do everything we can. So, first of all, let's tackle the Temple District. This temple is the last thing I was working on, and it's fresh on my mind, so I figure I can probably get this one done the soonest. All we need to do is get some entrances on there, and I think we have a couple holes in the roof that we need to patch up, and this one will be done, so let's get to it. So this is about the time I got really excited about the final stretch of this project. I was motivated, I had a ton of ideas, it was gonna happen. Not to mention I had it all planned out in my head, everything I was gonna do to prepare before my secret plan. It was gonna make it so easy, but unfortunately my time was cut short. I had some things going on in real life and I just couldn't prepare the way I wanted to, but that was no big deal because we still had the actual secret plan to do. So what do you do when you have a base this size that needs so much more work done, but you've only got a few more weeks to do it? I guess I could ask the help of the paper hats, but so many people have already helped me out with this base so far, I'd really hate to pull anyone else into it. And in another sense, you could look at the base, see how much we've done, and call it good, because it already looks incredible. I'm already so proud of what I've done. But I refuse to be a quitter. We are going to finish this thing. So what do we do? Well, if you take the story all the way back to June of 2024, I actually did a charity event called Guild Rush 2024. The reason why I'm telling you this is part of the incentives to donate to this charity were milestones to unlock really long streams from me. I'm talking 12-hour, 24-hour, 36 hours, and a whopping 48-hour streams from me. So far, I've done the 12-hour one, and you can probably see where I'm getting at. It was time to use our 24-hour stream and just knock this base out of the park. So that's what we did. I'm trying to express how happy I am, but I've got nothing left in me. I am legitimately happy that we made it the 24 hours. So there you have it, folks. We did 24 hours straight of building on this place. And wouldn't you know it, we didn't actually finish. But that's okay, because we got a massive amount of progress done. So just a quick flyover on everything we did. We added 6 buildings total, plus a few other small things. And I learned a lot about making these buildings. The first building that I built was this one. This one was built just like the ones that I did in the market district. And that was creating a rough outline. I've kind of got a courtyard here, if you want to call it that, that you can walk into. The only problem is these end caps here with the diagonals and the way they worked, it doesn't look very good. I kept it here just as a reminder of how far we've come and the things we've learned. But after that one, we moved on to these flat top buildings, as I called them. These were the easiest to build because I didn't have to worry about any sort of courtyard or anything. And the roofs look so clean. The way the walls are laid out looks so clean. These are just a breeze to put together, 100%. And lastly, we combine the two. So this one doesn't actually have a way into the courtyard, but the walls on the inside and outside work exactly the way these buildings do. And it made the roof look really, really nice. You get this nice separation. It's not just a flat top roof. You can still see the courtyard on the map. This was my favorite by far. But after building these buildings for what seemed like 8 or 10 hours, I don't really know the exact time. Also, I was getting distracted by Twitch chat the whole time, so who knows. But we were kind of running out of time, and I needed a couple buildings for this district. So what I did was I built one right here, just a flat top. Worked out really nicely, was quick to build, and to save even more time, I just copied it over but mirrored over that way. In addition to all that, we built this little pavilion in the middle here, and we did some street lamp things. The street lamps are definitely one thing we're going to have to finish before we call this base good. And for this empty space here, we are going to have to terraform it a little bit. I think I'll just do some bone meal, maybe go by tax plant basement, get some plants, pretty it up a little bit. And this can be like a second garden that people could walk through, I guess. We're taking creative liberties these days. Beyond that, I want to do a little bit of cleanup to this tower behind me. I've got to get all the wool and prankage off of it finally. In the top of the tower, I think we can definitely do better there. It doesn't make an impact in the sky very much. The top decoration needs to be just a little bit taller, in my opinion, so we can definitely do better there. And the very last thing, I think, is the top of this temple. I left some dirt here exposed, so you definitely have to cover that up. And I think we can call the base done at that point. There might be a little bit of bone meal to do in the grass, but it is time for our final time lapse of this video. After this, this place will be done. We will not have to worry about it anymore. I'm excited to get it done. Also sad because I've spent so much time here, but let's just do it. And now for the hardest part of this video. I don't know whether to be happy or be sad, but the Imperial City, it's finally at a point where I'm willing to call it good enough. I'm so proud of what we've built this season, so proud of what we've been able to accomplish. There's been so many hours put into this base, and I just absolutely love it. As I said, I didn't quite get to everything I wanted to this season. I ran out of time, and I lost inspiration for some things. And the way I usually gauge bases is I want you to have something to look at everywhere you're looking. You're not seeing blank walls. You're not seeing things that could be filled in. You're always able to see a tree, a street lamp, something like that. I think that makes for a pretty good base, and that's exactly what we've accomplished here. So I'm super, super proud of it. Just flying around this base, seeing everything we've laid down, the thousands of blocks placed. We're on a basically custom 400 by 400 island, and not to mention the paper hats help. I think every single one of the paper hats this season has had some sort of involvement with this base, and you know, they helped me out a lot. In fact, if it wasn't for them, I don't think I would have been able to finish the base as much as it was. So thank you so much to the paper hats for helping me with this. It's been such an accomplishment. And if you look at the map, this right here is the entirety of spawn. Up here is shopping. And just for context, I have not changed the zoom. This is the actual size of the base. My base this season is bigger than the entirety of spawn. That's just how much work we've put in, and I have the paper hats to thank for it. And you guys, I really appreciate all the support throughout this process. And speaking of which, there is actually one thing we need to get done, even though I said the base was finished. We need to add something very special to this district. You see, during the 24-hour stream, I had a special redeem for people who were there to get their name as a moment in this base. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to take this little pavilion here and we're going to put a lectern right in the middle, and we're going to write all 61 names in there. I cannot believe 61 people popped in and out of my stream. Here it is in all its glory, and nothing better than a diamond pedestal. I'll quickly flip through these pages. Feel free to pause and look at the names, but I don't want to take up too much time. Before we say our final farewells to this base and it just becomes another world download, I want to give you guys a complete before and after of this place. So let's do some replay magic. And seriously, everyone, thank you so much for all the support throughout the process of this base. It's much bigger than anything I've built in Minecraft, and it was such a grind, but I really enjoyed every single second of it. I think it turned out great. I don't have any regrets. It really sounds like this is my last episode of the season, but it's really not. I've got one more video to make, just fulfilling a promise I made at the beginning of the season, so be looking out for that one. And with that being said, it is time to say goodbye to the Imperial City. It's been such a pleasure building this base. Be looking out for the world download once Season 4 ends. Guys, thank you so much if you've made it this far in the episode. I'll see you guys next time for the Season 4 finale. Thank you guys again. Have a good day. Thanks so much. In the last episode of Paper Hats, we did what seemed like the impossible and put all of our energy, including a 24-hour stream, into finishing the Imperial City. And while no base can truly be finished, I feel like we left it in a good place to say it's done. And in this episode, it's finally time to say farewell to the Imperial City and move on to a promise that I made in the very first episode. And I don't think it's very fair just to leave the Imperial City this way. I think we should definitely show it off one last time. If you're new here and you haven't seen the process of this base being built, I definitely recommend going back and watching that. But in case you haven't, here it is. And there you have it, everyone. One of the biggest builds I've ever done in my life. And now it's time to build one last thing on Paper Hat Season 4. Let's head to spawn. I'll tell you all about it. Every time I fly through spawn, I just love looking at everything. Everybody did such a great job building this season. And walking along the horse track here, it just makes me think of everything we've done this season. Built an absolutely massive base, an incredible Nether hub, which included removing 100,000 bedrock, not something I've ever done before. I also built my first mob switch ever. I had a hand in the Christmas district. I built the spawn portal build. There's just so much we did this season, and there's definitely one thing we need to do. If you guys are longtime viewers, you may recognize this place. It's the few chests I lived out of at spawn when we first started the season, and it doesn't look like much. It's kind of an eyesore, to be honest. It looks like a chest monster, which how I made a starter base look like a chest monster is beyond me, but it happened. It's time to do something about it, so let's build one last thing of this season. Well, we've been building on this a while. I think we're definitely getting somewhere. It sure has an interesting shape. I think we are lacking a little bit of color, though. So we got a little more work to do. Not to mention, we actually have to terraform the path into the ground, so it looks nice. This is really coming together. I didn't want too much color, and I wanted to keep the pink here because the rest of spawn is pink, so it definitely fits in. I'm not really sure what you call this style of house. I was just sort of freehanding stuff, and I like the way it turned out. The main entrance is actually going to be this deck here, and that is the next thing we have to tackle. We've got the outside. We just need to do the inside now. So there's a lot of land clearing in here. We've got to clean up some of these walls. Don't really have a plan, but we're going with the flow, and it's working so far. So let's do some more work. This starter house is absolute perfection, and there's only one thing left to do. This really wouldn't be a proper starter base without some chests laying around, with all my loot that I would have left behind when we left spawn. You know, most of us are guilty of that. You know, you play at spawn, you have a nice starter house. We go off and make our main base, and then we tell ourselves we're going to move absolutely everything, but you know, a lot does stay behind at your starter base, and it just sort of stays there. So in order to make this authentic, we've got to put some junk in the basement here. In my opinion, this turned out so perfect. This is a little storage, something that I would definitely make day one. It's kind of organized, but also not. I've sort of got stones, woods, dirt, and then the rest are categorized into kind of what would make sense for me, but not really. Yeah, this is totally the thing I would build on day one. I love how this turned out. And I realize I rushed through this a little bit. We didn't spend a ton of time building it, but it turned out really great. This is totally something I would build on day one and leave here. And for clarity, the original intention was to leave those chest monsters here. I didn't really want to spend time building anything starter because I had such a big base this season. But after seeing what everybody created at spawn, it's just so beautiful over here. I did feel a little left out, so I figured, why not make my last episode of the season building my starter house finally? So I think we did that. But I didn't want to spend the entire video building on this starter base. I wanted to get this done and then have the chance to show off some of my favorite builds this season on Paper Hats. In reality, it would take too much time for me to go around and make an individual clip for every single build on the server. So these are the ones that come to mind. These are some of my favorites, so I hope you enjoy. And before we log out of Paper Hat Season 4 for the very, very final time, I need to do one thing for you guys. It wouldn't be right to leave without doing this. I need to leave you guys my inventory and my ender chest. And there you guys are. All my stuff in these two chests right next to the lectern for my very first 24-hour stream. So much history in the Paper Hat Season 4 world. Everbloom. I'm going to miss it so much. But you know what? The world download is going to be available soon, so you can download it for yourself and experience it. And of course, I'll always have it too, to come back to it and see what I've done. Guys, thank you so much for supporting everyone on Paper Hats. Over the last year and a half, I think it was a little bit more. I really hope to see all of you for Season 5. We've got a lot of cool plans for that so far. So guys, thanks so much again for watching. I will see you next time for Paper Hats Season 5. I'm so excited.